the county in 16 by 3,000 votes. It has been tight. The latest numbers there is that they are just shy of 11,000 ballots that they still have to count. A note from a Bucks County official yesterday was that as they've been tracking the mail-in ballots that are coming in, they have trended to be about 77% for Joe Biden as they have been counting them. Overall, the Commonwealth is looking at about 163,000 mail-in ballots to be counted, 6.2% of what was received. We are expecting to get numbers anytime now. We are tracking that throughout the morning. But again, things are moving here in Pennsylvania. They have been working hard, and they know that today is Friday. It is 3 days after the election. This is the final day when those mail-in ballots could be received per state law, and they're moving. Don, Chris.
Boy, let me tell you, Kate, you were in the right place, and thank you for that massive download of information. Appreciate it. Stand by. Now let's go to the Magic Wall with Phil Mattingly. Here's what's so exciting about what Kate is reporting, at least to me. Give me your thoughts. Not only is vote coming from an area in Pennsylvania, of that Philadelphia area, which is rich for the Democrats, but there's so much vote left that not only could it motivate Joe Biden to meet the president's lead, but to exceed it in a way that may put it out of reach.
Yeah, so let's actually dig in on that. Right now, as it currently stands, Donald Trump hanging on to an 18,000.
In a number of states, the volume from so many people who voted via absentee or mail-in ballot is just a gigantic number. Before the election, there were a number of states with Republican-led legislatures, including Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. They were warned. They said, look, you should pass a new rule or law so that you can pre-canvass. In other words, when you get in all the ballots, can't necessarily count them right then, but you can make sure that they're legitimate. In fact, Senator Ron Johnson in Wisconsin warned that they needed to pass it before Election Day, but the Republicans in those legislatures, Ainsley and Bryan, did not.
The president said yesterday that he wants openness and transparency, no secret count rooms. Pam Bondi's in Pennsylvania, and she was saying the reason they're filing these lawsuits is we're supposed to be able to watch. Our watchers are supposed to be within 6 feet of each ballot, so we can see that everything is done on the up and up, nothing nefarious. And she said, so when finally we won this lawsuit and they move us 6 feet away and they move those fences closer to the ballot.
That Donald Trump won it 4 years ago. Yeah, I mean, look, I'll give you an example of what you're describing here. We are looking at, this came in yesterday afternoon. Here's Carbon County. This is a big Trump county. Look, Trump's going to win Carbon County. He's going to win it by 32 points. So you look at this on the surface, okay, big red county, as expected, no surprise. Do you know what the...
And hard work, try to keep...
Heavily Democratic, even in Republican strong.
ICE formulas. That'll make a... base by a powerful ethnic faction.
Then I got additional papers this morning.
The central government declared a state of emergency in the region, halting telephone and internet services.
With policymakers, Secretary.
This is Joe Biden telling people to be patient. I've been saying that since election night.
The biggest variable, I should just add this, though, when we put the 160,000 vote number out there in terms of the uncounted mail-in ballots, one other pattern we are seeing here across the state is when they count these up, it would appear, this would be my conjecture here, but it would appear that they're not getting down to zero in a lot of these counties, because I believe this is the process. They are verifying, matching signatures, opening these for the first time, and I think there's a certain number in every county that are not getting counted, probably some technical issues, some problems with the signature not matching, that sort of thing. So, I mean, allow for the possibility that as these things come in today, there's less than 160,000 that get added to the count. Maybe 130,000, 140,000, something like that. But even at that rate, Biden still easily moves past Trump's lead statewide and moves into a considerable lead of his own. Like you say, it would just have to be something totally at odds with the pattern that we have seen from the reddest of red to the bluest of blue counties in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and Willie, most of the states that have been remaining, whether you're talking about, Wisconsin, Michigan, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Georgia,
Nevada, most of those are likely breaking, have been breaking.
That is certainly interesting. And in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia doesn't have the best track record, and that's the problem. That's where the focus is right now.
Well, and in Nevada, things are easily provable, because if dead people are voting, it's easy to prove somebody is dead.
Or non-residents.
Right, exactly. And non-residents, you've got to be a resident of that state for 30 days. So Jonathan Turley talking about the legal stuff coming up in just a minute. But first, let's talk a little more about this. The campaign, the Trump campaign, putting up a big fight in 2 of the states as votes continue to slowly be counted as we look live at Philly. Todd Pyro joins us from the newsroom to tell us where things are at 6:10 Eastern time on this Counting the Vote Friday.
That's right, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian, good morning. We'll start in Pennsylvania. A judge there denying the Trump campaign's request to stop counting ballots after they said election officials were not following protocol. This all came after the campaign won an earlier ruling that stated observers could stand within 6 feet of ballot counting. GOP observers say they were initially kept anywhere from 16 to 100 feet away.
We have the legal right to be in there, and if they don't have anything to hide, I don't know why they wouldn't want us in there. It's a legal process. It was absurd what they were doing to our poll watchers. So we've had
disenfranchised military. Nobody wants to do that. All right, so then we are waiting for the vote. And just to remind, wait, what about Nevada? What about Arizona? Absolutely. We haven't been getting the same quantity of information, but remember how big a piece in the puzzle these 2 states are. Where is the president's, this is a trick question.
Yep.
What path does the president have if he doesn't have Georgia?
Well, let's just talk about Georgia first. We've just been talking about Pennsylvania. Look at this. Overnight, if you're just waking up, Georgia turned blue about an hour ago. Joe Biden took a lead about an hour ago. About an hour ago, he took a 917 vote lead. Guess where it stands right now? He's added to it. And here's the reality. Now he's at 1,096 is the lead. And the biggest outstanding vote, all vote by mail, comes from a Democratic county, Gwinnett County. Somewhere over 4,500 ballots, we believe, are being counted and will be released at some point this morning, the tabulation of it. There are a couple of Republican counties that are outstanding. But the reality is, right now, that is a narrow lead. We'll have to see what happens. Eventually, there's going to be provisionals. There's going to be military ballots as well. But Joe Biden has a consequential lead with vote outstanding that is likely to lean Democrat in this state. And you said, why does Georgia matter? Why does Georgia matter? Obviously, we ran through why Pennsylvania is so important. Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania. It's ball game. That's
right.
Lights out. Now, let's go through the map. Everything you see that is blue has been called for Joe Biden. Everything that you see that is red has been called for President Trump. For the sake of gaming this out, we will give President Trump Alaska. They'll take a little bit to count, expected to go Republican. North Carolina right now, Donald Trump has held a pretty solid lead, not a huge lead, 79,000 votes for a couple of days now, so we'll give that to him as well. We'll give him Maine 2, the single electoral vote right up here as well. What does that leave? It leaves Pennsylvania, it leaves Georgia, it leaves Arizona, it leaves Nevada.
Give him all of it except Georgia.
We'll give him Pennsylvania. We will give him Arizona. Right now, Joe Biden's leading in Arizona. It is narrowed. We'll see how that plays out when Maricopa reports in a couple hours. We'll give him Nevada. We'll see how that plays out as well. Clark is supposed to report this morning. Should go Democratic. We'll see. Joe Biden wins Georgia. If Joe Biden wins Georgia, there is no pathway for President Trump to 270 electoral
Through the Electoral College.
To 270
we'd wind up in Constitution land, and the country would get a tutorial in a very severe process. All right, let's do this. Let's go to break. When we come back, we'll take you through the state of play and what we're waiting for and when. Please, have a good morning and stay with CNN.
We all have our own journey ahead of us, our own hopes and dreams. We'll pass many milestones, moments that define you and drive you.
She came out and said this on a conference call they didn't want leaked out. This lasts for over an hour. Listen.
We lost members who shouldn't have lost. The number one concern and things that people brought to me in my that I barely rewind was defunding the police. We need to get back to the basics that brought us across the finish line in 2018. We need to not ever use the word socialist or socialism ever
And there is outrage. And anyone who says Nancy Pelosi is this great leader, she's a cartoon character. She tore up the State of the Union address, not acknowledging the president, saying she's the czar ruler of the land. That would really made Democrats sick. And it's given Kevin McCarthy, who slowly and steadily picked some really impressive candidates, many of which were women and minorities, and they mounted a real charge at the psyche of the country, not the party. And I think this is the most heartening thing to emerge from the election. The American people have rejected socialism, the defunding of police, and getting rid of planes and cows, Steve.
Well, Brian, it was a 2.5-hour phone call, and Nancy Pelosi took the brunt of it because a number of the moderate Democrats said, look, your strategy stunk. Nancy Pelosi disagreed. However, Kevin McCarthy, who you alluded to a moment ago, said the president has done this with this election.
I'll bet you this promise. The House Republican votes coming in Georgia. Biden continues to benefit, continues to, for a while, cut into Trump's lead, now seems to be building his own lead. However, keep in mind, Georgia has a recall provision. If the final margin finishes within half a point, within 0.5, the losing candidate or the candidate who's gotten first can file for a recount. And this thing is virtually certain, as you can see, however exactly it shakes out with the remaining ballots, virtually certain to fall into that zone. Now, we had a similar situation in Wisconsin a couple days ago where Biden finished the counting ahead by 20,000. It was within half a point, and the Trump campaign had a similar provision on the books in Wisconsin, and the Trump campaign said, okay, we want the recount. So if that happens here, if Biden finishes on top, but it's inside 0.5, surmise there might be a recount here in Georgia. That could slow this. If your terms you're saying, is there going to be a declared winner of Georgia? Also, today is the deadline in Georgia. End of business today is the deadline for overseas and military ballots to come in. This is not to say there's necessarily a huge pile of them, by the way, that's about to be counted, because many of them have already been counted. It's just a question of whether there are more that come in today, whether there are more that show up today. But again, in a very close race, something to keep in mind. But again, I think this thing has a potential here. I think you'd say, looking at the trend, again, there's much more potential for Biden to finish this round of counting in first in Georgia than there is for Trump at this point. But even then, in terms of getting to that declaration of an official winner of Georgia, there may be some time involved here because of the process I'm outlining.
So tell me what other counties have the most coming in
Yeah, no,
Georgia,
Gwinnett, I believe. You know, Gwinnett is the one to keep an eye on here, I think. I think we're looking at about 4,000 votes here that are left to come in. And again, as you can see, Biden County.
And what's the total that are still out in Georgia?
This, now, I don't have a hard number on this, but I think we are inside of 10,000.
Okay, very good. So obviously, Donald Trump saw this.
Of our country here, and things are changing in real time, all the time. And overnight, President Trump's path to becoming president again took a huge hit. Joe Biden made a move, and it is time for a key race alert. Georgia is now in the hands of Joe Biden. Will it stay there? We'll see. But overnight, he wound up taking a 1,096 vote lead, and there is more vote to come that could add to that. Remember, if Donald Trump does not win the state of Georgia, he cannot get 270 electoral votes. He cannot win this election in the Electoral College. Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. The president's still in control there, 18,229 votes, but we have been told there is an offering from Philadelphia coming of counted ballots that could make a significant difference. Remember, Pennsylvania matters because if Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, he is the next president of these United States. So, what is the reaction this morning to this development? Jessica Dean is in Wilmington this morning with the Biden campaign. Pennsylvania could make a very big deal. Next to Jessica is Ryan Nobles taking the temperature of Team Trump. So, Jessica, what do we hear?
Well, Chris, the Biden campaign says that they expect to win Pennsylvania by a sizable lead when this is all said and done. They've got their eye on those Philadelphia votes that will be coming in. And remember, Pennsylvania, very personal for Joe Biden. He is Scranton Joe, after all. He really leaned into that with his Scranton versus Park Avenue messaging that he pitched to working class voters, really specifically in Pennsylvania and the upper Midwest. And he started his campaign in Pennsylvania and he ended it, closed it out there as well. So Pennsylvania, incredibly personal to Joe Biden. Georgia, also making a lot of news this morning. The campaign always saw Georgia and continues to see it as a true toss-up, but they believe it leans toward Vice President Biden. And to that end, they sent Vice President Biden back into Georgia in the week leading up to the election, where he gave that closing argument in Warm Springs, Georgia, talking about unity, talking about healing. They sent in Kamala Harris, and there at the end on Monday, right before Election Day, they sent in their most high-profile surrogate, President Barack Obama, to really rally people there in Atlanta. So again, they see it as a true toss-up, but they do think that Biden has the slight edge in Georgia. Will that all come to be? We'll find out once all these votes are counted up.
Jessica, thank you very much. You know, sometimes the picture tells the story. If you look at the background behind Jessica and then behind Ryan Nobles, she has a beautiful sunset coming up. Ryan Nobles not that far away, but a much darker dawn where you are. And may he rest in peace. Senator John McCain used to have a joke where he used to say, you know, when they say it's not darkest before dawn, he goes, yes, it is. It's pitch black. And overnight, some very dark news for the Trump campaign. What are we hearing?
You're right, Chris. The situation in Georgia has really changed the shape of this race for the Trump campaign. And let's be clear, the Trump campaign spent a lot of time and effort in the state of Georgia expecting that to stay in the Republican column. And it will come as a shock to many Republicans that Joe Biden has taken the lead there, because the Trump campaign presented such a stance of confidence about their chances in Georgia. In fact, listen to what campaign manager Bill Stepien told me back in July, just after he'd been named campaign manager, about what was happening in Georgia. Take a listen.
Again, I invite the Democrats to spend a lot of money in the expensive media market of Atlanta, and keep thinking it's for real. We had the same conversation in 2016.
So back in July, Stepien almost mocking Democrats for their investments in the state of Georgia, pointing to what happened in 2018, where Democrats narrowly lost the race for governor there, and then back in 2016, when President Trump was able to win there. That mocking looks very different now in the light of what the results are and what the results are coming in. We should point out, though, Chris, even though Republicans acted like there was no chance they could lose in Georgia, they spent a lot of time and money there, including what they describe as their most precious resource. President Trump himself made multiple trips to the state of Georgia. He went there both in official capacity and as a candidate. In fact, he made 2 trips, 2 rallies there to Macon and Rome, Georgia in the closing days of the campaign. Of course, at this point, it looks like it may not have been enough.
Ryan Nobles, thank you very much. Jessica Dean, thank you as well. Well, look, they haven't lost anything.
I mean, when a president says there's going to be a lot of litigation, that all the legal analysts feel warm and tingly, and an angel gets its wings, because litigation is a blood sport when it comes to elections. I think I'm the only attorney currently not under retainer by one of the 2 campaigns, which is why I'm speaking to you today. Right. But this can get very intense, because real challenges require very close scrutiny of votes. We're not seeing that. And what I really want to see is this Nevada lawsuit, which does raise a systemic allegation of ineligible voters, people who moved out of the state or people who were actually deceased. We haven't seen that evidence, and until we do, they're hunting elephants with derringers. We need something with a little more of a high caliber if you're going to take down an election result or determination. So we're waiting for that evidence to come forward. Is it possible? Of course it is. I'm not willing to rule it out. I find it odd that everyone is making judgments without actually seeing these filings. If they have evidence of thousands of people voting improperly, that may be a systemic problem not just in Nevada but other states. I mean, we're doing something that we haven't done before. We're talking about tens of millions of people voting in a system relying on records that are really sketchy in terms of addresses and identifications.
Sure. And one of the things that's frustrating to Republicans is the fact that it seems like at the 11th hour they threw out all the rules. Well, you know what? The signature doesn't have to match, and there doesn't have to be a postmark, and we're going to take it a couple of days after. So that's going forward. But when it comes to the state of Pennsylvania, the Trump team did sue and said there's no transparency because we're not allowed to be close to the counting process. So they moved them within 6 feet. Mr. Turley, but then according to Pam Bondi, who is one of the observers, they put the counting machines way in the back where you'd need high-powered spectaculars to see it.
Yeah, I'm mystified as to why Pennsylvania officials are fighting this particular issue. It's not the type of thing that will change the result of an election. Many courts, in fact, will declare this moot. That's the problem, and that is they can get away with this by finishing the count, and then the court just shrugs and says, well, yeah, it was a violation, but it's moot. And that gets to the real concern, I think, from the Trump campaign. We saw this in 2000. And that is, it's not whether you win ultimately, it's whether you are viewed the winner at the time of certification.
Right.
In Florida, a lot of Democrats said months later they thought that actually Al Gore won that election, but it came way too late. So we have to get this process started or we will run out of runway. We have a very short period to look at these ballots, and it really hasn't started.
Right. Also, overnight, the president tweeted out something that has been flagged, naturally, by Twitter. He said that because of the allegations of illegal voting, the U.S. Supreme Court should decide the election. At what point does the Supreme Court get involved, if at all?
Well, of course, the Supreme Court was involved. It's just that it didn't do anything. It deadlocked 4-4 on the Pennsylvania question, that is, of these late processed ballots. That was part of a change ordered by the court. It seemed to violate the rules by the legislature. Chief Justice Roberts effectively kicked that can down the road. Well, it's back. I mean, some of these justices still want to have answers on whether the law was changed literally right before the election. But once again, Steve, we don't know how many ballots are actually in play on that question, but it could very well end up back in Pennsylvania. There's a lot of work that still has to be done, and we have to see if any of these allegations have support. If they do, yeah, a couple of these could be a game changer.
All right, let's see if that comes today. Game changer. We've had about 8 of them this week so far. Jonathan Turley, we thank you very much for joining us live from D.C.
Thanks, Steve.
All right. Coming up on 6:30 here in the East, our next guest just flipped a seat. Democrats have held for
bravery to come out and say, count the votes when you're a Republican to cross Donald Trump. We saw some predictable suspects last night defending the president's baseless positions. Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, newly elected Senator Tommy Tuberville, cable news host, that crowd. But what are you seeing from other Republicans on Capitol Hill who seem to be at least keeping their powder dry and at best telling him to stop the president, what he's doing?
They're keeping the rhetoric calm for now. I mean, you're right. The president and his family yesterday basically tried to call in the cavalry.
Yeah.
They said, you better be out there, we better see you defending what we're doing, or you're not going to have a place in whatever the Republican Party is going to be next. But there are only a handful of them who answered that call. And you're right that most are urging calm. And, you know, I heard from one of my good sources, a Republican operative, who essentially said, there's no message. I mean, what are we gonna do with this, right? We can give you outrage for only so long, but at the end of the day, you have to have a path. You have to have a path to win. And they don't see that right now from the president. Obviously, we haven't called the race yet. But, you know, I think they're basically all just trying to wait it out. Urge calm, say, count the votes, hope that there's a decisive call here and that everyone can start to move on. Because I don't think there is an appetite broadly among Republicans to blow up our entire system for Donald Trump. I mean, it has not... They have towed the line over and over and over again, and we have very carefully documented all of those times here on this show. But this seems to be the place where they're not willing to give. They don't want to blow up a system that frankly they rely on. They're also, elected officials who have to look and say, hey, this vote count elected me. I have legitimacy because the votes are legitimate. Without that, none of this works. And, they're all privately completely sick of working with President Trump. It has been an exhausting 4 years for everyone in Washington. Well, yeah. And Joe, we talked about this yesterday. They think they could cut some deals with Joe Biden. If Republicans control the Senate,
Good morning, KELO. I'm meteorologist Scott Munch. This forecast first. It's already a mild start to the day. 50s and 60s for some of us. We have 61 degrees in Sisseton. It's 55 in Sioux Falls, 57 in Mitchell, 56 in Chamberlain, and 45 in Rapid City. Another sunny day.
No tools or wiring. Anyone can do it in less than 30 minutes.
Welcome.
In the 50s and 160 still on the map. Wind is not too bad either, about 10 to 20 miles per hour, but that's going to be picking up here as we go through the day. We're going to see gusts up around 30 miles per hour this afternoon. We're going to hit 76 today in Aberdeen, 80 later on today in Pierre with low to mid.
Put them on the back of your chair.
Plaintiffs, voters in filing.
There's a shameless
Clinical trials for that significant.
On who's going to be the next president of the United States, and for good reason. But I got to put a sidebar in here because after the dust settles, if Joe Biden ends up winning the presidency, then I think a lot of people are going to turn to what happened to the Democratic Party. Yeah. There is no way to put this other than to say this election was Joe Biden winning looks like a one-off. This election, for the most part, was an absolute repudiation of the Democratic Party as a brand. Their brand doesn't work across most of America. It just doesn't. They got routed in Senate races they should have won. And if you don't believe me, just look back at all the predictions. Are Democrats going to win 9, 10, 11 Senate seats? The House results are perhaps even more shocking. Nobody thought that this was going to be close. The weekend before the election, Republican pollsters were talking about hemorrhaging support in suburbs and couldn't believe the numbers. They said, we're going to get destroyed. Well, it ended up they couldn't believe the numbers for a good reason. The numbers were wrong. And Casey, this is going to have a profound impact over the next 10 years. The state legislatures that Democrats thought they were going to gain, the state legislatures that Democrats lost, all of this is going to have a consequential impact on redistricting and the shape of the map over the next 10 years. Talk about the incredible phone conference call where Abigail Spanberger, I'm sorry, I'm a former Republican, so I guess my opinion doesn't matter. She told it like it was. Stop talking about socialism. Stop talking about defunding the police. It doesn't work. And of course, leaders of the Democratic Party have actually come on this show and said, of course they don't support the defunding of the police. But she was very angry, believes that what's happened to the Democratic Party's brand has been shattered, and they need to fight back. This is what she said. We need to not ever use the word socialist or socialism again. We lost good members because of that, she said heatedly. If we are classifying Tuesday as a success, we will get blanking torn apart in 2022. And I've already, when I was saying I'm talking to the smartest data people alive, that basically told me that the numbers were a mirage in Florida and across the upper Midwest. Those same people say that the Republicans are going to have a huge year in 2022. Just looking at this data.
Democracy, and that's the electoral process. It's about respecting the millions of people who went to vote in person or absentee in the midst of the pandemic. It's killed 235,000 people. It's about respecting the Republicans and the Democrats who are going to the polls and those who are local elected officials that are working tirelessly to effectively deliver the vote. And for the President of the United States to say that there's fraud attendant to these absentee ballots is a baseless, bogus, unsubstantiated claim. And it's disrespecting everyone associated with this process. So I'm troubled by it. I'm like everybody else. Look, I got a favorite. Vice President Biden was the first Democratic presidential candidate for whom I've ever cast a vote. I say that proudly. I'm still a lifelong Republican. But the bottom line is I'm prepared to accept the vote once all votes are counted. So let's let the process proceed. Mr. President, you don't call the election. I say respectfully, CNN and the networks don't call the election. Americans call the election, and then the states, not the federal government, certify it. So let's let the game continue.
I'm so glad that you said that. A lot of people were concerned and troubled by those remarks, as we all should be. The president undermining really a free and fair election in this country. Since you went there, and I just wanted to be clear, there haven't been any voting issues that you're aware of in Pennsylvania.
None whatsoever. You know, from time to time, whether it's Pennsylvania or anywhere else, Don, there's some maybe it's an imperfect system. I remember, I think it was the Heritage Foundation, a very conservative, well-regarded think tank, took a look back at 20 years and saw like 200 cases of ballot fraud being identified and prosecuted. But these claims have been bogus. I mean, by and large, if you take a look at what's going on in Philadelphia, which seems to be a pivotal point or focus of the president's attention or ire, you've got poll workers there, poll watchers there, Republicans and Democrats. You got cameras all over the place. This may be the most transparent election because of the president's assertion months ago when he, and probably might even been part of the strategy, they formulated an opinion they started articulating it months ago that said, if there's a delay post-November 3rd, it means there'll be fraud. Well, Mr. President, there's a delay post-November 3rd, not because there's a fraud, but because there's a pandemic. And give credit to governors, both Republicans and Democrats, who work tirelessly within their states to provide safe and secure in-person balloting opportunities and absentee ballot opportunities. Let the absentee ballots be counted. Live with the results. Let America voices speak. They're the only ones that count anyhow, Mr. President.
Well, listen,
Yesterday, earning 87% of the 970 votes. Their matchup will receive extended highlights on KELOLAND.com following Sports Zone, which
from docking. There are also limitations on the number of passengers who can disembark from ships each day, and those slots will go to cruise lines with a strong health and environmental records. Spotify is rolling out the ability to music and podcasts right now from your Apple Watch without needing to have an iPhone.
I knew about the tremors, but when I started seeing things, I didn't know what was happening, so I kept it in.
He started believing things that weren't true. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't say a word.
During the course of their disease, around 50% of people with Parkinson's may experience hallucinations or delusions. But now, doctors are prescribing Nuplazid, the only FDA-approved medicine proven to significantly reduce.
2016, they took a chance on Donald Trump. Figured, what do we have to lose? In 2018, they said, we have a lot to lose. This guy's out of his freaking mind, and he's extreme. We're going to put Democrats in charge of the House and take away some Republican seats in the Senate to have a check on him, just as James Madison and the founders actually planned. 2020 comes along, and it looks like the decision they've made is, all right, listen, we're going to fire Donald Trump. We can't take this chaos anymore. But we want to keep the Republicans in control of the Senate, and we want to do that because we don't trust turning the whole thing over to the Democratic Party, because to tell you the truth, some of the things we hear, they sound a little crazy to us. That's what I'm saying. Democrats, listen, they don't have to listen to me. They never do anyway. I'm just telling you, that's where America is. And if the Democrats decide to move to the center, and get behind Joe Biden if he's elected president, they're going to have the sort of success they had under Bill Clinton. If they have civil wars over the next 4 years, it's going to get ugly. It's going to get ugly fast. And by the way, AOC, guess what? She represents her district. I've always been a big believer. Everybody should represent their district, and she represents her district well ideologically. Right? That's her job. All right? It's, at the same time, it's Nancy Pelosi's job, and she's really good at it. And it will be Joe Biden's job, and he's going to be really good at it, in charting a middle course. If that's in fact where they think America is, and Nancy's already done this before. In 2006, Democrats took power back when Nancy Pelosi and Rahm Emanuel and other Democrats said, hey, why don't we do this? Why don't we recruit candidates that can win in red districts? And a remarkable thing happened. Democrats took control of the House.
Because they talk about votes, and I think they should use the word legal votes. We want every legal vote counted, and I want every legal vote counted. We want openness and transparency, no secret count rooms, no mystery ballots, no illegal votes being cast after Election Day.
You know, the president really wanted to look at a lawsuit in Michigan, wants a recount in Wisconsin. I think he's going to get it. In Georgia, he's watching those votes slip away and wonders if they're the up and up.
Listen, they don't have to listen to me. They never do anyway. I'm just telling you, that's where America is. And if the Democrats decide to move to the center and get behind Joe Biden if he's elected president, they're going to have the sort of success they had under Bill Clinton. If they have civil wars over the next 4 years, it's going to get ugly. It's going to get ugly fast. By the way, AOC, guess what? She represents her district. I've always been a big believer. Everybody should represent their district, and she represents her district well ideologically. Right? That's her job. All right? It's, at the same time, it's Nancy Pelosi's job, and she's really good at it. And it will be Joe Biden's job, and he's going to be really good at it, in charting a middle course. If that's in fact where they think America is, and Nancy's already done this before. In 2006, Democrats took power back when Nancy Pelosi and Rahm Emanuel and other Democrats said, hey, why don't we do this? Why don't we recruit candidates that can win in red districts? And a remarkable thing happened. Democrats took control of the House.
Because they talk about votes, and I think they should use the word legal votes. We want every legal vote counted, and I want every legal vote counted. We want openness and transparency, no secret count rooms, no mystery ballots, no illegal votes being cast after Election Day.
You know, the president really wanted to look at a lawsuit in Michigan, wants a recount in Wisconsin. I think he's going to get it. In Georgia, he's watching those votes slip away and wonders if they're the up and up, as well as Pennsylvania, where a lot of focus is on Philadelphia and their terrible track record, as well as Arizona. But keep your eye also what's happening in Nevada, where the president said, I got a real shot here. I only lost it by 2 points. But this mail-in voting made him uncomfortable in June. Man, is he uncomfortable now. Let's bring in Matt Schlapp, former White House political director for President George W. Bush, an American Conservative Union chairman, and cut his teeth in 2000 working for then President hopeful George Bush on the election mess in Florida. Matt, what could you tell us about your approach to the legal fight in Nevada? What is the main complaint for Republicans?
Well, the main complaint for Republicans is we have broken 250 years of democratic norms. We are locked out of the ability to watch how the ballots are being counted. During the Florida recount, Brian, both sides, the Gore side and the Bush side, were allowed to have a witness at every table where ballots were being tabulated, and they could raise objections. Both camps agreed that that was the right thing to do in a democracy. Why isn't Joe Biden joining with these lawsuits to demand that there's transparency in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania, in Clark County, one of the most corrupt counties in this country? I tell you what, Brian, if they have nothing to hide and they're not doing anything improper, they have a funny way of showing it. When you don't have anything to hide, you let the cameras in. In Reno, Nevada, they're literally live streaming how every ballot is being tabulated. You can go online and watch it. Why can't they give transparency to what's going on in Clark County? Second of all, there's essentially no signature match. So they have a dirty file where they mailed all these ballots. The ballots are returned, and then the envelopes the ballots were returned in, if they were mailed, are discarded. We can't see any of those envelopes. Now the ballots, these polluted ballots, are in the pile. We don't know what the postmark was. We don't know if they were delivered after the election. This is a disaster. We wouldn't accept these election results if they came from the undeveloped world. When Jimmy Carter and other Americans went to go observe elections in other countries, they were allowed into the counting room. We are not allowed into the counting room in the United States of America.
Matt, I saw that press event you and Rick Grinnell had yesterday afternoon. We took it a lot.
Know that he might win Alaska. He's probably going to end up winning Alaska. So we'll go ahead and give those to him just for the sake of playing this out. Now, we expect Joe Biden to overtake President Trump's lead in Pennsylvania soon. But what if somehow President Trump finds the votes to hang on to Pennsylvania? What if he wins Arizona? Right now, he's trailing in Arizona. What if he comes back? He's been narrowing the margin. What if he wins Nevada? Trailing by about 11,000 votes in Nevada. We'll see what happens there, but sorry, argument. And he goes ahead and wins Maine's second congressional district. Look, that's not enough.
You're in Constitution zone of that whole process about what happens here. And it all starts with Georgia. Right. And the problem with Georgia for President Trump, not just because it is this linchpin, but it's a horrible narrative point for him, because this toxic soup that he was ladling out for everybody last night is defeated by the reality in Georgia. So it's cheating. So it's fraud. It's not just that you don't have the votes. Republican governor, Republican Secretary of State, Republican infrastructure, no claims of fraud. No claims of irregularities except the ones that were made up by our president. So not a great story for him on top of not a great reality. Now, Pennsylvania. Why do we focus on it as one and done for Biden?
Well, just take a look. Say President Trump comes back and wins Georgia. Wins Georgia. I don't know why it's not moving right now. The reality...
Make it do your will.
No, it's finally freaking out on me after all this time. Here's the bottom line. If Joe Biden wins the state of Pennsylvania, Joe Biden's at 253 electoral votes right now. That is all Joe Biden needs. The map is acting up on us right now. It's given up on us after about 30 hours.
Start to do the right thing.
Here's the reality, here's the numbers. Joe Biden is at 253 electoral votes. Pennsylvania is 20 electoral votes. In short order, we expect, based on what's outstanding and how the vote has been coming in, that Joe Biden will overtake President Trump in the state of Pennsylvania. If that holds, based on what's outstanding, that is 273 electoral votes. You can give President Trump everything outstanding on the map, whether it's Alaska or Nevada or Arizona, Maine 2, North Carolina, and Georgia. If Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, it's over, that's the ball game. Here's the one wild card that I want to throw out there. That is, right now, Vice President Biden is leading in Georgia, he's leading in Arizona, he's leading in Nevada. He will likely soon be leading in Pennsylvania. Why does all that matter? That's 306 electoral votes, if he's able to hold on to all of those right now. We don't know that that's going to be the case. Still counting votes, still waiting to see what's going on. We talked about this a little bit earlier, and I think it's an important point. Given what the Trump campaign has talked about in terms of litigation, in terms of what they're looking into, in terms of potential recount, especially in a state like Georgia, 306 electoral votes, look, 270 in any way, shape, or form you get it, makes you president of the United States. 306 takes out a lot of the options in terms of what you can litigate, what you try and go after, any types of concerns, fraudulent or not, that you try and lay out there. So I think the Biden campaign wants 270 any way that they can get them, but 306 would probably be a little bit more comfortable given everything we've seen over the course of the last couple of days.
There's a good chance that this will get ugly early. And I think it's important that people are aware of that. The president is looking at this through the lens of addition through subtraction. How can he get rid of votes? Remember, this isn't about him. It's about our democracy. Let's take a quick break. We'll figure out what Phil did to the wall, and we'll be right back.
The most powerful thriller of the year is Let Him Go.
All of this vote did this sort of, this is a case, the red mirage, and then
Right, so at the end of the day, did the Trump campaign do itself a disservice by talking down early voting? I mean,
well, no, because their turnout came out. They're gonna get more people to vote in Pennsylvania this time than they did 4 years ago. No, what I would say is we did a disservice to the American people because we're sitting here and I think Trump supporters sit there and say, and I've heard from them, I've heard from some acquaintances in Pennsylvania who are Trump supporters who sit there and say, the Democrats are stealing this. And I said, no, this is how it works. The law stated they couldn't start counting the vote by mail until election day itself. So I'm really sorry that the Republican legislature here and the Democratic administration in Pennsylvania could not figure out how to do this the way the state of Florida does it, the way the state of North Carolina does it, the way plenty of other, the state of Texas does it, because this has created this illusion of whatever it is, the blue fade or the red mirage, or whatever sort of ridiculous red-blue term you want to use for this. These votes count the same whether they were cast in person or cast in the mail, and unfortunately, the way the vote counting process, the way the state of Pennsylvania was forced to do this, it has created this. So that's the part of this, frankly, if you're asking me, I mean, there's no difference. The president did a great turnout. Joe Biden did a good turnout. I think we're going to find out he could have done better over here in turnout in some of the Democratic strongholds, but he did good enough. But that's what we're seeing here anyway. It's just an explanation of why the vote by mail, it didn't matter if it came from a solid red county. The vote by mail has been Biden heavy.
And at the risk of stating the obvious, let's just remember we're in a pandemic, right? So people voted by mail who were concerned about going in person and being exposed to the coronavirus.
I stood in online for 3 hours long and really were not that distance.
Or they voted early. And that group of people tended, unfortunately, masks became politicized, the pandemic became politicized, so people who voted early, even in red Pennsylvania, tended to be people that were concerned and mask wearing, and those tended to skew Democrat.
And we saw in the polling.
On the point of helping others, it seems like we are disagreeing in such a way that it's not just that we disagree, like we have to be enemies, right? It feels that way so often when it comes to our politics. Give us a way, actually what you're seeing in that regard. Maybe you see some hope, or maybe you see some disappointments in how we are handling things politically, to where it's not just I disagree with your policies, but you're actually my enemy.
Yeah. Look, the truth is, these are hard times. We've got the pandemic has happened at one time. And then on top of that, you have a racial reckoning in our society. And then you have deep divisions in our society around our election. I mean, this is tough time. No need in kidding about that. But the truth is, I think we must make a decision to recommit to what it means to be an American. On the Great Seal of the United States, where there's the bald eagle above it, are the Latin words e pluribus unum. Those words, e pluribus unum, mean from many, one. From many diverse people, one nation, one people. And if you research where that phrase in Latin comes from, it comes from the writing of Cicero in the Roman Republic. And Cicero said, and this is the key to becoming e pluribus one, when each person loves the other as much as he loves himself, then e pluribus unum, from many, one, becomes possible. What can I do to love somebody, to help somebody, to be a neighbor to somebody? What can I do today to do it? I can't do everything. I can't solve everything. I can't solve the election. I can't solve COVID. But what's the one thing I can do to be an American, a neighbor, a sister, a brother to somebody today? Just one thing. And that's enough. You can't climb the mountain by a leap. Nobody is Superman or Superwoman, but you can climb that mountain one step at a time.
Bishop Curry, what are you doing this weekend?
Well, I'm probably watching the Buffalo Bills play football, I hope, and maybe they'll win.
We get them to move.
You get to this point, so I think it'll be very...
Has sent a letter to the district attorney in Clark County. Also copied on that letter was Bill Barr, the attorney general, alleging that more than 3,000 votes were cast illegally in Nevada because the people who cast those votes are no longer residents of the Silver State. Our Lee Ross, producer out of Los Angeles, got a hold of the list of voters, and apparently more than 130 of the people on that list are military who may be temporarily stationed elsewhere in the country or even overseas, but still hold legitimate Nevada residency. So clearly the district attorney is going to go through that, and there you see the letter on the screen, and determine whether or not people were legally eligible to cast those votes. Election officials in Georgia say that there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud, but they do say they're seeing little things here and there. And when the margin is so razor thin, Harris, as it is there, the size of a population of a large high school, as one official put it, little things can add up. Georgia likely headed for a recount, so we'll see where all of that goes. One other thing, the Trump campaign still predicting victory in Arizona, so we'll keep watching that one closely.
All right, John Roberts, thanks for hitting all of that. Nevada with the military votes especially, because that was one of the things that I saw your note back and forth with Lee Ross, so thank you very much. Appreciate that. A conference call with House Democrats. Ooh, got ugly. As moderates tore into their liberal colleagues, yelling, crying, cursing. What this means for the Democrat Party and for Speaker Nancy Pelosi going forward, our panel slides now.
Bigger than him about the American democracy at large, which is notably different than his comments yesterday that were criticized by all sorts of folks. Mitt Romney coming out with criticism today. Adam Kinzinger, a Republican critic of the president, saying, quote, "This is insane" on Twitter. It was only some of the president's closest allies and loyalists like Ted Cruz, Lindsey Graham, and Kevin McCarthy, the top House Republican, who had come out basically echoing the president's own words after the president's son, Donald Trump Jr., called on all Republicans to stand by his side. Ari?
Peter Alexander, brand new statement. As you emphasize, it's certainly different in tone and content than some of what we heard last night. I know you're busy at the White House. We'll be coming back to you. I want to bring back in Pete and Matt, who have been discussing some of the local issues here legally. Matt, I'm going to go to you first because I actually want to ask the intersection of politics and law, and then I'm going to go to Pete on the law. But on the political side of this statement, I'm going to reread a little ending of it. Quote, "We will pursue this process through every aspect of the law to guarantee the American people have confidence in our government." It does sound politically less strident and certainly less misleading than the president's rather unusual remarks, at least by the standards of history, and an incumbent president last night. And so, Matt, your first reaction to this?
Well, hopefully this represents turning the page. The president's obviously talked a lot about law and order this year. He should embrace it here as well. We have laws. We have state laws that dictate how the process should unfold, how these votes should be counted. And frankly, up until now, the main cause for uncertainty in this whole post-election process has really been the president's remarks. So hopefully that represents him taking a step back from the brink.
And Pete Williams, I'll just reinforce something that we've been reporting throughout. There is not yet any specific or combined legal strategy that's been outlined by the president or his senior team about how he would literally get to a very different place. You were just giving us new reporting out of Pennsylvania, which is relevant, and there are Republicans involved in that. But when you see the president say here on Friday, again, I'm reading from this, "We'll pursue the process through every aspect of the law," okay, but that's not exactly a roadmap that tells you how you would have different results in the key states that form the margin. It doesn't seem to me, I'm curious your view, to be the kind of legal coordinated strategy we saw, for example, from the Bush campaign in 2000.
These are all procedural challenges that are right now, that are in court right now. You're not doing the counting right, is basically what these lawsuits claim. You're using automation to verify ballot signatures in Nevada. You shouldn't be doing that. You're letting voters cast provisional ballots to fix their mail-in ballots. You shouldn't do that. That is the status of where things stand right now. And then, of course, it's a big, but the U.S. Supreme Court case, if there's enough votes there to make a difference, could decide potentially who wins Pennsylvania if it comes down to that. But you're right, it's not. These are challenges to, and it's odd, Ari, and I'm curious what Matt thinks of this. It surprises me every time there's an election and some question comes up about state election procedures. I say to myself, you mean they haven't figured that out yet? They haven't figured out whether somebody can fix a mail-in ballot with a provisional ballot? Now, I think one of the reasons why is because in the past there were so few mail-in ballots. But, once the state said anybody can file a mail ballot, no excuse, no need to be absentee to prove that you're going to be out of state on election day, that obviously compounded the problem and I guess raised a lot of new questions.
Yeah, and to your suggestion, we'll turn it back to Matt for one final thought. Pete has weaved together, as he often does, the legal intricacies into the bottom line, which is, well, we're not saying it doesn't matter at all how you resolve some of these questions, and there are more novel legal questions because of pandemic voting this year, which we all expected. There is not, as of Tuesday night or through the week or now with a new statement from the president, I mean, the deadlines are here. They're approaching. If you want to do something big and legal, there is not, Matt, the kind of legal, actual cases and controversies that would widen out and overturn the margins we're seeing in several states, best as Pete and I and others can track it.
Yeah, that's right. And it should be noted that I think they've spent a lot of time in these first few days filing a lot of lawsuits that allege some form of impropriety by election officials. And I keep hearing this idea that the Trump legal strategy is to throw spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks. But I don't think that's quite right. This isn't throwing spaghetti at the wall. This is slinging mud at the election system with the intent to leave a stain. And that's matching the president's rhetoric over the last few days for the moment. The legal strategy and the rhetoric are coming together. That's what's happening.
You're looking for answers, pal, and boy, did I find them.
Okay, so you going down what we believe to be inevitable. You see Joe Biden up 13,374 votes. That has been increasing steadily, not by huge numbers. But if you just mention where Brian is standing, right here, it's 10%, Allegheny County, about 10% of the votes statewide. They're talking about, 35, 40,000 ballots they're trying to count. Well, okay, Joe Biden has, he's getting 60% just shy of that here. We know in these mail-in ballots he's getting even higher. So then you drop out, and you're Joe Biden, and you would like to see that lead grow. Guess what? When they count those ballots, it is going to grow. It's a Democratic stronghold. Joe Biden has been running very high in the mail-in ballots, but they can't touch them until later. And again, we saw how quickly Florida counted on election night, right? Because, as the gentleman just explained, they're allowed to take the mail-in ballots, check the signatures, take them out of the envelopes, do everything you have to do to verify them, and then on election day you put them in the scanner. In Pennsylvania, because of state law, they can't. It's arcane. You mentioned earlier people are getting a geography lesson, learning about hundreds of different counties across the country. We're also learning different states do it in different ways. And because of that, we're waiting on votes in the state that is likely to decide the next president of the United States. It's a process we have to go through. There is no question to where the math is heading. Joe Biden continues to methodically build this lead. The places where we know, like Allegheny County, like over here in Philadelphia, and the suburban core around it. I'll move it up a little bit so people can see it. This is the foundation again. Any Democratic win statewide in Pennsylvania starts right here. That's where the ballots are. So there's an inevitability to the math. The question is, how quickly can you process?
I stand by, John. I want to talk to Senator Bob Casey, Democratic senator from Pennsylvania, who's joining us right now. Senator Casey, thanks so much for joining us. What's the latest information you're getting? When do you think we're going to get some final numbers in Pennsylvania? You've been upbeat for the past several days that Biden is certainly going to win.
Yeah, Wolf, it's hard to be certain when that will transpire. Well, where you have all the ballots that are the mail-in ballots that are outstanding process. But as John and you have indicated, that lead is growing. I expect it to continue to grow, and ultimately, and when I say ultimately, I mean when there's a certification process based upon an official count. That lead should be somewhere around 100,000.
John?
So, Senator, help us through this. Again, we were just going through this with the gentleman in Allegheny County. People around the country and the world are learning. Different states do it in different ways. Sometimes within states they do it in different ways. I just want to go through this. Our best math is there are about 124,000 mail-in ballots outstanding statewide. And then there are provisional ballots. Just in Philadelphia alone, there are about 20,000 provisional ballots. Provisional ballots, if you show up at your polling place, and maybe you moved in the last couple of years or whatever, and so you fill out a provisional ballot, and then they check to make sure you're legit. Do those get counted anyway, or if the lead is outside the number of provisional ballots at the end in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, do they just set them aside because they're not going to impact the outcome?
No, provisional ballots will be counted. We're told, or I think it was the York Daily Record newspaper, published a story that said about 92,000 state, and those will be processed. That process takes longer. That's why the difference between the unofficial count a few days after the election usually is a lot lower than the official count. When I've run in 6 general elections, and often my margin of victory goes up substantially after well after Election Day because of that. So the provisionals, the basic the basic rationale for why you have provisionals is if you've been approved for a mail-in ballot but you didn't receive it, that you're allowed to cast a provisional ballot, and then there has to be a review of that. And then if you received a mail-in ballot but it was rejected, you can vote by provisional ballot, and then they make an assessment as to whether to ultimately count the ballot. So it is a process, but there are a lot of those votes still outstanding. They're not included in the number.
When you say, Senator Casey, that you think when all the ballots, all the vote is counted, Biden will win the state by roughly 100,000 votes. Right now it's 13,374. It's going up every few hours. It goes up by a few thousand. Tell us how you came up with that 100,000 figure.
Well, the good news, Wolf, is that the Voter Project came up with that estimate. I'm relying upon them. But these are folks who have looked at this very carefully, and I think conservatively. There's just a lot more to be counted before you get the certification, and that's the way it transpires in every election. But
talked about over and over again have just been so close in each of these key battleground states. And so he knows that if he is in fact the person who winds up winning this race, that is going to be his first and arguably one of his toughest challenges, to try to bring this country together. And he talked about that. He said, look, I'm not naive. I know that it's an uphill battle, but it is something that needs to be tackled. In terms of the rhetoric that we're hearing from President Trump, that official statement went out. I think Kate's right. Let's see what he has to say on Twitter. But the Biden campaign, and I'll just remind everyone, has been quite defiant, releasing a statement saying, as we said on July 19th, the American people will decide this election, and the United States government is perfectly capable of escorting trespassers out of the White House. Lester.
All right. Thank you, Kristen Welker, for that. Peter Alexander is at the White House, and we got the statement from the president just a short time ago. Peter, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Lester, that's right. It's notable as you saw that statement from the president today, just how different it was from what we heard from him publicly yesterday in the briefing room, where he was making those false claims without evidence of widespread voter fraud, claims that even members of his own party pushed back on yesterday, calling them inflammatory and dangerous. And then this new statement from the president that really doesn't sound a lot like his voice, very different, saying this is a much bigger issue, an issue of transparency, an issue not about any single election, about our election system at large, saying that he would continue this fight to the very end for you, as he describes, and for the American people at large. One thing I'm struck by as we continue to have these conversations right now is, for the moment, of course, President Trump is the president. 75 more days until the inauguration. Whether or not he wins, that remains to be seen. But in conversations I've had with some White House officials in recent days, as they anticipated this could be a protracted process, they said they were advising the president that they wanted him to be more public, that he should be more public, demonstrating his responsibilities in the role, that he was still working on behalf of the American people. But to be totally clear, there has not been one public item on his schedule since his remarks late election night. So now for approaching 3 full days, the best of our knowledge, it's been mostly waiting, watching television, and fuming in a series of tweets and other ways. Compare that to Joe Biden right now, who, as we reported just yesterday, had a coronavirus briefing before he made his public statements. Here, to the best of our knowledge, the president hasn't had a formal briefing of that kind in a significant period of time, even as the coronavirus pandemic grows in terms of the number of infections, hospitalizations, and deaths. So it does raise real questions as we talk about what the president will do in terms of the possibility of a concession. And aides tell me that conversation hasn't taken place. They think it is way premature, as they still continue with the public message of, we're going to be defiant, we're going to fight this to the very end. Is what happens in terms of the governance of the country, what plans the president has, how he will sort of deal with those responsibilities at the very same time. Lester?
All right, good questions. All right, Peter Alexander, thank you. One of the
moms who make things clean. So you
to raise the capital gains tax to 44% and some of their other proposals. That's not going to happen. You're not going to have the gutting of the Supreme Court or other bad things. So that was a sigh of relief that especially on the tax side, bad things were not going to happen. And now when the markets are digesting, even though the Republicans will maintain control of the Senate, They do worry about the things that government can do, the presidency can do on the regulatory side, especially energy. You notice energy stocks are not doing very well, haven't had a good week, because the government there does have a lot of power, and they could still get hit pretty hard.
That's so interesting. Of course, we don't know how all of this is going to turn out first, so we will watch and see. But you're saying that the markets are doing the calculation of what they would consider a scenario that they would have to adjust to. I want to talk to you about jobs. This actually is pretty impressive. I was reading today that when we came out of the Great Recession, 7.8% unemployment. We're rocking a 6.9 now in the middle of a pandemic still. What is your take on where we're going with the economy when the president says it's all going to continue?
Well, it's an amazing jobs report, and especially in the private sector, you had 268,000 part-time census workers who dropped out of the rolls. So that was minus 268,000. So the private sector added over 900,000 jobs.
RNC lawyer than what we heard last night.
Exactly. This is a Trump version of a unity message. And I think what you're probably going to see over the next 24 to 48 hours is most of the major news organizations begin to call this race, the presidential race, in its entirety. And the president will perhaps never concede publicly in his own words that he lost, but I think we will see the beginnings of a peaceful transition of power, the preparations for a peaceful transition of power at the appointed time.
Really interesting getting your context, Michael Steele, and as I remind viewers that
the ongoing vote count in the all-important city of Philadelphia. We got an update from there about an hour or so ago. What have you learned, Raymond?
One of the things we're learning, Lester, is that they're talking about 40,000 mail ballots is what that there remain to be counted here. The big question that I had for the election commissions here was how many of those mail-in ballots came in after the 8 o'clock cutoff time of election day, and how many were done before that. I didn't get an answer to that, so we're going to continue to pursue that because that could be significant in all of this. The courts had said that they have up until 5 o'clock today to receive those mail-in ballots, which they have set aside. Again, the question is, how many are there? Lester?
All right, Rahima Ellis in Philadelphia for us. Thanks very much. We can continue to watch all this play out. Chuck, why don't you give us one more look at the boards?
Well, look, and I'm going to do it in a not dip in anything. Look, we're getting we're obviously getting pockets of mail-in ballots all day long, whatever there is from counties, and as we pointed out to you, even the red counties are coming up in Joe Biden's favor. His lead in Pennsylvania expanded just in the last hour. We are waiting for another pocket of votes out of Clark County. We expect that at 7 p.m. Eastern. It will go a long way in helping us characterize this race, perhaps for the final time in Nevada, with Joe Biden leading. It is over 90% chance that he's carrying Nevada. We're not yet at 99.5. Less clear as to the situation in Arizona, but I can tell you that
you'll find that your sister is sick.
Difficult task, if he is the president of the United States, of doing what he has promised to try to do, unite this country, can't, I think the campaigns do, come out tonight and declare victory without some other independent verification of that fact.
Mike Chris, quickly, just a quick point. What we haven't heard from the Trump team Tuesday, last night, or today, what does a legal victory look like? In Florida 2000, it looked like stopping a recount to hold a margin. Right. What does it look like? What has to happen in PA or Arizona or Georgia? They haven't said it. I don't think the president knows.
Yeah, filing a lawsuit. Give us more votes. Doesn't work. Mike Memoli, Kelly O'Donnell, and Ari Melber, thank you all for joining our special coverage. Up next, we go out west. We speak with Nevada's Attorney General. And as we go to break, another race call. NBC News projects Democrat Mark Kelly has won the special U.S. Senate election in Arizona, defeating the appointed incumbent Senator Martha McSally. It will be the first time in 68 years Arizona has had two Democratic senators serving at the same time. Martha McSally losing two races in 2 years. That's tough. You're watching MSNBC.
What's the name again?
It's Shiori.
What?
Shiori.
Adam, Emily, and then
Shiori.
Shihori. Thank you. That's great.
Shiori.
At Dell Technologies, we started by making the cloud easier to manage. But we didn't stop there. We made a cloud flexible enough to adapt to any size business, no matter what it does or how it changes. And we kept going, so you only pay for what you use. Because at Dell Technologies, we stop at nothing.
Nancy Pelosi says only one thing matters. They're in the majority.
As I said, we've lost some battles, but we won the block war. We have the gavel.
Democrats saw their majority slip potentially as low as 223 seats. That's just above 218 needed for a majority. Some moderate Democrats from swing districts blasted liberals. Freshman Democrat Abigail Spanberger barely won and says Democrats discussing socialism and defunding the police is why Democrats lost. But progressives argue they're the ones who helped boost Joe Biden against President Trump. Now, Bill, here's the key thing here. Democrats are going to have more liberals in their majority going forward. That's going to be key here. You would think that they would be able to pass more liberal legislation, but because their numbers are going to be so reduced, that's an issue. You can't pass these big progressive bills when you don't have much of a turning radius. Back to you.
Thank you, Chad. Control of the Senate, meanwhile, still up for grabs. I want to bring in Josh Holmes, former Chief of Staff to Senate Leader Mitch McConnell, and Chris Hahn, former aide to Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. That's what he said. Host of the Aggressive Progressive podcast, which is a great name, but it doesn't beat Hammer Time. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
And you got that right, and that's all that matters.
Right on. Sometimes. The RNC is looking for money, Josh, to help out with this legal battle at the moment. You've got Democrats in the House who apparently had a rather heated meeting late yesterday. Where's that going to go?
Well, I got to tell you, the funny thing about Nancy Pelosi's leadership in the House and basically what she's asked her moderate members to do throughout the course of 2020 is completely try to underestimate the intelligence of the American people. And basically, her theory of the case was you could do entirely left-wing things. You could have completely unattainable coronavirus packages. You could try to run national debt up trillions and trillions and hope that American people basically weren't paying attention. Ultimately, they would just blame everything on Trump. Well, lo and behold, she found out on Tuesday that that's not the case, and her members are certainly unhappy about it. The biggest challenge that she's got going forward, as Chad mentioned in the lead-up, is the governing coalition in the House looks an awful lot different than it did in 2019 and 2020, and she's going to have some challenges.
We heard those. Here's Abigail Spanberger, she's a Democrat from Virginia. Pretty middle of the road, won a tight re-election battle, and this was her comment on that phone call.
We lost members who shouldn't have lost. The number one concern and things that people brought to me in my that I barely rewon was defunding the police. And if we are classifying Tuesday as a success from a congressional standpoint, we look at torn apart in 2022.
Is she onto something, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, defund the police is a dumb statement for PR purposes and for electoral purposes.
Unless
you want to
mean
reform the police, you want to modernize the police, you want to reform the police. That's different than defund the police. That scares people in suburbia, and that's never going to work as an electoral strategy. And the Democrats do not mean that. And even the people out in the street talking about that, that's not what they mean either. It gets lost. Anything you got to translate is bad, like they always say. If you're explaining, you're losing. Look, I think the seats in Georgia are going to be very competitive. We'll see what happens. This is going to be the first major election post-Trump, and we'll see what the turnout looks like. But Georgia has been changing for years. I think Stacey Abrams deserves a lot of credit for the organization she put together in Georgia, which is giving Joe Biden that state today. And we'll see what happens in January. I'm excited. I think it's going to be a real interesting race.
8,000 military,
and a lot is on the line.
Yeah, you got 8,000 military and overseas ballots still out in Georgia. Josh, come back to Chris's point there. Here is the tweet from AOC. So the whole progressivism is bad argument just doesn't have any compelling evidence that I've seen. When it comes to defund and socialism attacks, people need to realize there were racial resentment attacks. You're not going to make that go away. You can make it less effective. She went on to say you should have spent more money online in the final week of your campaign. How's this split going to bridge itself?
Yeah, I mean, look, she's on basically aligned with Nancy Pelosi in her take. I mean, what she's saying is that, anything socialist, any sort of critique against socialism is inherently racist. I don't know how turning your doctor's office into the DMV has a racial component, but most Americans believe that that's probably not a good idea. But what she goes on to say in that tweet string actually was sort of interesting, and that she's not really defending that there is much political danger. She thinks there is political danger in the way they've gone about trying to defend things like defunding the police. Her problem was that nobody was very good at the messaging, and that they didn't put very much behind paid media or a digital strategy. She had a very tactical critique of a lot of her colleagues that ultimately lost, which I thought was hilarious. It was basically like, look, I understand that this is politically perilous for you all, but let's get better at masking our true intentions, which, I mean, again, the American people are smarter than that.
It seems as if the story's moving in that direction a little bit in the House. Chris, make it quick. Thank you.
No, I don't think that's the case at all. Look, I think that there is some messaging problem on that end. There are a lot of progressive things that most Americans believe in, but sometimes this rhetoric seems extremes, and Republicans are better at turning it around on its head. Democrats have to take that on head first. She's right. We do need to spend more money on digital media and less money on traditional television. Okay. I hate to say that on TV, but that is true. That's the way it's got to go going forward.
Well, they can spend it on your podcast. Thank you, guys. Chris, Josh.
Eastern, and that should bring their total down below 100,000 ballots. They've been doing about 60 to 70,000 at a time, so that's what we're probably looking at tonight. And they have told us they expect to be counting through the weekend and should have pretty much everything except for provisional ballots wrapped up this weekend.
You said, I just want to be clear, so 250 to 270,000 outstanding ballots, outstanding votes in the entire state. And you said about 130,000 in Maricopa County?
Yes.
Can you say some of the other counties that have high numbers left?
Sure. Pinal is sitting around 34,000. Pinal's between Maricopa and Pima County. Pima's at about 25,000. Those are the biggest outstanding. Apache County up in the northeast corner is at close to 10,000. And then Cochise in the southeast corner is also close to 10,000.
And you said the next batch, which we're expecting, Kim was saying, in several hours, is that going to be statewide, or is that going to be from one particular county?
The counties have been updating as they get batches to update and posting the totals throughout the day. Maricopa's been doing theirs at 7 p.m. Arizona time daily, and so that'll be the biggest batch of ballots that you see being posted today.
You filed an amicus brief. Just what is the latest on that?
So this is the so-called Sharpiegate lawsuit, and our amicus brief focuses on the timelines that statutorily election officials have to meet. What happened when the lawsuit was filed was the plaintiffs asked for an expedited schedule, and now they're clearly trying to drag it out to delay our official canvasses, the counties, and then the state's official canvasses of the election results.
Secretary Katie Hobbs, I appreciate all your time. Thank you. Up next, the latest on the ballot count in all the key battleground states where we are keeping an eye on it, the latest numbers ahead.
Your journey requires Liberty Mutual. They customized your car insurance so you only pay for what you...
And holiday treats while you browse our...
U.S. government revenue came from liquor.
New toys. See? They're made out of wood.
I don't think this is the time or place to talk about where we're going to go going forward. Pre-canvassing has not been an...
Leon Panetta in a bureaucratic struggle.
And of the cost. Next.
We came to see our grandson.
Up next, right after KELO and Living. Here's what's on our show today.
Miss you, Grandma. See you.
Now we thought we would have a future president to tell you about. We do not. Joe Biden leads the president in Pennsylvania, Georgia, Nevada. The president is holding his own in North Carolina, but so far, neither gentleman has the 270 electoral votes needed to be named the next president of the United States or the president-elect. Welcome, everybody. I'm Neil Cavuto, and this is Your World. And what in the world will Joe Biden be saying when he addresses the nation 4 hours from now? We know he is going to be speaking from Wilmington, Delaware, and some people are saying he will be armed with another state or two called in his direction. But even if that is not the case, because that could change things mightily and give him the electoral votes needed to claim that he is the president-elect of the United States. But barring that, what is the point of the address tonight? Again, does he know something we do not? We are following a lot of fast-moving developments, including some RNC statements we're going to be getting out of Atlanta, Georgia, a hearing on things and how they're going in Nevada. But for now, we're getting a gauge of what the president is thinking right now amid a lot of legal challenges on just how this count is going and where it is going. Enough for Wall Street to call a draw by the end of the day, but a very, very strong week, buoyed by the belief that at the very least we're going to see divided government, which those guys in Moneyland tend to love. All right, let's get to John Roberts first with what the White House is looking at right now as we get into the weekend. John.
Neil, good afternoon to you. With Joe Biden and Kamala Harris speaking tonight, we're still waiting to see if President Trump and perhaps Mike Pence might come out this evening. We do not know if they will do that. One of the problems is that there's not a lot new for the president to say today if he comes out publicly. Even a statement that was released through his campaign today didn't move the needle a whole lot from what he said last evening in the briefing room. In the statement, the president saying, quote, "We believe the American people deserve to have full transparency to all vote counting and election certification, and that this is no longer about any single election. This is about the integrity of our entire election process. We will pursue this process through every aspect of the law to guarantee that the American people have confidence in our government. I will never give up fighting for you and our nation." As Joe Biden keeps increasing his margins in the silver state, a federal judge in Nevada will hold a hearing this evening our time, to consider a Republican lawsuit claiming a lack of access to vote counting and allegations that people who were not eligible to did cast ballots. Listen to what Matt Schlapp said.
I want every ballot that's a legal ballot to be counted. I just want to make sure that there's not a systematic fraud process where you can't.
Announcement due to explain to everybody where Steve Kornacki is. We have forced him. There might have been restraints involved into getting some sleep for just a little while. Let me tell you what's going on right now. As you know, we stand at 253 to 214 electoral college votes, and we're looking at the same stuff we were looking at last night, right? Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. Alaska's going to be a little while away. Let's talk about Pennsylvania. What's going on? We got 96% of the votes in. A lot of the mail-in ballots have been breaking toward Joe Biden, who's got a 14,000 point lead in that state, a 14,000 vote lead. That has diminished a little bit, and I'll tell you why. Because there aren't just mail-in ballots, which tend to break Democratic. There are also provisional ballots. There's an arcane rule in some states, including in Pennsylvania, that if you requested a mail-in ballot but decided to vote in person, you had to take your mail-in ballot and the envelope in which it came and the security envelope, hand it to them. They would spoil the whole thing, and then you would vote. If you didn't do that, you got a provisional ballot. The provisional ballots are being counted last, and they are not breaking toward Joe Biden the same way, which is why Pennsylvania remains too close to call. We have similar issues in Nevada. They're just counting a little bit slowly right now. They're not used to the volume that they're getting. We have 92% in, so we're looking for a lot more votes. Joe Biden is ahead there by 20,000 points, 20,000 votes, I'm sorry, not 20,000 points. He's leading a little bit in Washoe County, which is Reno, and we're still expecting more votes that'll probably break toward Biden there. And then in Clark County, where Las Vegas is, he's got a 75,000 vote lead. But again, same problem. Provisional ballots are coming in, and they're not breaking toward Joe Biden the way mail-in ballots are. So that's too close to call there as well. And finally, we've got Arizona, where we are hoping to get an update a little bit later. 94% of the vote in there, Joe Biden leading by 39,000 votes. Georgia, as we know, is close and will go to a recount. They've already announced that. We do not have a final result. Joe Biden leading there. North Carolina will not give us numbers until the 11th.
All right, Allie, don't go anywhere. We may need to come back to you at any moment. We want to go live now to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. That's where we find our senior national correspondent, Chris Jansing. Also, Mike Memley standing by at Biden campaign headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware, what's been called the most famous parking lot for the time being in the free world. Chris, first to you, and what can you update us on the count going on in all-important Pennsylvania?
Yeah, the great vote watch is on. I think a lot of people are looking to an hour from now when we heard that Allegheny County was going to be putting out about 6,500 ballots that have been counted. They're going to, at the same time, be starting to count about another 28,000. Those are the ones that were misprinted ballots that they had to replace. So it's really wait and see. And I have to really say that one of the things I've noticed over the course of the day is how the mood has changed. People were pretty easily making suggestions yesterday, well into the night, about when the vote count was going to end, including the Secretary of State. And now, as these final votes are coming in, as the complexities of counting them are becoming obvious, people are stepping back. And I'm talking to folks who are Democratic electeds, who are activists, people who have been involved in this process for a long time. A lot of them seem to be taking their cues from Joe Biden, which is, let's wait, let's see what happens. Having said that, you can also sense some tension around the lawsuits that have been out there, including the Republicans going back, asking the Supreme Court to look at these ballots that come in after election night at 8 p.m. A little bit of tension we saw from the Philadelphia mayor, who suggested that the president should put on his big boy pants and concede, although, of course, this election is not over yet. And I think that we've seen some defense of these poll workers. For example, in Allegheny County, we're told they worked all day, that, in fact, they skipped lunch. They're planning to work well into the night to count these ballots. And in Bucks County, which is pretty even, a harshly worded statement was put out saying any criticism of the integrity of this election is a direct attack on the integrity of these public citizens. Those public citizens, the poll workers who at this hour, Brian, continue to do their work.
Chris Jansing standing by, watching what she can from Harrisburg. Let's go over to Mike Memley in Wilmington. And Mike, it appears, those of us not in Wilmington, that this is a campaign kind of in suspended animation. They can hardly do any more sound or lighting checks on the stage until they have something to talk about.
Yeah, Brian, that's exactly right. The roller coaster of emotions that began heading into Election Day on Tuesday really just continues at this point. This morning, when we saw Joe Biden take the lead in Pennsylvania, the state that would most clearly put him over 270 electoral votes and as president-elect of the United States, when that moment happened, we saw staff who have been talking about victory as imminent really begin to talk about it as realized, as actually happening. There was a real ramp-up of preparations at that point for a victory speech tonight. You'll see the red, white, and blue Jeeps that were to have the front row seats for this drive-in celebration have returned after leaving Tuesday night.
Kamala Harris, which would be the first time that we are hearing from her since Election Day. So you've seen staffers up there on that stage. You've seen them rearranging some of the Jeeps and trucks that are centered right in front of the stage where these remarks are expected to happen. But for the time being, we haven't gotten any indication whether they might be reconsidering whether he gives remarks later this evening.
Okay, Arlette, thanks very much. Caitlin, what are you hearing on the White House?
Well, it's interesting hearing you ask if they're still going to speak, even if they haven't called Pennsylvania yet for Joe Biden, because basically what we're hearing is that even if they do call Pennsylvania for Joe Biden and he comes out and gives this acceptance speech tonight, the president is not prepared to concede this race. He has no plans to do so. He has told people that even if it becomes clear that Biden is on this path to victory and the president is not, that there is no concession speech prepared right now. And even the president has acknowledged in some private conversations that the math just isn't there for him right now, but they are still moving forward with what they believe is going to be a prolonged court battle. As I noted, they put Dave Bossie in charge of that, and they believe that is going to take several weeks. So they feel like they've got a little bit of time here to figure out exactly what it is they're going to do. And the president believes that in that matter of time, he's going to continue to sow doubt about the outcome of these results, whatever they are, if they are not in his favor, of course, as we've seen. And it's interesting, Anderson, because the position that they're in right now, where the president is obviously upset, he is frustrated, and speaking with his advisors, is they had never really prepared for this. Obviously, I don't think a lot of incumbent presidents talk to their aides at length about potentially losing the election, but the president and his aides really never did that. It is obviously a delicate subject for him, and the pattern that we've seen with the president is when something is a delicate subject, something like Russia, people just don't bring it up with him, and that is exactly what happened here with losing. So this is something that the president truly was not prepared for, and it doesn't appear to have set in with him yet. It does appear to have set in with some of his aides, who we are told, there's a bit of a frenzied atmosphere in the West Wing right now where people are wondering what is their next job going to be? What are they going to do? How long are they going to stick around as this court battle is going on? So that'll be something to watch. Does everyone stay in the West Wing while they're going through this court battle and contesting the outcome of these results, whatever they may be?
So you're hearing that there's folks in the West Wing of the White House, people who work in the White House, who are already thinking about where the exit door is.
Exactly. There are people in the president's inner circle, the Hope Hicks, the Dan Scavinos, those types. They're focused on dealing with the president, managing his anger, I'm told, but there are a lot of other people who are not particularly close with the president who are trying to figure out what is their next job going to be, because people believed the president was going to win. He has this ability where, when he gets impeached, he somehow survives. He gets COVID and he's out of the hospital a few days later. They really truly thought he was going to win re-election, so now they are having to recalculate and decide what is their next job going to be and what is it like going into the job market, not from a normal White House where typically you've got a lot of offers, but coming from the Trump White House where it's proven to be more difficult to land yourself in the private sector.
Yeah, Caitlin Collins, appreciate it. Thanks very much. We'll continue checking with you. Let's go back to Aaron.
All right, Anderson. So, Pennsylvania, waiting for these votes to trickle in. Brian Todd is in Pittsburgh, Allegheny County. Brian, so we just saw the tick here in terms of vote count go up between 500-600 votes in favor of Joe Biden for the statewide margin. Where you are, though, 35,000 votes outstanding. It is a big chunk of change. Where are we in terms of finding out how those go?
Aaron, we could be maybe about an hour away from getting some of the first results of that count that you're talking about, those 35,000 plus.
Bush had formed at
written form only. Well, say hi to Fortune. Have y'all?
County and Ballots County. Well, I got that then. That's the position that Joe Biden is in. He's leading. The math is much more prohibitive for the president. So Biden has more wiggle room to state a case and begin or push a transition, but it's risky, isn't it?
Well, again, if he can get those votes ascertained in some kind of final way, that shifts the burden onto Trump. Right. Once that happens, he's sitting pretty. Trump then has to start pushing to try to get courts involved, to try to get a recount going, to try to reverse and dislodge the presumption that Biden has won. So if Biden can come out today and say he's got a state called, and then that puts him at 270 or over, then I think you're right. I don't think there's any downside for Biden to start moving forward as if he is president, to start interviewing cabinet applicants and so on. Trump will then be on the defensive. I feel actually, in a way, Trump's been on the defensive for several days now, and that Biden's been sort of pushing the initiative because he's been ahead and so close, only 6 votes short from winning.
Did the president risk doing a disservice arguing the fraud case? That I think there's fraud going on here. A number of Republicans, from Chris Christie, Mitt Romney, Pat Toomey, a host of others, that was a bridge too far. He's since been saying just count things honestly, keep the vote honest and all that. But does it cast aspersions on the president and what he's out for here? Just the legal argument.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Your point is exactly right. The political argument President Trump is making, unfortunately, will injure his legal argument, because he's already had several of these cases alleging fraud tossed out because when those people came forward, they had no evidence. And so judges easily toss them about. What happens if the campaign actually does find some cases of fraud with real evidence? Judges are already going to look skeptically at that, because we've already had a string of lawsuits where the Trump campaign said fraud, and when judges actually took the trouble to look, there was no proof. And that's what Trump really see. I think I would say, husband, your powder. Wait until you actually have evidence. Otherwise, as you said, Neil, just call for the vote and the process to go forward in a calm and collected way, unless you find something, and then bring that forward.
All right, John, it was fun going back in time. You're aging a lot better than I am, my friend, so thank you for revisiting that. I think. John Yoo, the former Deputy Assistant Attorney General. I want to move to Atlanta, Georgia right now. Ronald McDaniel, the RNC chair, is addressing where the legal fight now is going for Team Trump. Let's listen.
This process until every last issue has been uncovered and resolved. Today, we announced that the RNC has deployed legal teams in 4 states, including Georgia. We are here to investigate clear irregularities. You will hear the evidence of this later on with vote counting and tabulation. We will work with state and local authorities to ensure that a legal count is conducted in accordance to the state's laws and that every vote is counted. It's crazy to us that the mainstream media would call a race like Arizona for Biden when our site still has enough votes to win. The margin right now is 47,000 votes. And in states like Pennsylvania and Michigan and Georgia, where in some cases the margin is only a few thousand votes, the media is so quick to try and claim those races are over and that Biden has won. If the shoe was on the other foot and President Trump was in the lead in all these states, the media would be screaming that the race is not over and we need more time to count and make sure it is right.
Greater over 9.5 million.
To the Trump campaign. Trump team, Caitlin Collins, good to see you. We don't even have to ask about Caitlin. Caitlin, a lot going on, obviously, behind the scenes. President Trump, you reported in the last hour, not planning on conceding even after, if I should say, the race is called for Joe Biden. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, basically the president is being described as angry and frustrated, often doing 2 things that he's done throughout his presidency, which is watching television and complaining that enough people aren't out there defending his claim, his baseless claim that this election is being stolen from him. But Jake, I'm told it's creating this kind of frenzied atmosphere inside the West Wing because people are realizing that Joe Biden is on a path to victory here and he is pulling only further ahead of the president by the hour when they've been, told by these campaign officials for the last several days, don't worry, we're going to figure this out. By Friday, the president will be reelected, and that is obviously looking increasingly less likely. So what's happening inside the West Wing are a few things. Those who are closest to the president are working to manage his frustration and his anger right now as he's complaining that there aren't enough people defending him. The Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, is playing a pretty big role in feeding the president's claim that this election is being stolen from him, including in places like Pennsylvania, where the president is touting off these conspiracies about what's going on there. And some people inside the West Wing do not believe that what Mark Meadows is doing is helpful. And Jake, the other thing is people are looking for jobs. People are starting to wonder about what their employment situation is going to be, where they are going to go going forward, because there really wasn't this idea that the president could lose. Even though he was down in so many polls, people thought it was President Trump and he would find a way to pull this off. And now they're realizing that that seems increasingly less likely. So it's led to this frenzied atmosphere inside the West Wing right now. One person I do want to note his activity, someone we have not seen since about 2:30 Wednesday morning, is the Vice President Mike Pence, even though he did tweet yesterday seemingly trying to support what the president was saying at that press conference, even though it did not match with what the president actually said was going on. He, I am told, is one of several people who is making calls today trying to get donations for a legal defense fund for the president because, of course, they are going to need a lot of money if they're going to follow through with these recounts, these lawsuits that they're threatening. And that is one thing that the vice president is playing a role in as he stays behind closed doors today. And we should note he's one of several Trump allies playing a role in that today.
Caitlin, before I let you go, we were talking to Ben Ginsburg, the noted Republican election lawyer, not long ago, and I said that I hadn't seen any credible evidence of election fraud at all. Certainly not widespread, certainly not enough that could change an election, but also just, frankly, I haven't seen any evidence of election fraud, period. When the Trump team makes these allegations, other than the easily debunked stuff that is, that you can read on the dark recesses of the internet. Are you seeing anything that rises to the level of this looks real, this looks serious?
No, and I'm getting a lot of text from unhappy campaign officials because we've been calling these claims, these allegations from the president, baseless. But that is what they are, Jake, and they are not able to point to hard evidence that they are taking to court to show that there is this substantial voter fraud that they're talking about. And there are little ways that you can see through what they're saying. Things like yesterday you saw them bring out this woman in Nevada saying that she had her ballot stolen, she believed. And later we actually heard from the Secretary of State who said they investigated it, they looked into it, they talked to the woman, and the signature on her ballot matched her signature. So they believe that she was actually the one to fill out that ballot. Another thing is they're talking about how they believe they didn't have poll watchers in certain locations in places like Philadelphia. Jake, a Trump campaign attorney, admitted in court yesterday they did have their people in the room. They were just complaining about how close they were. So things like that is not building a lot of credibility for the people that are making these arguments. And of course, the White House has long struggled with credibility when it comes to these allegations of voter fraud because the president has been claiming it since the day he took office, the day I started covering him, and now he is ending his presidency potentially by making more claims like this that they are struggling to justify.
All right, Caitlin Collins, thanks so much. Excellent reporting. Appreciate it, as always. And while we were talking to Caitlin there, Joe Biden's margin in Pennsylvania increased even more. You can see now he has 13,371 votes more than Donald Trump in the Keystone State in Pennsylvania, which is a pivotal state. If Joe Biden were to win that state, he would have 270 electoral votes, and he would be the president-elect. We have not declared that. We have not projected that. But if he were, that would be the ballgame.
It would be. And the Biden campaign, never mind Joe Biden, his family, Senator Harris, her family, they're kind of in suspended animation right now. They've been like this for the past, 12 hours because they're waiting for the moment when Pennsylvania most likely will have another wave of votes, and the expectation based on the way it's going is that that will increase and it will make it as obvious as it is to them that he will be the president-elect. But obviously, as you said, nobody is there yet. In the meantime, what they're doing...
More time to count and make sure it is right.
Greater over 9.5 million, nearly 9.5 million.
People in Pennsylvania are doing good work, and the
lead in Pennsylvania is primed to make a speech to the nation tonight.
Congress is also committed to passing an omnibus appropriation.
Because across the country, Democrat officials are shutting down transparency. Democrats are damaging the country in the process of a smooth transition of power by not allowing a transparent process. The Republican National Committee and the Trump campaign have deployed a team of legal experts to Georgia, and per usual, after the legal votes were in and tallied, unaccounted for ballots have continued to appear in Democrat stronghold counties. Other individuals that we'll be speaking to today will outline the evidence and what we have seen in irregularities in Georgia. But we cannot let this stand, and we will fight every irregularity to the very last, because every voter deserves their vote to be counted, and they deserve to know whether or not these irregularities mean fraud. And we have to figure this out. It is now my pleasure and my honor to introduce the former governor of Georgia, Sonny Perdue.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Sonny Perdue, and I just happen to be the former governor, but I'm really more of a proud Georgia citizen. And I'm distressed today. Actually, I'm dismayed after 2 days after the election polls closed of the irregularities that I've heard reported here in Georgia. Folks, this is Georgia. This is not somewhere else. We take care of business in Georgia. What is happening in Georgia today? And that's why we're here, and that's why I'm here, because I have a vested interest in Georgia, not because of my history, but because of my future. 14 grandchildren are what I'm standing up for today for fair election.
Giants fan, we divide your state into Eagles country and Steelers country. Let's talk about Steelers country out west, Allegheny County. I heard the registrar earlier today responding to complaints that it's taking a long time to count, say what I've heard you and others say. We would have loved to have the early vote count done and dusted and ready to announce on Election Day. The legislature wouldn't let us. So do you think that message to an anxious nation is getting out enough that this is the work that is mandated by the legislature to have taken place after Election Day?
Well, Brian, you're right on that, but there's a bit of a nuance to Allegheny County. So if I may give you a broader answer to address your question. Sure. You are correct that the legislature did not tweak the law to allow for processing of these ballots in the days prior to Election Day so that we could have a result on election night. States like Florida, North Carolina, just to name two, they allow that. As the mail-in ballots come in, they get processed. Obviously, there's no count that's recorded until Election Day, but at least on Election Day, you get that result. And you are correct that when Governor Wolf asked the legislature to give these clerks more time to process the ballots, they refused to do that. That's statement one. Statement two has to do with Allegheny County, which you referenced, because there's a nuance there. And I think it actually speaks to the broader narrative that has gotten a bit hysterical at times. Certainly not from you, Brian, but I've seen a little bit online about this. Folks thought when the Allegheny County clerks went home a couple days ago and didn't process these ballots, then all of a sudden there was something nefarious going on, that something bad was happening, when in fact they were doing what the law required. There was a court order in place that said they couldn't actually begin processing these, I think it's roughly 35,000 ballots or so, until today. They're following the rules. They're doing what they're supposed to do. Allegheny County County Chief Executive Rich Fitzgerald's doing a terrific job there. And so what we got to do is just recognize that laws are being followed, clerks are working hard. Yes, of course, it would have been good to have a little bit more time at the beginning of this process. But ultimately, the most important thing here is that we get it right, that we follow the law, the will of the people is reflected ultimately in the outcome. And that's what we're working hard on every single day here in the Commonwealth.
Thank you, General, for an orderly walk through what may, from the outside, appear to be a disorderly process. The Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, greatly appreciate you making time for us this afternoon, and good luck. Up next for us, ballots continuing to be counted. Joe Biden continues to gain ground in his path to 270. We'll have the very latest from the states yet to be called. Plus, how the Democratic ticket has already made Election Day history, and the legal fight brewing in the Trump campaign as the president prepares to throw down and challenge the election results in several states. A lot to get to. We're just getting underway on Deadline White House.
Everyone. And every vote is counted. Every legal vote is counted. Where is fair fight? I'll tell you where. I shop in the election. That's when it's fair to them. As a member of the Georgia General Assembly, 12-year member, it is my duty to speak up for every Georgian when their vote is not being counted, when their vote is not being counted accurately, and when there's all this type of irregularities taking place. Why haven't we called on Jimmy Carter to come? He can go to other countries and see their process through. And I don't mean that in a bad sense, because I like one of our native sons, President Carter, but he needs to be here if he's for fair votes, accountability, and transparency. That's what I like about Donald Trump. He travels with a set of twins. One named accountability and the other one named transparency. That's what I like about him. I've had Democrats, Republicans, black, white, gay, the whole across the whole state of Georgia. Matter of fact, across this country, saying what is going on in Georgia. I may not agree with your candidate, Vernon, but if they take my vote, if they take your vote away from you, they're taking my vote away from me. That's the American spirit. And what I see happening, this is a sham. This is a sham, and it's disgraceful. and criminal. I think it has the potential of criminality here. I just want, like every Georgian want, we want things to be done by the book. We can send a man to the moon, but we can't count votes accurately. I'm talking about the legal ones now. And we can't do it within 24 hours. How does a state the size of California get theirs in and Georgia can't get its in? That's because if you look, an example of the pandemic of failed leadership is where all these Democrats who are running these cities and overseeing these county elections, that's where you see, literally, I was getting ready to say something, but I'll be all over the damn news. Well, let me say this. I hope the news media learn from this. It's been you carrying the false narrative of these false polls coming from these liberal universities. That's right. And you and these pollsters have done more to interfere with this election than Russia and China combined. You have suppressed and depressed the voters of this country. But I'm going to tell you, we're going to fight. Last night I made a comment. We don't fight with violence. I'm not for violence. But we're going to fight to our last breath for our constitutional rights. To our last breath. And we'll take on Antifa, Black Lives Matter, Fair Fight, Stacey Abrams, all of them, because we're going to do what's right for the people of Georgia.
Their challenge in the courts or lack of impact since the story broke a short time ago. A new Republican legal challenge. Jim Sciutto joins us now with that. So what are you learning about this new challenge?
All right, so just right off the top, we should note, you'll hear these sometimes described by Republicans as late arriving ballots. But by Pennsylvania law, they are not late arriving because the law allows them to arrive up to 3 days after Election Day, at least as it stands now. But let's walk through what they're trying here. So lawyers for Pennsylvania Republicans are asking the Supreme Court to order the state to, quote, log, segregate, and otherwise not take any action on ballots received 3 days after the election. Again, these are ballots which the Pennsylvania Supreme Court said could be counted as long as they arrive 3 days after Election Day, even if the postmark is illegible. Here is the new GOP claim. I'm quoting here. Given the results of the November 3rd, 2020 general election, the vote in Pennsylvania may well determine the next president of the United States, and it is currently unclear whether all 67 county boards of elections are segregating late arriving ballots. See that phrase again, late arriving. It's not by law. But to be clear, the Pennsylvania Secretary of State has directed these ballots to be segregated. Pennsylvania's Lieutenant Governor, he was on our air a short time ago, made clear that state officials did this preemptively, complying with what he called a legal maneuver by the state GOP. The idea being, let's set them aside, so if there is some legal trouble for those, they won't affect other mail-in ballots. State officials also say that the total number of ballots that arrived in Pennsylvania after Election Day within that 3-day window is too small actually to affect the outcome. In the new filing, Republicans, they argue this. They say the Secretary of State issued two different sets of guidance. First, that the ballots at issue be segregated, but a second one that allows them to be counted. I should remind everyone that prior to the election, Republicans twice challenged this Pennsylvania Supreme Court decision, which allowed these ballots to arrive after Election Day. They went all the way to the Supreme Court, but the court let the state court decision stand for now while the case continues. I should note as well that the Trump campaign is trying to intervene in the case, but the court has not yet ruled on that request. So two big headlines there. State
more candid. You have been pointing out today, in a manner of speaking, that there's a way to do this now. There's a way to behave. There are certain things to say, and you don't see that behavior in all of the loyalists and in all of the holdouts surrounding this president. Do I have that about right?
You do, Brian. Good afternoon. Look, Joe Biden is going to be the president-elect of the United States, and frankly, every leader of every network decision desk knows that the math is an impossibility now for Donald Trump. He cannot be elected president of the United States. There is no path for him to be elected when you look at the counties and where the votes are from that are outstanding. And so we are in this hour where I understand the caution, but by the standards of all of the networks and all of the news organizations, including through how the first 35 states were called in this election, at this hour it is clear, and these races should be called. Because with each hour, Donald Trump is able to use the confusion, his lying about the inevitable, to do more damage to our democracy. If there was an eclipse coming and a news organization knew about a suicide cult with 1,000 members who were planning on offing themselves when the eclipse occurred, would news organizations not cover the facts of the eclipse? And the answer is they would. The president's feelings don't matter here. His temper tantrum doesn't matter. His delusions, his King Lear Act, the factotum, the enablers, everybody around him who is upset. It doesn't matter. They lost. And what happens now is we begin the process that culminates with the peaceful transition of power uninterrupted since 1797 at noon on January 20th.
Donna Edwards, two things. Number one, there's a reason why there's a cocktail shaker not far behind Steve Schmidt. Everyone should have one nearby during this time. Number two, Donna Edwards, and I know you think about such things, how do you best advise Biden-Harris, should they prevail, to govern during a time where we can just look at the math, look at the turnout in this race? We couldn't be a more divided country.
Well, I think we have to acknowledge we were divided in 2016. And I think what we do is what Donald Trump did not do, and that is come together from the beginning with a message of unity. That has been the tone and the tenor that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have struck, especially in these days as we're awaiting a final decision about who's going to be the president-elect and the vice president-elect. And I think that they will demonstrate exactly that same kind of tone starting out. I think Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have an advantage of having served on Capitol Hill. They know those institutions, and I think that they will be able to at least borrow some of that steam in order to begin the process of governing. And you know what? The challenge is great. Starting at the beginning, as Joe Biden said, conquer this pandemic so that you can conquer getting people back to work and restarting this economy, and then do it in a way that doesn't just say we're going to rebuild the economy that we had, but we are going to build it better. That's it. That's his language. And I think what he means by that is doing things that unify people. Build infrastructure, roads, bridges, rail, all of the things that every single congressional district in every state in the country needs in order to grow their economies. And that is a way that you begin the process of governing. And people come together when there are jobs at stake. And I think that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have exactly the right tools and the tone to be able to do that.
Steve Schmidt, when I heard Marco Rubio, I guess the day before Election Day, kind of saluting the folks, the Trump caravan that almost ran the Biden bus off the road, you hear something like that from someone who's supposed to be a mainstream Republican senator, you realize that Trumpism, and that's part of what the Lincoln Project was formed to defeat, Trumpism is a powerful thing. It may be a loser politically, but do you anticipate it to survive Donald Trump?
Oh, absolutely. Look, we have almost 48% of this country that's voted for a statist, authoritarian movement with fascistic markers that's hostile to American democracy, to the rule of law, that venerates an individual that's a cult of personality. I think that Tucker Carlson is the front runner for the Republican nomination in 2024. What you're going to see is every Republican candidate will kowtow to the conspiracy that Trump was stabbed in the back by unseen malicious forces of the deep state that the election was stolen, that it's illegitimate. I mean, forever, more than a majority of the Republican Party will believe this was an illegitimate election because they have been poisoned by the Murdoch operation, by OAN, by Sinclair, by the toxic sludge of sewage and crap and disinformation and lies that flows on Facebook into the screens of the American people. And so this is a long-term fight. You know, we have an emboldened white supremacist, white nationalist movement in this country now because of Trump. We see a militia movement that has become part and parcel of the Republican Party, where it's now standard operating procedure at a political rally to see the guys with their AR-15s. So all of this needs to be sealed back under a sarcophagus of the type that lays over the Chernobyl reactor. But it's going to take a long time to do it. The good news is this: the majority of the country has rejected this. They've rejected it by more than 4 million votes. The states of Georgia will flip, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. This is a very substantial victory by Vice President Biden. It is a historic victory. It is hard to turn a president out of office. Donald Trump has been repudiated by the righteous anger of the American people significantly. Now, the Trump enablers like Lindsey Graham, they paid no price. They were rewarded for it. And now we see Lindsey Graham standing up with Donald Trump in what is tantamount, at least rhetorically, to a coup. In the end, from Lexington and Concord forward, the idea of the country was that we, and by we, I mean the people, govern ourselves. We pick the leaders. Our politicians don't tell us how long they wish to serve. We tell them. And Trump has been fired because of his recklessness, his insanity, his malfeasance, his incompetence, and because he's the worst president in the history of the country who has presided over one of the greatest calamities in the history of the country. It's time to pack up. Every single Republican elected official in this country, from dog catcher to U.S. Senator to governor, has an absolute moral and an American obligation to support the integrity of the election and the result of the winner. And the winner is Joe Biden, the 46th president of the United States, come January 20th, 2021 at the noon hour.
Donna Edwards, a final question about your old caucus. I don't think anyone expected the Democrats under Nancy Pelosi to lose seats in the House, but that is what happened. Any lessons that are obvious to you?
Well, I think it's disappointing, but I think Democrats have also displayed a lot of unity over this last year, and I think that they're going to have to hash whatever the differences are inside of the caucus and then get down to the business of governing. I think part of the reason that you saw these losses are in places where, Democrats won in places where Donald Trump, had major victories. It's tough to survive under that. But Democrats have the majority. They have the majority. They will have the presidency. And they will have a governing mandate, I think, with a record numbers of millions of people who did, as Steve said, and repudiated Donald Trump. And they will begin to really rebuild this country in all of its institutions. Brian, I've been very concerned.
The Keystone State were to be called, he would be the president-elect for January of 2021. I think also the more significant thing that's developing too, in addition to all this, the Senate races in Georgia, no matter who wins, Neil, if Georgia's the hotbed for who controls power in Congress, if you get 2 runoffs in Georgia the first week of January. And if Joe Biden holds on to that super slim lead and we find out late November or early in December that he's won that state, if Georgia goes blue, that's the first time that will happen since 1992. And you and I are going to be talking about shifting winds in the political sphere in places like this here in the Southeast. So hold on to that idea. When we get to it, we'll cover it. Neil.
Thank you, my friend, very, very much. No one knows that better. Bill Hemmer on all of that. That is sort of the oddity of this race here. What's lost to the sauce is why Georgia's competitive at all, once a reliably red state, although it's gotten decidedly less so over the years. And for the first time, Democrats could take the peach state since, as Bill pointed out, Bill Clinton in 1992. Too early to say, and again, with a little more than 1,100 votes separating the two, the recount is sort of at a gimme at this point. In some of these other battleground states, the math remains very prohibitive for Donald Trump. He would simply have to run the table in these remaining states, in Nevada, and Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina, have to win all of them to have any chance at this. If you are Joe Biden, you much prefer your position. One will do it. We'll have more after this.
This is Andy, my Schwab Finance.
Understand it's a Democratic county. It will likely break Democratic based on what we've seen and the trends that we've seen. And it may break at a bigger margin than this, but I think the reality right now in the state is it's going to a recount at some point. We heard the election officials talking about it earlier in the day, and I think the one wild card that we don't have a full picture on yet is provisional ballots and the military ballots outstanding as well. There's about 18,000 of those, I believe, if I have my numbers right off the top of my head.
Right. We heard from an official in Georgia earlier who said that there are 8,410 votes that could have been postmarked and returned today.
That they were waiting for to add on.
Yes, but that's not saying that that's like the upper limit. It could be anywhere up to 8,410 votes that could have been postmarked.
On top of the 18,000 that they've already brought in. And so that's obviously military ballots, overseas ballots as well. And they made clear that of the 8,000, of that pool of 8,000 left, it won't be 8,000, it won't be 0, it'll end up being somewhere in the middle. So to give you a sense of the universe that we're working with right now and how little vote is outstanding, provisional ballots, military ballots don't often have the ability in and of themselves to shift a race, and these could. So we'll see where that goes and how that ends up. I do think, though, the biggest thing that we're looking for right now is Gwinnett County, when it comes in, and how that goes, if it goes to Biden at this margin right here, or if it goes bigger. Yeah. And if it goes bigger because it's vote by mail, and vote by mail over the course of several states over the course of the last couple of days has gone fairly heavily to Joe Biden. So we'll see if Joe Biden can pad his lead before they factor in military and overseas and provisionals as well.
So many states to watch. Phil, thanks very much. Aaron, it is fascinating. I'm very curious to see if, depending on if and when Pennsylvania is called, whether or not Joe Biden will speak if the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania hasn't been called for him.
Yeah, that is the crucial thing, right? Because he said he was going to speak, so now it's very hard to not do it. And then it's what sort of speech should you give? Big questions for him. All right, Anderson, thank you. So now let's go to the mayor of Atlanta, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. What do you think, Mayor, about where we are in Georgia? Obviously, it is an incredibly narrow margin right now for Joe Biden, 1,585 votes. Officials in your state were laying out, look, there's more than 8,000 overseas military ballots left to be counted. There are still votes left to be counted. But when all is said and done, do you believe Georgia truly will be a Biden state?
I absolutely believe it. This is our year. I've known for a while that Georgia was trending blue, and every opportunity I've had, I've said it to Joe Biden. I even said it during my conversation with him during the Bedford VP, that I believe that this was our year, and now the world sees it. So I know it's going to be a thin margin, but we're used to close elections. My race for mayor was 832 vote difference out of almost 100,000 votes. I've been saying that to people all week, that we needed to show up because it was going to be close, and this is what we're seeing.
So I want to ask you about a recount. When you look at the rules as I understand them, there is no automatic recount in the state of Georgia. A candidate can request one, though, after certification if the margin is 0.5% or less. Now, obviously, currently it is. But we've got more votes to come in. How confident are you that a recount can be avoided? And to be clear, the Trump campaign has already said that they want a recount, right? They're going to push one. Do you think it can be avoided or not?
And also my understanding that Senator Kelly Loeffler is going to help fund that recount in Georgia, which is interesting given where she is in the runoff. But I'm confident that a recount will show that Joe Biden has taken Georgia. And also, if it gives people the confidence that they need in the integrity of this election, I think that we should have a recount. But it's going to be a close one, but we are blue.
So Senator Kamala Harris obviously already has made history as the first Black and Asian woman to, be on the vice presidential ticket, to be on the receive the nomination. If these numbers hold, if they do nationally, she will be the next vice president. If they hold in Georgia, she could very well be. It's a crucial part of the puzzle here. Can you take a moment to reflect on that and what that means to you?
This is an historical election, and to have Senator Harris join the ticket and for us to be a part of changing the history of this country, I think really speaks to the legacy of John Lewis and Joseph Lowery and Dr. C.T. Vivian, all three great giants who we lost this year in our state. It's a great year, and this really is the most important election of my lifetime and so many others, and to have Kamala Harris be a part of this historic moment makes it even more special.
All right, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Of course, as we have more counting and the situation unfolds in the state of Georgia, she mentioned Senator Loeffler in Georgia, and we have had so much attention, of course, rightfully so, on the White House. But I don't want to lose sight of these crucial Senate races. Senator Loeffler involved in one of them.
Accused the president of engaging in a massive conspiracy to collude with Russia to interfere in that election. I'm thinking things are a little fishy too. It's just a feeling. The president's team has to go out and they have to present specific evidence, whether that's testimony, whether that's from a whistleblower, video evidence, to prove in court that enough votes were changed to affect the outcome of the race. But at this point, I can see the Democrats thinking they hit pay dirt with mail-ins. I feel like they're just going to try to expand the mail-in situation going forward in the next election. So we have to get our hands around what the rules are for these things, the deadline, the timing, because you can't continue to find out who wins the White House 4 days after the vote comes in. That's not good. No one wants that, and it just invites distrust and suspicion, and we can't have that in this country.
Florida has a great model. They had a terrible situation in 2000, but then they fixed it, and we called that night, and they had a lot of mail-in ballots. They had a lot of mail-in.
They did it right.
Yeah. Okay, ahead, Joe Biden, he's set to speak tonight. We'll have all those details, plus the latest on where the key races stand.
And some Republicans are starting to say enough is enough. That coverage is ahead as our special election coverage continues. I'm sorry, none of us have done much sleeping, but I promise we'll get through this. We're taking a short break. We'll be right back on the other side.
Mortality rate had been
country and thinks that's in the best interest of the American people. Just in quick response, so I would say, look, the Secret Service today sealed the airspace over Biden's house. They have increased, as you just heard from Peter Ducey, their presence around Biden. Their job is to protect the president and the next president. And I think, judged on their actions today, you can see that what they think about the state of this race.
Final thoughts, Dagan?
All Joe Biden has to do is sit back, just lay down on his chaise and try to figure out how to lay claim to the vaccines that are going to come.
The economy.
Right. The vaccines, we're going to have 3 maybe that are approved in January. Again, Operation Warp Speed. Who laid that plan in place? President Trump. And then the economy, we're back below 7% on unemployment. Yeah. It took 7 months. Mm-hmm. It took 4.5 years after the 2009 recession ended for it to fall below that mark under Obama and Biden. All he has to do is nothing. Don't raise taxes. The economy is improving. Let people get back to work, and you can just have somebody feed you grapes. Greg?
I'd love to do that.
Luckiest politician in America, Joe Biden. Coming up, Nancy Pelosi makes excuses for losing seats in the House, while some people in her party want her out as Speaker. Plus, Democratic Congresswoman scolds embracing of socialism.
saying out loud what even some Trump folks will acknowledge, not quite out loud or on TV yet, that the allegation of widespread voter fraud is false. There isn't widespread voter fraud. Now, if you put a microscope on every ballot that was cast in the whole country, could you find places where signatures weren't signed? Of course you can. But Donald Trump is farther and farther behind, tens of thousands of votes behind in all of the key states. There isn't a legal strategy that changes the result, is there?
There really isn't. And look, if Democrats were going to steal this election, they would have stolen a couple of Senate seats along with the White House. So people should use their common sense, and they should reject these fake, scary stories about voter fraud that aren't backed up by evidence, and none of them are backed up by evidence. The legal strategies are political narratives. This is, I think, President Trump trying to talk to his base, trying to hold on to something, whether it's a sense of relevance or a following after he leaves the White House, or maybe a last gasp effort to convince people he should stay in power. It is a failed effort. That is clear at this point. Republicans don't have to be afraid of the president's tweets anymore, and I hope will join the courageous senator from Pennsylvania.
Well, there aren't enough, and we wouldn't throw a parade for any of them because it's taken way too long for them to push back on this president. As I watched him speak in the briefing room last night, I thought that they are the reason we got to this point. But let me just read a list of some of the folks who did push back, Joyce, to your point. Mitt Romney said the president is wrong to say the election was rigged, corrupt, and stolen. Former Senator Jeff Flake said no Republican should be okay with the president's statements, unacceptable. Larry Hogan, governor of Maryland, said there is no defense for the president's comments tonight, undermining our democratic process. America is counting the votes, and we must respect the results as we always have before. Chris Christie, a very close Trump ally, he was his debate coach till he was hospitalized with COVID that he got at the White House, said this, quote, I talk tonight now not as a former governor, but as a former U.S. attorney. There's just no basis to make that argument tonight. And Sean Spicer of that dancing show fame, quote, I haven't seen any evidence of it. And again, I don't think it helps his case. If he sees an instance in Pennsylvania or Nevada and this particular thing happened, then call it out. But saying voter fraud, you can't just throw a term out like that without being specific. Joyce, people call Donald Trump incoherent and crazy at their own peril. Donald Trump knows exactly what he's doing. He wants to spend the next 4 years, or 8 should Joe Biden serve 2 terms, describing him as an illegitimate president, just as he sought to delegitimize former President Obama's presidency. It seems that this is a good start, but until every elected Republican and everyone is calling him out and pushing back, this will undoubtedly seep into the minds of Trump supporters.
That's exactly right. And look, I'm not going to be a member of the fan club of any of these senators. They had the opportunity to do the right thing during the Senate impeachment trial. They refused to even hear the evidence against this president. The country might have been spared the long pandemic nightmare had we had different leadership in place. But that's all in the past. And at this point, I think we're entitled to expect a bare minimum of service from these senators. And that bare minimum is speaking up to ensure that the American tradition of a peaceful transfer of power is honored as this presidency comes to a close. That's a bare minimum. That's the least that these people could deliver for folks in this country.
Claire McCaskill, I just want to give you a really quick last word because next to each other for much of impeachment, where we really, in hindsight, maybe foolishly held out hope that someone
bad for the virus is positive, and the true cost may be even higher, as many who survived their fight with COVID say their lives will never be the same.
It's too soon to tell what the new normal is going to be.
64-year-old Barbara Gould spent 91 days in a Colorado hospital.
My liver sustained some damage. My endurance is greatly weakened.
The lasting impact of the virus amid an unprecedented national spike.
Miguel Almaguer for us this afternoon. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is claiming victory for Joe Biden and doubling down on coronavirus relief and much more. The Speaker said President Trump is working against the well-being of Americans as the administration and Congress work for COVID relief and keeping the government open.
Our responsibility to keep government open
to have an omnibus bill, and we intend to do that, not a CR. And we want to be able to do so in a way that gives confidence that we will have government open and continue to be.
Under a Biden-Harris presidency in the next Congress, the Speaker said that Democrats would likely want to push a jobs bill as well as an infrastructure package. And speaking of jobs, employment growth was better than expected in October, even as the country is still grappling with the pandemic. The Labor Department reports that non-farm payrolls increased by 638,000 and the unemployment rate dropped to 6.9%. These numbers are much better than analysts had expected. The job growth since May now sits at around 12 million. That still leaves about 10 million jobs lost in March and April that remain unfilled. Gymnasts from the United States, Russia, China, and Japan are getting a taste of what athletes might face when Tokyo hosts the postponed Olympic Games next year. The meeting itself, involving 30 gymnasts, is largely meaningless. What's important is for Japanese government and Olympic officials to show that foreign athletes can enter Japan safely and not spread COVID-19. This is another step in attempting to illustrate that Tokyo will be able to hold next year's Games, even without a vaccine in the midst of a pandemic. This week's weather is certainly worthy and deserving of a gold medal. Tyler has another check of the forecast when we come back.
9,000 to review, according to Brian Todd's reporting. They are set aside by a court order. They can't start counting them until 6:30 tonight. We're told this could take a few days. Is this normal, Fernita?
This is all normal. I know that we are in the middle of an election. I know things are very polarized, it's contentious, but I can't emphasize enough that the process is unfolding. Even if we get to the point where there are recounts, that is still normal, right? State law will provide for a recount. So the idea that they can't start counting until later this evening, and then that count might take more time, that's still a part of the process and it's still normal. There's nothing abnormal about this.
So Ben, let me ask you about the provisional vote situation, right? Because, as we had this range that we sort of counted, there could be up to 69,000 of them. The Republican Speaker of the House in Pennsylvania says up to 100, so there's a large number of them. Certainly vis-a-vis the margin that we have by any situation, there's a large number of provisional ballots. Provisional ballots can come from a lot of different scenarios, including you get a mail-in ballot, but you go cast in person, you don't have ID when you aren't able to surrender the mail ballot. When you do that, you have to cast a provisional. That's just one of many situations under which you would file one. But you just heard the Attorney General of Pennsylvania tell me that he believes that those provisional ballots will track what we see in the vote that we have in the state thus far. Therefore, it would not alter the result. They are going to wait to count every single one of them before they certify, but that could take quite some time. From all of your experience, do you believe that will be the case, that those provisionals will split in much the same way as the popular vote in your state, in the state of Pennsylvania, already has?
That is generally what happens, but it's also true that usually provisional ballots are cast by new voters to the system. So there are some lack of familiarity problems with the votes. Now, so the answer to the question is going to depend on the demographic changes in Allegheny County, I think, and who the new voters are. But it is generally true that those provisionals will track the overall results of the county.
You're looking, though, Fernita, just to emphasize the point here, at a number of provisionals which greatly exceeds the current margin of victory in the state. That margin's changing, and it's going to continue changing because ballots are coming in. But what I'm getting at, obviously, is this a process that ends up taking longer because of those provisional ballots?
Oh, absolutely, it could. With provisional ballots, voters get a chance, opportunity to come in with whatever documentation they need in order for their vote to count. And so that could extend the process, and it also could extend the time in which it takes to get a firm understanding of who's won the state of Pennsylvania. So yes, it could draw it out, but there are still deadlines here. So Pennsylvania has a certification deadline, and so we'll know. Even if we don't know today, we will know. But yes, the amount of provisional ballots, and also in light of the margin between the candidates, it could extend this process out.
It could extend it out. Ben, we have a process extending out. You have the Trump campaign eyeing recounts in Wisconsin, eyeing a recount in Georgia, which the state officials have seemed to indicate that they think is very likely. And yet you have an electoral college that is scheduled to meet for its vote by law on December 14th. Can all these recounts, can all of this be adjudicated by then?
Well, they certainly can be if the states follow the processes well. But it's a challenge because remember that recount laws in individual states really are run mostly for local races, for legislative races. Occasionally you get a statewide. I mean, what we found in Florida in 2000 is that the Florida election laws have never been stress tested for a high scrutiny statewide presidential recount. And so states do face particular challenges.
Yeah.
That'll really be true in Georgia, that'll be dealing with the 2 runoff elections at the same time.
Yeah. All eyes will be on Georgia, as they are now, but Pennsylvania as well, and of course Nevada and Arizona. Ben and Fernita, thank you both very much. And just ahead, a new big batch of military votes added to the mix in Georgia. So we're going to tell
Like the Republicans, they went through it and they reckoned with it. They dealt with the fact that they needed to have more diverse candidates. That's what they did in terms of their recruitment, and that's why they have a much more diverse class this time around.
Moving on. We'll have more on the 2020 race.
Don't you come back, no. And then also with us still, the Rev, Claire, and Jason. Director Brennan, first, your reaction to what would appear to be Joe Biden's inevitable victory here.
Well, I think Joe Biden has demonstrated that he is ready to be president because he has been very presidential in terms of his poise, in terms of his patriotism and professionalism, as we still await the official results of the election. So I am very confident that Joe Biden is going to be inaugurated in January, but I am concerned about what may happen in the next 10 weeks as Donald Trump refuses to recognize and acknowledge the will of the American people.
Yeah, and you know, that Daily Beast reporting reminded me of the video that Chris Wray and the FBI produced ahead of the election, obviously for domestic audiences, but I thought perhaps for international audience as well, affirming the integrity of U.S. elections. And that was one of the things that made Donald Trump so angry. He's now openly flirting with firing him. Do you think this scenario where we once again say, oh, the institutions will hold, the very ones that Donald Trump has really vandalized and ransacked, do you think it is up to the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security to tell him, you know, hey pal, you're trespassing, it's time to go?
Well, I think they will. They'll try to do that, but I wouldn't be surprised if he decides to sack Christopher Wray, as well as maybe Gina Haspel at CIA, and to install people who are going to try to do his bidding for him. And so that's why I do believe this is a very dangerous time, because as your previous guests have said, you know, Donald Trump is not used to losing at all, and he's going to do everything possible, and he still retains the powers of the presidency until noon on January 20th. And so he can do a lot of damage domestically as well as internationally before he is forced to leave office, because he will no longer have the authority to order anybody around after January 20th.
I wanted to ask you what this looks like. You have more sort of intimate and granular understanding of American allies and adversaries. What do they see when they see that spectacle last night in the briefing room? And I want to read your tweet to anyone who didn't see it. You wrote this after Trump's taking to the White House briefing room, place where wars are announced and ended, and basically refused to accept the result of the election and conjured up a bizarre conspiracy between pollsters, news organizations, and Democrats. You tweeted this: Donald Trump's fascism has never been more stark, his lying never more odious, his disdain for our democracy never more reprehensible. The most disheartening aspect of the election is that so many Americans either have been deceived by him or, more ominously, think like him. If Trump does not concede and does not want to leave the White House, what technically will happen? Can you say a little more about that?
Well, again, I am just very concerned that Donald Trump right now is thinking and talking with his advisors and his inner circle of people to see what he can do to try to derail what I think is the inevitable inauguration of Joe Biden. And so it's up to people like William Barr now, the Attorney General, who has demonstrated that he's willing to be, Donald Trump's personal lawyer, to stand up and to refuse any type of direction that he may get. Presidents have some emergency authorities that they could try to exercise, and I'm hoping that he's not going to resort to some of the things that really could create havoc in the streets. But I think more concerning is Is he going to fuel the anger, the animus of his base and encourage them to take matters into their own hands? And so that is something that I'm hoping and praying is not going to happen. But Donald Trump seems to only be concerned about himself and not about the country. He has no respect for the law, no respect for the office of the presidency. He only wants to do what's going to benefit Donald Trump.
You know what? I thought about people who have served in national security agencies at the highest levels, like yourself, when I watched that speech last night. And what it revealed to me is that he obviously has no relationships with anyone in a national security role, because no American national security official with a voice and a spine and a brain would let an American president go out and say those things. So what do you think the fact that he walked into the White House briefing room and said what he said says about just the state of detachment of the American president, the commander-in-chief, as you said, until someone else is inaugurated, from his own national security apparatus?
Well, as you pointed out, people would need to have a spine to stand up to him. And unfortunately, I think there are too few people in the Republican Party these days who have that spine and intestinal fortitude and have the love of country they need in order to push back against somebody who clearly has these fascist tendencies and is clearly trampling the tenets of our democracy. And so therefore, it's the people in the White House, the Mark Meadows and others, who really need to stop what Mr. Trump is doing. Of course, he can call for recounts. That is a legitimate request. But to continue to claim fraud and wide-scale fraud about these dedicated election officials, this is something that goes way, way beyond the pale. And as Claire McCaskill said, the fact that Republican senators in Congress are not speaking out loudly and continuously against Donald Trump is outrageous.
Claire, your name was invoked. I'll give you a last word here. What do you think the folks who still wake up every day and go to analyst jobs at the CIA or are working in field offices all over the country for the FBI, what do you think they think about the fact that Donald Trump may very well have made things much more dangerous for people who could be caught in something that turns violent, could be targeted by groups that are angry and agitated, who genuinely believe what Donald Trump's saying, that the result is a fraudulent one?
Here's the thing. This is the moment that the international community, as I'm sure Director Brennan would back me up on, is really going to be watching this peaceful transfer of power. And the analysts and and people need to remember that most of the intelligence community is made up of veterans. There's a lot of veterans. He likes to talk about the military and how he's on their side. These analysts, they watched the former acting director of DNI roll up in a black van.
Go to WashingtonPavilion.org for more information. Jasper Cream works.
If you saw
friendship.
If you want that.
proven laser therapy. Never go to a dealership again. Buy your next car on vroom.com.
Will you sell us your car today?
I don't know.
Never go to a dealership again.
Just sold my car on Vroom.
Sell your car on vroom.com.
Don't miss Overstock's Black Friday deals going on now. Conquer the holidays with massive deals on over 1 million items. Plus, shop thousands of limited time doorbusters and get free shipping on everything. Overstock.
Welcome to New York. This is Fox News continuing coverage of Democracy 2020. I'm Brett Baer.
And I'm Martha McCallum. Good evening, everybody.
Breaking tonight on Special Report, what's becoming a historic and titanic battle for the presidency, inching closer perhaps to some kind of announcement as Joe Biden picks up votes in undecided swing states and President Trump deploys legions of lawyers to challenge the numbers in court.
During the last several hours, Joe Biden has taken the lead in Georgia.
and in Pennsylvania. He maintains an advantage over the president in Arizona and Nevada. As you can see at the side of your screen right now, the Trump campaign is making arguments in Nevada late this afternoon alleging voter irregularity.
Biden is expected to address the nation tonight. We will break it all down for you in the next 2 hours with reporters in the key locations and analysts here to offer perspective.
We begin tonight with Chief White House correspondent John Roberts and the latest from the Trump campaign. Good evening, John.
Brad, Martha, good evening to you. They have called what's called a lid here at the White House, so it's not likely that we're going to hear from the president tonight, but the president preempting Joe Biden's speech in a couple of hours, tweeting, quote, Joe Biden should not wrongfully claim the office of the president. I could make that claim also. Legal proceedings are just now beginning. On the legal front, the Republican National Committee has dispatched legal teams to 4 states to investigate alleged voting irregularities and problems with the vote count. And as those numbers, as you mentioned, inch closer toward Joe Biden and a potential declaration, the president is digging in his heels. President Trump is in it for the long haul, according to his campaign. Sources telling Fox News he has no intention of conceding. In a statement, the president saying, this is about the integrity of our entire election process. We will pursue this process through every aspect of the law to guarantee the American people have confidence in our government. President Trump insists that every legal vote should be counted. The argument is over which ballots may be illegal. The president believes any vote that came in after polls closed on Tuesday should be thrown out. In Nevada today, a federal judge taking up a suit filed by Silver State Republicans, alleging what they claim is voter fraud and a lack of access to the vote counting.
I want every ballot. Many elections are, of course, called on election night. And it may seem sometimes like America's just waiting around now. But let me be clear with you tonight before I turn to our experts. This is not a wait. This is work. Elections officials are working all around the nation right now and tonight, as are observers who are represented by both parties in all these different states, to keep counting, to inspect, to recount, yes, when provided by law, and to provide facts and transparency. There is no political or media deadline for that process, which is, of course, as it should be. There are later legal deadlines under state law and the Constitution, but those are a ways out. And the outstanding states are well ahead of those kind of deadlines. So let me keep it very simple. We will keep working, we will keep counting, and we will keep reporting for as long as this takes. This is a time for facts and reason, and no time to lose our cool. Now we turn immediately to...
Well, you guys are talking all the time at the wall, and you're saying, what this march Joe Biden's on, and a lot of people are just sort of like, well, why can't it be projected? It's because of that. It's because of the math and getting to the highest level of competence before any projection is made.
It's about, John King, as major a decision as a news organization can make when we project who will be the next president of the United States.
Right, and it's something of which you need to be. You don't just want to be, you need to be certain. And so you need to get to David's point. We have excellent people. The people you don't see on television are working just as hard as the people you do see on television. We want to know just as much as you want to know. And we know you're frustrated. You see some people out there saying the TV networks are holding on to this. We're not holding on to this. We love you. We want you to stay. We hope you come back after we call this. But that's not why we're doing this. We're doing this because it's critical. This is the presidency of the United States. The world is watching this decision. And again, we're getting, when you call into these states and you tell the people of Pennsylvania, well, how many ballots are left and how many are provisional and when will you have them done? We're getting sometimes conflicting information from them. And that's not because they're getting anything wrong. They're overwhelmed too. We have an incredibly high turnout election. They have things called provisional ballots. Those are ones they have to go double check to work. Does the person have the right address? Were they supposed to vote at that polling place? They also requested a mail-in ballot and they showed up to vote in person. Did they actually mail that ballot in? Are they trying to vote twice? Normally not the case. People just, people are trying to vote this pandemic. And so it's an unprecedented election in the middle of a pandemic. 3 different ways to vote in most states. Early, in person, election day, show up, vote by mail. So it is confusing, and the end result is the most consequential thing we do. We pick a president. Go ahead, David.
No, I was just going to say, when you're talking about provisional ballots, I think is really important. Normally, we don't pay a ton of attention to them, right?
Poll chances in just a few minutes.
More than 500 South Dakotans who've tested positive for COVID-19 have died. Today, the state reported 28 more deaths. The state confirmed 78 South Dakotans with the virus have died since November 1st. Here are the rest of today's numbers. Today, the state confirmed more than 1,400 positive tests. More than 14,000 people have active cases of COVID-19, and 493 people are hospitalized in South Dakota. Beginning next week, 10 South Dakota communities will begin offering free COVID-19 testing. The drive-up testing will be offered in all 10 cities that you see here listed on your screen. Now, before you show up, the state needs you to fill out an online form. We've posted it for you on KELOland.com. We've also included the times, dates, and locations.
Well, as we said, it sure doesn't feel like the first week of November. With tonight's nice weather, downtown Sioux Falls is encouraging people to take advantage and take part in this month's First Friday event. KELOland's Sarah McDonald shows us how one business is getting involved.
Today's weather is perfect for enjoying some time outdoors. And one way to do that is spending time in downtown Sioux Falls for First Friday.
There's always something special about First Fridays that go on year-round, and they're more than just the block parties during the summer. And today it feels like a summer First Friday.
Many businesses will be taking part, including Severance Brewing.
Bingo from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Free to play, and everything is kind of on our end is going to be up to CDC standards as far as everything's spaced out more. We have extra hand sanitizer on table. All the staff are masked. We've got all of our patio seating out. We're just trying to take advantage of this great weather as much as possible.
Penning says it's a way to support local businesses, especially during challenging times.
I know it's getting pretty tough out there with COVID going on and with all cold and flu season, winter's coming up. Just keep supporting as much local as possible. We're all in this together.
We are asking people to come enjoy it in downtown Sioux Falls because there's going to be so many fun things going on. But we do want people to stay physically healthy by wearing a mask, but also mentally healthy by taking some strolls throughout the area and enjoy the beautiful sculpture walk, Arc of Dreams, Falls Park. This will be a great night to do it.
In Sioux Falls, Sarah McDonald, KELOland News.
Wire says downtown Sioux Falls is also kicking off an annual fundraiser called Downtown Gives. You can find more information on that and First Friday under this story on KELOland.com.
The holiday shopping season will look a lot different this year. How businesses are working to adjust during the pandemic. Plus, can you still hit the gym while wearing a mask? What one new study has to say about that coming up.
Not often to get shorts and t-shirts weather for a Friday evening in November, but here are your temperatures heading in the evening. We are in the 70s in the southeastern part of KELOland. Enjoy colder air in your forecast. We'll talk about that next.
The exclusive sponsor of KELOland News at 5.
About 50-50.
Right, so
in
again.
Yuma County.
Right, so again, here's Yuma County. Let me turn this off. I'm going to bring up just the county, right? First, let's look at the statewide vote. So you're looking at a Joe Biden lead of about 39,000, a little more than 39,000. If you go back to late Wednesday night into Thursday, it was twice that, right? So you're seeing a trend toward the president, Joe Biden protecting that lead, but it's now, the president has cut it in half in the last 24, I'd have to do the exact math, but 24 to 30 hours, the president has cut that in half. So now you're saying, okay, slow down, right? You've got a little back and forth going on in Arizona. Let's watch votes. That doesn't help much, right? It doesn't help much, except one reason, it does help a little bit if you think of it this way. You think of it this way. This is a conservative county, Yuma County. Overall, Joe Biden's getting 46, the president getting 52. If you did that, well, you're pretty close to that, right? You're 50-50. So at least it's consistent as you're doing your modeling about can we make a projection. So in this county, 52-46, that's a pretty even split. Joe Biden's probably a little above 46. I'm not doing the percentages in my head, but it's about what you're getting there. So you're taking votes off the board, too. That's also important. How many votes are out there? The more you take off the board, the more comfortable you can be with a statistical analysis. But again, when you come back to statewide, that Joe Biden is still ahead in Arizona. His team thinks he's going to win it, but the president has cut that lead in half from late Wednesday night, early Thursday morning. So, and now he's, pulling, I know he's just, they're pulling about even as these votes come in. You think, let's just wait, let's get some more. And as we do that, let me roll this off the screen for you here. We do know every vote counts. This is your biggest pocket of vote. Maricopa County will give you 60%. And again, it's blue right now, but remember 4 years ago, this is again, if you're on the decision desk and you're saying, should we call this? Well, the president carried this county 4 years ago. It's pretty evenly divided. It's trending toward the Democrats, without a doubt. That's why you go from red in 2016 to blue in 2020, but not by a ton, 51 to 48 if you round up there. So you want to see, number one, votes in Phoenix. We show you the county here, Phoenix, and there's all these suburbs. As you move more west and you get out here, guess what? It's more conservative, it's more rural. Republicans come in. So we get these votes and we figure out, where did they come from? What's the split? Is Joe Biden overperforming or underperforming? And you take your time, because there's, again, we know everybody wants to know. We want to know, but we want to be right. We will be right.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Secretary of State of Arizona, Katie Hobbs, told us that there are still an estimated 250,000 to 270,000 uncounted outstanding ballots in Arizona. That's about 6% statewide. So they're at 94% estimated reporting. So 6% of the vote remains outstanding, which is a significant number in a tight race like this in Arizona.
And we expect, I'm told, a lot of those votes to come in about 9 o'clock. And so again, you get more votes, you look at them, are there trend lines, does something emerge, does it get you close enough to the finish line? But you mentioned that many votes, with a lead that size, you would be in haste. If you try to rush it now, you might get it right. You might get it right. You can run it through models. I'm not criticizing anyone who's done it another way. There are people who've decided, there are others who've decided they can call this, but that lead has been cut in half in the last 30 hours. I think the safe watchword here, we're talking about the presidency of the United States, but even if it was a race for governor, even statewide race, it's important. It's important to the people who live here, and now it's important to the people who live in the entire country.
Hold on one second. This is Allegheny County. Let's listen in.
We are approximately 2/3 of the way done with the military, and we're starting to transition into counting the 29,000 ballots that people received the wrong ones. The first section of that will be the people that returned both the incorrect ballot and the correct ballot. We've married the two together, and we're going to set aside the original.
Why opens a whole new world of possibilities.
Or if the changes are made by a federal court under the Constitution, or even...
You got to open the outer envelope, extract the secrecy envelope, then open the secrecy envelope, extract the ballots, scan them. But as of now, I believe we're going to generate some reports and issue new results between 6:30 and 7, to the point where we are now. That would be include the damaged and the first 2/3 of the military. That's all I have.
And how many damaged ballots in total?
Between 28 and 3,000, I believe.
David, what is the exact review board's role in these 29,000?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
What is the exact role the review board plays in these 29,000 and how they're evaluated?
Return board?
Sorry, return board.
So what we did is we sorted these ballots alphabetically. And like I said, we married the two. If Jane Doe returned 2, we put them both together. That way we could decide which ballot should be counted. And we're going to segregate and not count the wrong ballot and make sure we count our corrected ballot.
How time-consuming is the process compared to what you were doing earlier this week with the processing and what have you?
So these folks, some of these folks were working on alphabetizing and marrying these ballots since 9 o'clock this morning. So we're just now getting to the point where we can decide which is counted and which is not.
How long do you expect this to take?
I'll keep you posted. I don't know. I don't want to guess.
What is the exact way that you all know that somebody voted in person that got sent one of these incorrect ballots?
If somebody would have voted in person, the poll book at the polling location would have been updated as far as that they returned a mail-in ballot, and those voters would have been given a provisional. And provisional ballots have not been counted yet. So that prohibits people from voting twice.
What about the postmarked ones that have come in the last 3 days?
They are currently segregated. We have a count.
All right, we're going to continue to watch that, but we're getting new numbers from Nevada right now. Take a look at this. Biden maintains his lead, 22,657, 49.8% to 48%. That lead has gone up for Biden in Nevada. He's expanded his lead right now. Once again, 22,657, 93% of the estimated vote is in Clark County, Nevada. Let's go out to Clark County, Nevada. That's the biggest county out there.
All right, so there's your statewide total. Joe Biden plus 22,657. Again, just like Maricopa in Arizona, in Clark County it's even bigger. About 72, 73% of the vote is going to come out of here. And Wolf, let me show you just what we just have right now. Again, you're looking for trends, right? Is Joe Biden building or shrinking his lead, especially in Clark County? I'm sorry, Vegas and the suburbs here. Here's what just came in. 5,454 to 29,34. So Joe Biden gets 62%. David Chalian was talking earlier about one of the things you're doing if you're behind the scenes. You're trying to say, is this moving in a direction? Is it close enough to call it? It's a narrow lead, so we want to go. I want to come back up to the statewide just so you can see what I'm trying to say here. But number one, 62% in this batch of votes. It's above, it's almost 10 points above, 8 points above what Joe Biden is doing in the county overall. So it's a good report for Joe Biden in that sense. Then you pop out to the statewide numbers, and he's at 50% if you round up there. And he's getting 62% in this batch of votes. Now, this is just one batch of counted votes. So you watch the next one, and you're consistently seeing this coming from the same area. That helps you advance the ball, if you will. But this is good news for the former vice president because you see, it grows your lead. Anything, if you're winning, you want to add points to the board right there. And we get more votes off the board, which helps you get closer to making a decision. But we also saw earlier today, if you were with us, the voting officials, the election officials in Clark County were saying they're going to take their time here, and they still have some ballots that they're going to count. In some scenarios, they say it could take through the weekend. So they're going to take their time. The question is, do we see a consistent pattern of reports that get you close enough to say, okay, this train has left the station and it has no other destination? That's what you're looking for.
Reporter for the Nevada Independent. Great to have all of you with us. Michelle, let me start with you. Give us on the ground there, and with all of your familiarity of this state and this race, how it looks to you this evening.
Yeah, so we've got upwards of 100,000 ballots that still need to be cast. So Biden has a lead of about 20,000 votes here. It's a bit too close for us to feel comfortable to call it. But what's left to be counted really is a lot of mail ballots. A lot of them are in Clark County, the urban area around Las Vegas. So those have trended all throughout this election cycle to trend towards Democrats. So the path for Trump looks pretty difficult at this point in time.
Okay, Candy, let's go to you and give us an update on the ground, where you are and what you're seeing.
Hi, I'm reporting from Harrisburg tonight, and it's been an election of a lot of change here in Pennsylvania. We started election night with President Trump up about 618,000 votes. As the mail-in ballots started to be counted, that lead diminished until this morning when former Vice President Biden overtook that lead. He stands at about 15,000 votes ahead. The state just started counting about 100,000 provisional ballots, and we still have to wait for military ballots to come in.
Okay, I just want to ask you, you've heard the Republicans talk about transparency and the inability to get in for the count. Where do you think those legal challenges are going in Pennsylvania, and also that the segregated ballots that they are putting aside based on the Supreme Court decision or lack thereof?
Right. President Trump's campaign won that legal challenge yesterday about having his monitors closer to poll workers yesterday. He won that in Commonwealth Court, and Philadelphia made accommodations yesterday for those monitors to be able to get within 6 feet. I'm not sure what's left, on that end. There was talk of an appeal, and the city of Philadelphia did appeal, but the court has not made a decision on that yet. And then the GOP, the state GOP, has asked the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court, to segregate any ballots that come in after Election Day. This pertains to a challenge of the state Supreme Court allowing ballots that arrived by today but were postmarked by Tuesday to still count.
All right, Greg Bluestein, let's bring you into the mix here. Tell us what's going on where you are.
Yeah, just about 4,000 votes separate Joe Biden and President Trump here, the tightest presidential contest in the nation right now. And there's a range of ballots left. There's as many as 8,900 military ballots that could come in today. There's no guarantee they'll all come in, but today's the deadline for them to come in. It could just be a handful of those. It could be all of them. And there's also some absentee ballots, provisional ballots, other overseas ballots. They're still waiting to be tallied. Democrats are very optimistic. They feel like they just got a bounce from suburban Gwinnett County, and they feel like they've got some other Democratic leaning absentee ballots from counties coming in as well. So very tight here. It's going to be very hard for for prognosticators to make the call here.
Yeah, I heard the Secretary of State say it likely is going to a recount, triggered automatically by state law. But when it comes to that Senate race, David Perdue, John Ossoff, where it's just on the line, is it possible in a recount or a challenge of paper ballots? Obviously, we had so many more mail-in ballots this year than ever before. That Perdue somehow gets over that 50%? Is that possible, what you're saying?
We don't see those numbers projecting that way. And I'll say this, the Senator Perdue's campaign has pretty much acknowledged that there's going to be a runoff. They sent out two statements, one yesterday and another one today, saying they're ready for runoff. They're ready to defeat John Ossoff if it comes to that. So they're signaling that they recognize that this thing is headed to overtime as well.
It's such a tight race. Michelle, back to Nevada for just a moment. You know, all these discussions about irregularities and
Elect of the United States.
That is correct.
Michael? Well, I think what Donald Trump is going to have very quickly in the next couple of days is the experience. It's going to be like picking up a telephone and there's no dial tone. He's used to everyone jumping. He's used to everyone being afraid of him. He's used to being able to intimidate members of Congress. He will be absolutely astounded at how unintimidated people are of him. You know, the party is over for him. It's going to be a very big emotional shock for him. He's probably having that already. It is for almost every president who's defeated for re-election. Doesn't happen that often, but for Donald Trump, who by everything that we hear has been living for 4 years nearly in a world of delusion where people are giving him, you know, folders of material that suggests that he's more popular than he really is. He's been living in a dream world, and the dream for him has just turned into a nightmare. Starkly put, I want to thank Michael Beschloss and Heather McGee for moving on a little quicker than planned because we have some news from the big board. Ali Velshi, we said we'd go back to you if we had anything new, and we do. Go ahead, sir.
It's not a lot new, but it's, you know, at this moment when we're looking for little bits of information to come in, particularly Nevada and Arizona, where Joe Biden currently has a lead. We've got 93% of the votes in Nevada. The difference is a lead of about 22,500 by Joe Biden. We're really looking at two counties here. We're looking at the county in which Reno exists and the county, I'm sorry, this is the Clark County where Las Vegas is. Clark County, we just got some numbers in. We're still only at 88% of the total. We got about 6,000 votes in. In fact, 8,700 votes in. Most of them went to Joe Biden. So his lead in Clark County has increased to 77,742. About 2,900 votes went to Donald Trump there. I want to go to neighboring Arizona right now, Tucson, Pima County. We also saw about 9,000 votes come in. We got about 95% of the count in right now. This was actually a bit of a split. About 3,300 votes went to Joe Biden. 3,600 votes go to Donald Trump here. So it narrowed the lead a little bit. Joe Biden's still ahead, though, by a lot in Pima County, 97,866 votes. But bottom line, all right, it hasn't changed the map much. We still do not have decisive numbers out of Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and, of course, Alaska. We're going to be waiting for WOWs.
7. It's news when you want it. Promotional consideration paid for by Schulte Subaru, Avera Orthopedics, South.
Tonight, Joe Biden edges closer to victory as he overtakes President Trump in Pennsylvania and Georgia. With hundreds of thousands of ballots waiting to be counted in 5 key states, the slow drip tonight of crucial votes in the swing states. And the big question, when will we know who will be the next president of the United States? Preparing for a legal battle, President Trump's campaign raises millions to take his fight to the courts. As sources tell CBS News, the next steps in litigation all come down to Pennsylvania. Checking in on the battlegrounds. In Philadelphia, the mayor with strong words for President Trump.
You know, I think what the president needs to do is, frankly, put his big boy pants on. He needs to acknowledge the fact that he lost.
And crowds of Trump supporters in front of a vote counting site in Phoenix. Plus, the vote margin in Georgia so slim, the state could be headed for a recount. For the third day in a row, the U.S. is on track to report more than 100,000 new coronavirus cases, as at least 24 states set new infections records. Like Dr. Anthony Fauci says, the nation has struggled to contain the virus.
Dramatic rescues as families struggle to escape the floods from Hurricane Ada. Tonight, that storm is headed toward Florida. The forecast on where and when it will hit.
This is the CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell. Reporting tonight from CBS News Election Headquarters in Times Square.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us. We are going to begin tonight with the country on edge and the election still undecided. It has been 20 years since America waited this long to know who its next president would be. Then it came down to one state, Florida. Tonight, it comes down to 4, where they are still counting ballots. As we come on the air, Joe Biden now leads in those states, moving him closer to winning the White House. But his lead still isn't decisive enough to get him to the 270 electoral votes he needs. At the same time, President Trump's path to re-election has narrowed, even as his legal team is mounting challenges, and even though he is vowing not to concede. In Philadelphia today, supporters of Joe Biden celebrated outside of the center, where votes are being counted as his lead there grew. While in Phoenix, a very different scene has emerged as crowds who support the president protest the counting as workers keep adding up the votes. Now, it has been a day of fast-moving developments from the campaigns and meticulous counting by poll workers. There's a lot of new reporting to get to, and our team of correspondents is standing by to cover it all. CBS's Major Garrett is going to lead off our coverage tonight from right.
Surpassed the president in that state. That lead slowly growing over the course of the day. His lead now more than about 14,000 votes there. In Georgia overnight, Joe Biden doing the same thing there, catching up and then surpassing the president just after about 4 a.m. Biden now leads by 4,200 votes or so. Georgia's Secretary of State expecting a recall now in that state. The race tightening in Arizona, Biden still in the lead there. And in Nevada tonight, Biden extending his lead, nearly doubling in the past 24 hours. There have been questions all day long. Joe Biden and Senator Kamala Harris preparing to speak to the nation. We had seen activity on the stage outside the Chase Center in Wilmington. So Mary Bruce on that in a moment on what it would take for Biden to appear and how late into the night that this might happen. We have not seen the president in 24 hours after he came out during the evening news last night. And so the nation waits and wonders what's taking so long, especially in Pennsylvania. We're going to carefully guide you through it all again tonight, and we begin with ABC's Mary Bruce with the Biden campaign in Delaware.
Tonight in Wilmington, the stage is set for a victory celebration. Supporters already gathering. Former Vice President Joe Biden out of sight. Since election night, he's urged calm and patience as the votes are counted.
Each ballot must be counted, and that's what we're going to see going through now, and that's how it should be.
Biden has vowed to beat back any legal challenges, tweeting, "We have assembled the largest election protection effort in history." But on a staff call this morning, the message from top campaign officials was, "We did it." The team told to enjoy this moment. Publicly, Biden already signaling the nation's problems cannot wait.
We're reminded again of the severity of this pandemic. Cases are on the run nationwide, and we're nearing 240,000 deaths due to COVID.
His meaning clear. Joe Biden is ready to get to work.
All right, so let's get right to Mary Bruce, who's been working non-stop. Speaking of work, she's live in Wilmington tonight. And Mary, we can see the stage there behind you, the lights set up. The Biden campaign saying earlier, you had reported during our special report coverage that they were planning a primetime speech tonight, though it remains unclear if they'll move forward if the AP and the networks don't project a winner. What are you hearing?
Well, David, the campaign expects him to speak here tonight, but they are likely waiting until this race is called. It is clear that they don't want to get ahead of anything here. Biden has been urging his supporters to be patient, to keep the faith while every vote is counted, David.
Wow, really, Americans on both sides of this remaining patient all week long, and that has been impressive across much of this country. And in the meantime, Mary, you've also learned more tonight about the vice president, what he's been doing, who's been with him as he waits along with the country.
Well, David, we are told that he has spent the day with his family, meeting with aides, and like the rest of us, closely watching these election results. He's also been reaching out to Democrats who won their races and to supporters to thank them for working on this campaign. But, David, it is also clear that Joe Biden tonight is already looking ahead.
All right, Mary Bruce leading us off tonight. Mary, thank you. President Trump out of sight today, but late today in a tweet saying Joe Biden should not, quote, wrongfully claim the office of the president. Here's our chief White House correspondent, Jonathan Karl, tonight.
24 hours after falsely declaring Democrats were trying to steal the election.
They're trying to rig an election, and we can't let that happen.
President Trump tonight is pondering his next move. His party is divided. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy is echoing the president's false claims of voter fraud and declaring himself ready to fight.
President Trump won this election.
But the Senate's top Republican, Mitch McConnell, is refusing to back up the president's unsubstantiated claims, only tweeting, quote, "Every legal vote should be counted. Any illegally submitted ballots must not." Today, McConnell made it clear he did not want to talk about the president.
I've already covered the subject. I told you I sent out a tweet this morning which covers my view of where we are.
Today, even some of the president's most loyal allies said he needs to provide some sort of evidence to back up his allegations. Right now, there is none. In fact, local officials in both parties are for the most part saying the election went off without a hitch.
He's got to eventually make the case specifically that something bad happened and let the American people determine how credible that is.
Donald Trump has never been one to admit defeat.
You know, winning is easy. Losing is never easy. Not for me, it's not.
Today, he released a statement vowing to, quote, pursue this process through every aspect of the law to guarantee that the American people have confidence in our government. But the statement made no mention of stolen votes or rigged elections. And tonight, one of his closest advisors told ABC News the statement was, quote, a step toward concession or at least reconciliation.
All right, so let's bring in John Karl back with us again tonight. And John, the president appearing not to give up in this legal battle. And I know today he put longtime Republican operative David Bossie in charge of that effort. Do they have any legal grounds to contest the results in any of these states?
David, the simple truth is that the president's team has not so far presented any credible or serious legal basis for contesting this election.
So take us inside the White House, John. You've got many sources. Has anyone talked to the president about these steep odds ahead? Or any discussion of a possible concession or how that would be handled if that in the end is what has to happen?
Nobody is discussing a concession speech with the president yet, but people very close to the president have told me that ultimately he would give a concession speech if the legal challenges and the voting end with a Biden victory, that he will offer a concession. But David, I'm also told this will be a Trump-style concession. It would be filled with complaints about how he's been treated as president, about this process of this election, essentially conceding not so much that he lost, but that in his view, the election was stolen from him.
All right, John Karl with us really every step of the way, too.
With the president. Now they are focused on challenging the outcome in Pennsylvania. But if Biden wins by a large enough margin in that state, even the Supreme Court won't be able to help. Nora.
Paula Reed at the White House, thank you. Joining us now is 60 Minutes correspondent and CBS News political analyst John Dickerson. So, John, if Joe Biden wins, how does he unify the country?
Well, if he wins, unity is going to be very difficult because President Trump will say he won by cheating, and that means his supporters will be inflamed, and Joe Biden's supporters are then not going to want to extend graciousness to those people. But what we've seen from Joe Biden already, just since the election day, is this attempt to show unity that Ed was talking about. He wants to be president of all the people, he says, not just his political base. Okay, but what does that mean in practice? It's really hard in practice. You have to show empathy. What is that? It's not just being a nice guy. You need to hear what your opposition is saying, what the people outside of your base are saying. And then the sticky part is you have to implement that in what you do. What happens when you do that is your own supporters say, wait a minute, why are you wasting your time dealing with all of their concerns? Pay attention to our concerns.
Well, he may be forced to do that if there's a Republican Senate.
That's right.
So everybody wants to know, when are we going to know? This is taking perhaps a little longer than many expected, but at the same time, does it suggest that the system is working?
Yeah, people are jumpy, but as you know from talking to officials, election officials as I have, they've always said, if it takes a long time, that's good. It means we're being methodical, we're checking the facts. It's like in carpentry. You measure twice and you cut once. And we've seen this pay off when officials have been able to bat back crazy claims with facts. The reason they have facts is they were methodical not just in the count, but in beforehand. If you're going to build a platform for a democracy, it has to be stable. And that's what all this slow patient counting is doing, building the foundation for the democracy.
They say that same thing in interior design, measure twice, cut once, especially when it's expensive fabric. Thank you, John. All right, tonight, the math and the momentum in Pennsylvania appeared to be with Joe Biden. Votes from heavily Democratic areas like Philadelphia are giving him a widening lead, and the Keystone State's 20 electoral votes are in his sight. CBS's Drika Duncan is in Philadelphia tonight, and good evening, Drika. All eyes on where you are.
That's right, Nora. It is an important state, and these candidates knew that. When you just look at how many times they visited the Keystone State leading up to this very important election. But what continues to happen as we continue to talk about this is the counting. The way that it works is almost like an assembly line of sorts when you think about it. They have to sort the ballots, then they open them up, and then they go through a scanning system of sorts to go through all of those ballots, and many of them still here remaining in Philadelphia. But again, right now, former Vice President Joe Biden is leading President Trump by his biggest margin yet. Now, outside the convention center where those votes are being counted in Philadelphia, it was another day of music and chants from a crowd calling for every vote to be counted. Those sounds drowned out, really, the voices of Trump supporters who told me personally there's no way, they said, Trump could have lost that lead. At a news conference today, the mayor of Philadelphia, Jim Kenney, was asked what he thinks President Trump should do next.
You know, I think what the president needs to do is, frankly, put his big boy pants on. He needs to acknowledge the fact that he lost, and he needs to congratulate the winner.
Election officials here in Philadelphia say they're now preparing for about 40,000 more ballots. Those coming in 3 categories: reviews, provisional, and military ballots. Nora?
All right, we are waiting and watching. Jerika Duncan, thank you. Next, we head to Arizona. Biden's ahead as he tries to become the first Democratic presidential candidate to win the state in 24 years. Trump supporters have been staging rallies outside centers where votes are being tallied, and there have been some tense moments. CBS's Jamie SIOUX is in Phoenix tonight. Good evening, Jamie.
Good evening, Nora. You can see inside they are still counting thousands of ballots here in Maricopa County, and that will go into the weekend. While outside, there's still a crowd determined to wait it out for final results.
Today, the crowd got bigger, the chanting louder. More of President Trump's ardent supporters, many armed with guns, turned up for rallies outside the building where tens of thousands of ballots are still being counted. These 2 women drove here from California.
If we don't protect the vote and we don't have legal votes and those votes don't count, we're nothing.
During the last 3 days of demonstrations, we've seen this with President Trump supporters. People praying. They tell me what they're praying for is an accurate count of ballots inside the Maricopa County Elections Office.
Those backing the president also calling on their faith outside the Clark County Election Office in Nevada. Tens of thousands of ballots from the Las Vegas metro area are still being counted. Today, the county registrar responded to GOP claims of invalid voting by people who don't currently live in the state.
This is a military town. We also have several students that travel outside of the state to go to school. Those folks are eligible to vote.
They started counting early ballots here in Arizona 2 weeks before Election Day. It may seem like it's taking a long time, but officials say they are on track to complete their quickest count with the most votes they've ever seen. Nora?
All right, Jamie SIOUX, thank you so much. This morning, much of the nation woke up to the news that Joe Biden is now leading in Georgia. The race there is still extremely close, and the outcome could hinge on provisional and military ballots that still haven't been counted. We get more now from CBS's Mark Strassman.
In Gwinnett County, an Atlanta suburb leaning Democrat, election officials counted their last 7,000 absentee ballots, a possibly critical moment in a razor-close race.
With a margin that small, there will be a recount in Georgia.
In 36 hours here, President Trump lost a lead of more than 100,000 votes. Latasha Brown is a Biden supporter. She co-founded the group Black Voters Matter. Do you feel good?
I feel really confident that what we're going to see is we're going to have a new president and vice president of the United States.
But in North Georgia, Trump supporter Keith Falk is suspicious about the president's lead that evaporated.
It almost seemed like they were waiting to see how many votes Trump had, and then they would count the rest to make sure Biden had just enough to pull it out.
Today, the president tweeted, "Where are the missing military ballots in Georgia?" They're actually in this state, about to be counted, up to 8,400 of them. They could be the president's best last hope here.
I want to underscore a point that Ed O'Keefe made earlier tonight about Georgia's ballot, which includes 2 U.S. Senate seats now held by Republicans.
This state is about to become the hub of the political universe because both those seats seem headed for the Super Bowl of runoffs in January. Potentially at stake, Nora, control of the U.S. Senate itself.
You're going to be opening up a new bureau there for us, Mark Strassman. Thank you. Now to the coronavirus pandemic. The U.S. has now recorded more than 100,000 new COVID cases for the third straight day. Thursday saw a record 121,000 cases. Well, today, Dr. Anthony Fauci, the nation's top infectious disease expert, was asked why the U.S. has struggled to contain the virus. And Dr. Fauci said that the country did not have a uniform response to the pandemic. And when we tried to reopen, some states didn't do it in a way that was consistent with health officials' guidelines. All right, there's still much more news ahead on tonight's CBS Evening News. Dramatic rescues and
it's a continuation of the pattern, which is important as you're looking at this, statistically at what you can do. So that's over here. First Philadelphia, then to the north in Northampton. Now let's go over here. We're going to come over here to Washington County. All right, you're going to look at Washington County, and again, mail-in ballots. Your first look at that, the president's getting 71%. You would think if Donald Trump's going to mount a comeback, it's going to be as they count votes in places like this. But, yet again, mail-in ballots being cast disproportionately by Democrats. So you come in here and you look at this. This is Washington County. 334 to 203. Not as big as an edge for Joe Biden, but he's getting 61% in this batch of votes as they count him. 61% in a county where he's running below 40%. And again, I don't mean to be a broken record, but it reinforces the pattern, which is what you're trying to do if you figure out, is this inevitable? Or do we have an inevitable build as we get these new votes?
We're only getting down to the mid-50s tomorrow morning. By the afternoon tomorrow, the 70s come back once more. Won't be quite as warm as today, but we will still take that even though we'll just be a few degrees cooler. A little cooler, by the way, in the northern portions of South Dakota. Now for Sunday morning, look at this, mid to upper 50s and low 60s. Incredibly warm, and that's going to be it by Sunday night. Futurecast will show tonight generally partly cloudy skies, and then we go into Saturday with a few extra clouds building in, but overall we'll still warm up. It'll still be a beautiful day.
Your preteen benefits from staying up to date with their well visit.
Mondays at 6:30 p.m. Central, only.
Needles there can be on a night like this for a campaign. I want to go right to you though, Paula, on the Bidens, and specifically, of course, Joe Biden as the candidate in the lead. How do you think, from your knowledge of him, he's approaching this, and something even as straightforward but as high stakes as, when does he speak again? What does tonight look like if there's no call? What does this weekend look like against an unusual incumbent president who's behind?
Right, I think a lot of people have that question. When is Joe Biden speaking? Why isn't he doing it sooner? Why not now? We need this. Those are all valid questions, but I think the reason why people voted for Joe Biden is precisely because of this moment. Because in moments of chaos and uncertainty, he offers calmness, right? In moments of division, he offers unity. And I think the most important thing that people are looking forward are those promises that he made. And what I do know, and again, I mean, I am now out of that world, right? I carry different hats, but I can say with certainty that Joe Biden is a man that keeps his promise, right? He's a man that keeps his word. And so the promises that he made to many black and brown folks of creating a pathway to citizenship
is continuing. Let's bring in our panel. Charles Lane, opinion writer for The Washington Post. Kimberly Strassel, a member of the editorial board at The Wall Street Journal. And Tom Bevan, Real Clear Politics co-founder and president. Kimberly, where do you see things now? Obviously, the Trump campaign is launching a number of different legal battles. We have a few states going to recounts, but the count is continuing in a number of states, as you see on the right side of the screen.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say we're nearing the end of the first part, and it's an important part. And you could well see those states come out with Biden ahead. You could well see some networks and newspapers even call for him. But in our system, the next part of this is that you have a canvassing process in which you all check out to make sure there were not clerical errors, to make sure all your tabulations are correct. You have legal challenges, and then you have a recount mechanism. And I think it's pretty clear at this point the Trump campaign is going to launch a lot of recount efforts. There are enough out there states that allow that to deny Joe Biden a certification until that process is done. And so buckle up, folks, because this takes a while. Like most states have at least 3 weeks to get through canvassing and then the recount. So we could be doing this for the next month.
Thanks for that, Kimberly.
Tom Bevan, given what Kimberly has just said, and you look at all the numbers and all the data as it comes in, where do you think we are tonight?
Well, I generally agree with Kimberly. Look, all of this is sort of precipitated by the Trump campaign. Pennsylvania. It looks like Nevada's maybe beyond or getting beyond where a recount is. But in Arizona, I think the Trump campaign has to get that number. They have to move ahead in that count, and it's going slow. So if they're not able to do that, look, I think they're fighting an uphill battle as it is. But Kimberly's right. There's more to go to this process.
All right. Charles, where do you think we are?
I think where we are is at the point where a normal, rational candidate, looking at these numbers, would be thinking about the good of the country and
Going to be busy. I'm releasing him because you're going to see him at I think, the top of the next hour. Cornell Belcher's with me, Paulo Ramos. I want to return to you, Paulo, because we cut away, as we promised viewers will do anytime there's new numbers. But you were letting us inside the mindset of the Bidens who used to work for. I do want to read a statement that was punchy from the campaign here, as there has been all this talk about what Donald Trump thinks and will he even concede, which is not legally relevant. The campaign says, we've said this before, in July, the American people will, quote, decide this election, and the U.S. government is perfectly capable of escorting trespassers out of the White House. Paula?
I mean, yes, people think Biden may be playing nice right now, but at the end of the day, he is playing the game as well, right? And that's something that he's been saying constantly. The people will decide. There's so much that Trump can do. At the end of the day, the system will work in his favor. And as we see these numbers, knowing that he may win in a matter of hours, I think that he knows that he's walking into an extremely divided country, right? That is the challenge that he's up against. He's up against uniting an extremely divided country and delivering on big promises to progressives and black and brown folks. And not a lot of people can do that. And I think that the reason why many people saw Joe Biden as the winner potentially is because he can do that.
Yeah. Paulo Ramos, Cornell Belcher with us here for the hour. I want to thank both of you. I want to give viewers a little bit of an update here. I want to thank both of you. I want to give viewers a little bit of the update. When we came on the air tonight, we told you there are 6 states undecided. No calls at this hour. Those 6 states remain undecided. What's changed is a building lead for Joe Biden in Pennsylvania. We just walked through that with Steve Kornacki. Questions about those remaining and provisional ballots, but a lead that has now grown to its highest of the week. 16.7 thousand vote margin for Joe Biden in that crucial state of PA. Must win for Trump, key for Biden, but he has other paths. That's the update. I am signing off. R.M. Elber with the beat here. I want to thank you, as always, for joining us on this special time in America in this elections coverage. I would encourage you not to go anywhere, though, because Joy Reid continues our special election coverage next.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of Democracy 2020 on The Story. I'm Martha McCalla.
And I'm Brett Baer. We are awaiting details on an expected address to the nation from Joe Biden and Senator Kamala Harris. We haven't gotten word on the contents of that potential address, but it's in that parking lot we keep talking about. According to sources, the campaign
over the top. In Georgia, the tight race likely headed to a recount. The president's narrowing path to 270. What would it take for him to win? And will we hear from Biden tonight? The president defiant, no plans to concede, insiders say. His false claims about voter fraud and the new legal challenges, asking the Supreme Court to intervene in Pennsylvania. And the growing number of Republicans breaking away, calling the president's claims dangerous. Counting the mail-in vote, why it's taking so long, and why some states couldn't even start counting certain ballots until today. Another stunning coronavirus record, more than 120,000 cases in the U.S. for the 2nd day in a row. The new CDC report, how much masks and stay-at-home orders have reduced the spread, and the new warning ahead of the holidays. And Al Roker revealing his prostate cancer diagnosis, how doctors discovered it without symptoms, Al's message to viewers tonight, and his fight ahead.
This is NBC Nightly News, Decision 2020.
here is Lester Holt. Good evening, everyone. The Joe Biden campaign is literally setting the stage for victory tonight after the former vice president overtook Donald Trump's lead in Pennsylvania today. And, of course, the biggest prize still left on the board with its 20 electoral votes. Biden leading the president in 3 other key states right now as workers in Delaware erect a platform where he could address supporters pending a call in the presidential contest. But the Trump campaign not ready to throw in the towel as it looks for a potential path to victory through the courts. We have it all covered. Let's begin with our political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. And Chuck, those Pennsylvania numbers are still very tight.
They're very tight, and I'll tell you, Pennsylvania's might be a while. I'm not going to sit here and make any predictions about when we're going to feel comfortable about being able to characterize this race. And I'll tell you the situation. The vote by mail numbers, as they've come in, they have favored Joe Biden, and his lead has expanded, but it's been expanding slowly. The real issue are provisional ballots. So provisional ballots are, of course, if people in Pennsylvania, you may have requested a mail-in ballot, you may have gotten it, but you said, you know what, I'm going on Election Day. And if you didn't bring your ballot with you to trade it in to vote, well, then you fill out a provisional. Most of the time in elections past, provisional ballots have leaned Democratic. We are finding so far that is not the case. President Trump has certainly done pretty well in these provisional ballots. The bottom line, there's plenty of ballots to count still. It's still Joe Biden's, it still looks like it's leaning towards Joe Biden. We're in that 90% certainty race, but we're not at 99.5. That's the same situation in Nevada. The numbers out of Clark County keep expanding Joe Biden's lead. But again, it's a provisional ballot situation from same-day voters in Nevada that might be breaking towards Trump. We have to figure that out. Doesn't mean he'll catch Joe Biden in any of these vote counts. It just means we're not at 99.5% certainty.
Maybe I'll see you here Saturday.
Maybe you will.
I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
And all day, as you heard, Biden's lead has been building in Pennsylvania. Although the situation there has been complicated and counting ballots could take days, as Chuck just alluded. NBC's Stephanie Goss has more from Philadelphia.
The overwhelming majority of mail-in ballots has been counted, according to state officials, but tens of thousands still remain. In Allegheny County, home to Pittsburgh, poll workers had to wait until 5 p.m. today to start tallying a group of 29,000 ballots. The delay, part of a legal settlement after the county had a printing error in the lead up to the election. Up until now, the mail-in votes have been breaking Biden's way by nearly 80% to President Trump's 20%. But those aren't the only votes outstanding. There are more than 80,000 provisional ballots, and it's less clear which candidate will win the majority of those. Meanwhile, the state sits in limbo. Leaders from both parties are pushing back on any allegations of fraud.
I saw the president's speech last night, and it was very hard to watch. The president's allegations of large-scale fraud and theft of the election are just not substantiated.
Officials in Philadelphia are pleading for patience and calm. Law enforcement in the city has been on high alert with the National Guard on the streets. The police announcing today that 2 men from Virginia were arrested on gun charges after being found in their car with multiple weapons, including a semi-automatic AR-style rifle.
Slowing the counting process down right now is an unusually high number of those provisional ballots. They're tricky to count, and it could take a while, but we just don't know how long, Lester.
All right, Stephanie Goss tonight, thank you. And with Joe Biden holding those slim leads in several undecided battlegrounds, he's preparing to give a primetime speech if he prevails. Kristen Welker is following the Biden campaign in Delaware.
Tonight, with the race still too close to call, Joe Biden is watching the results at home. Campaign aides tell NBC News Biden is considering a primetime speech to the nation if he prevails. Kamala Harris would be by his side. One advisor noting Biden's 2 failed White House runs, saying he's been waiting 32 years for this moment. What's another few hours? Campaign officials confident they'll grow their slim lead in Pennsylvania. And they say it's guaranteed to put Biden over 270 electoral votes. Though President Trump has launched legal challenges, including alleging Republican observers have not been given adequate access to vote counting in Philadelphia. But Philadelphia's Democratic mayor declared the race is over, even though the counting goes on.
I think what the president needs to do is, frankly, put his big boy pants on He needs to acknowledge the fact that he lost, and he needs to congratulate the winner.
Biden's team is also striking a defiant note, with the president signaling he might not concede if the race is called now. A Biden spokesperson saying, quote, "The United States government is perfectly capable of escorting trespassers out of the White House," though Biden himself is expected to talk about healing a fractured nation when he speaks, a theme he hit on throughout his campaign and earlier this week.
There will be no blue states and red states when we win. Just the United States of America.
Meanwhile, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi weighing in, saying despite the undecided race and narrow vote margins in many battlegrounds, she believes Joe Biden would have a mandate if he wins.
So we're very proud to be part of that mandate. Very proud of that.
Now, this is still such a tight race, but Biden is hoping he can reach those 270 electoral votes needed so that he can address the nation from the stage behind me.
All right, Kristen, thanks very much. As you know, the race is not over, and President Trump, as we heard, no plans to concede, according to sources, if Biden is declared the winner, as his campaign pushes unsubstantiated claims of fraud in this election. Hallie Jackson now with late details from the White House.
Publicly, defiance from Team Trump tonight, but privately, a grim acknowledgement of the reality, a race slipping from the president's grasp. The Trump campaign still pushing forward with baseless claims of fraud, despite no evidence it's widespread, looking for legal victories. Now, President Trump tweeting late tonight, Joe Biden should not wrongfully claim the office of the president. Biden's not doing that. And adding, I could make that claim also. He cannot. He doesn't have the electoral votes now. That tweet coming after a more subdued statement in which the president said, this is no longer about any single election. This is about the integrity of our entire election process. It's an election process the president himself is working to undermine with his remarks at the White House last night, insisting incorrectly the race is his.
If you count the legal votes, I easily win.
A speech so filled with false claims, networks had to cut in.
We're this because what the President of the United States is saying, in large part, is absolutely untrue.
The president's perhaps temporary tone change seems aimed at some GOP lawmakers not pleased with how the president's been handling things.
It's his right to do it. It's his right to pursue legal action. But show us the evidence. We heard nothing today about any evidence.
Top Republican Mitch McConnell sidestepping direct questions about those unsubstantiated allegations.
You're going to have contests, you're going to have court decisions. That's how we settle these kinds of disputes in this country.
Trump campaign sources say staffers feel deflated tonight with frustration over what some see as long-shot legal fights, 7 active lawsuits in 2 states, and a disorganized strategy. The president today tuning into TV as results rolled in. Multiple sources close to the White House telling NBC News even if the race is called for Joe Biden, the president has no plans to immediately concede.
He intends to fight.
Keep in mind, there's no legal requirement that the president formally concede if he loses. It is a tradition, and this is a president who has rarely hesitated to break with tradition before. Lester?
Hallie Jackson, thanks very much. Let's talk now about this legal issue, the legal front, if you will. Pennsylvania Republicans are now asking the U.S. Supreme Court to stop the counting of some votes there. We want to bring in NBC's Pete Williams. Pete, what's this challenge all about?
Lester, it involves the mail ballots that came in between Tuesday night and tonight under that extended deadline ordered by a Pennsylvania state court. The Secretary of State earlier ordered the counties to keep those ballots separate because of pending lawsuits over the deadline. Now the Republicans are asking the U.S. Supreme Court to order her to tell them that again, and this time to order that they can't be counted for now either in case the courts decide later that they're invalid. And in 2 state lawsuits in Pennsylvania, Republicans are suing to stop the state from counting any provisional ballots that were cast to let voters fix mistakes in filling out their mail ballots. But even if all these Republican efforts succeed, it would likely not affect enough votes to take away Biden's lead in Pennsylvania. Lester?
All right, Pete, thanks for breaking it down. Also very much in play tonight, the race in Georgia, which could not be any closer. Officials indicating a recount there is likely. NBC's Blaine Alexander is there. Blaine, it may be a while before we know the winner in Georgia.
Well, that's right, Lester. Georgia's Secretary of State said today that we are almost certainly going to a recount here in the state of Georgia. The margin is beyond razor thin. Right now, Joe Biden has a lead of just 0.1%. So there are only about 4,000 votes separating him from President Trump. Now, the fact that Biden is actually leading here in the state of Georgia is a remarkable shift for a state that has gone red in every single presidential election for nearly 30 years. But with some 14,000 provisional ballots still left to be tallied, it's still anyone's race. All told, Lester, we may not know who won the state of Georgia until sometime around Thanksgiving. Lester.
All right, Blaine, thanks very much. In Nevada, Biden has increased his lead, but there are a lot of votes still to be counted. NBC's Jolene Kent is in Las Vegas. Joe, where do things stand right now?
Lester, the Clark County Registrar tells us there's no need for speed here. The focus is on accuracy. There are still 63,000 mail-in votes to be counted, along with 60,000 provisional ballots. Regarding those allegations by the Nevada GOP saying thousands cast illegal votes from out of state, the Clark County Registrar responding today, telling us there is a sizable military population here that votes from outside the state, which is legal. As for when we'll get results, the Clark County Registrar says they hope to finish the mail-in ballots by Sunday, but no word yet on when those critical provisional ballots will be done. Lester.
Jolene Kent in Las Vegas, thank you very much. In Arizona, Biden maintains his edge over the president, although the margin has tightened slightly. NBC's Gotti Schwartz is in Phoenix. Gotti, what's the latest from there?
And Lester, the race out here continues to tighten with President Trump gaining on Joe Biden's 39,000 vote lead, but there are still over 200,000 votes left to count. Meanwhile, at this protest in front of Maricopa Election Center, this crowd supporting President Trump has been chanting "count every vote" and also chanting "recount," even though this tally isn't over yet, and many people calling this election a sham, but there's been no proof of voter fraud. And tonight, late word that it looks like Maricopa County won't have the rest of the ballots counted until sometime this weekend. Another county here in Arizona says their ballots won't be ready until next week. Lester?
Gotti Schwartz, thank you very much. As the election drama plays out, the U.S. is hitting coronavirus records. Over 120,000 new cases for the second day in a row. And with the holidays approaching, officials have a new warning tonight about indoor gatherings. Here's Miguel Almaguer.
As new COVID cases skyrocket well beyond the 100,000 mark for a third straight day, hospitalizations in New Mexico are up 260%. Nurse Kelly Souza has comforted her patients as they slip away in isolation.
He had a huge family and none of them were able to be here.
With nearly every region breaking records for infections and fatalities, the most dire surge in cases may be yet to come.
A new CDC report released today says restrictions like mask mandates and curfews have led to a reduction in transmission, but many refuse to follow the guidelines.
As the holidays approach, officials warn extended families to limit or cancel indoor gatherings, where a simple sneeze can quickly spread the virus at the dinner table, hanging like a cloud for hours. The particles are enough to get someone sick in under 15 minutes of exposure.
People are going to have to make a choice of where they fit in the risk-benefit ratio of having someone come in maybe from out of town who's been through a crowded airport to come into a home.
With Texas poised to hit 1 million infections, the U.S. Air Force is now sending in help.
In a matter of minutes, my life changed.
Juan Jose Martinez lost his mother to COVID in August. Now the 19-year-old is the sole caregiver for his 4 siblings. A reminder, when the virus is gone, the heartbreak remains. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
In just 60 seconds, why is it taking so long for some states to count those mail-in votes? We've got a reality check coming up for you next.
These are real people, not actors.
Verified cases of fraud.
We had a smooth election.
The way Florida did it, I think inspires confidence. I think that's how elections should be run.
The strength of the integrity of this vote is really unparalleled.
We are dedicated to making sure the work is done.
Because elections are conducted by 50 individual states, it's very difficult to engage in widespread fraud. Former Republican Homeland Security Secretary Michael Chertoff.
It is completely unfounded and inappropriate for a president to make unsupported false claims about fraud, which do nothing more than undermine confidence in our country and in our democracy and our Constitution.
Also tonight, the Postal Service says it discovered hundreds of undelivered ballots in the Carolinas and Pennsylvania and delivered them after Election Day, but says there were too few to really affect the results. Lester?
All right, Tom, thank you. Coming up, our own Al Roker reveals a very personal challenge at
to Biden, and that is what is motivating so much of this. How does Joe Biden? But this is the problem. The problem for Biden is that this is 4 years in the making of grievance from the president about the impeachment, about the Russia investigation that's manifesting itself.
Oh, and more than that, just about how nobody thought he was going to win and all that. Let's go to Wilmington, Delaware right now, where Arlette Saenz, who also covers the Biden campaign for us, is. And Arlette, I know that a lot of people in the Biden campaign thought that major news organizations were going to have called some sort of permutation of states so that he would be president-elect right now, and the data crunchers have not made those determinations yet. Is he still planning on speaking this evening?
Well, that is one of the key questions about tonight. His campaign had announced that it was expected that Joe Biden and his running mate Kamala Harris would be delivering some type of primetime remarks this evening, but the question still remains whether or not that is actually going to happen if the race has not been called at this moment. And Biden's campaign is closely watching those results that are coming in tonight, including in Pennsylvania, which is one of those states that they really hope could put them over the top of 270 electoral votes. And aides started the day hopeful that today would be the day that this race was called in Joe Biden's favor. But the reality has sunk in that it may take a bit longer for that to happen. Now, the public activity of the campaign today has been night and day to what we've seen the previous days. There was no election briefing from the campaign's top advisors. There have been no tweets from Joe Biden or his running mate Kamala Harris. In fact, the last time that we heard from Joe Biden was a little over 26 hours ago, where he urged people to remain calm and patient as the vote count continued. But one thing that we are still waiting to hear is if the former vice president will in fact speak tonight, as his campaign had previewed he was expected to do. Now, here at the Chase Center just a little while ago, we actually saw some staffers up on stage doing a bit of a run through. We saw two people walk out and wave their hands as if they were practicing for something, and then they walked behind the podium. So for now, preparations still remain underway here at the Chase Center, a site that has gone unused for several days at this point. Jake?
All right, Arlette Saenz, thank you so much. And Abby, just to keep on the point you're making, I think one of the questions about President Trump kind of processing the fact that he may lose and trying to bring his supporters along with him, all 69 plus million, is, as you note, he has spent the last several months saying that this was going to be a fraud. And since Election Day, he has been lying about the results of the election, first declaring victory. He said, remember, that he won Michigan and Wisconsin. He did not win Michigan and Wisconsin. He continues to, it's not just sowing seeds of doubt in the election, lying, accusing people of stealing the election. So I don't know how one makes that pivot, to use a word, from accusing the Joe Biden and the Democrats and big media and big tech, et cetera, of stealing an election, which of course is not being done. There's no evidence of that anywhere. And then just saying, okay, but I'm going to go home.
Well,
how do you do that?
One doesn't.
Right.
And President Trump has been pretty clear that he doesn't think that he needs to. He recently, in an interview with SIOUX, talked about Hillary Clinton and whether or not he was asked about, Hillary Clinton conceded to you the next morning. Will you do the same? And his response was effectively, I don't think she ever really conceded. I don't think she ever really acknowledged that I was duly elected. She kept talking about the Russia investigation. So in his mind, even though Hillary Clinton did concede to him, in his mind, she didn't really, because she never truly believed that he was a duly elected president. But we should note, the night of the election, 4 years ago, President Obama called Hillary Clinton and urged her to accept what was apparent before her, and she did. The question is for President Trump, who will do that for him, and will he listen?
And a lot of that just is going to be dictated and determined by the votes that we're seeing and how they're counted and when they're counted. And we were talking about this earlier. I mean, we feel everybody's pain right now. We understand everybody is saying, come on, let's get on with it.
Yeah, we've slept less than they have.
Yeah, exactly. But look, we're sitting here and we're talking when we just got the news that for the third day in a row, more than 100,000 people in this country tested positive for COVID. That is part of why we are waiting so long. Pennsylvania decided for the first time to allow more freely people to send in a ballot by mail before COVID. But because of COVID, people are utilizing that. And that is part of what is taking so long. Never mind that people are counting votes in the midst of a pandemic. So all of those things are really important factors that are leaving us where we are right now.
Excellent.
First, that's what's right. U.S. making life's journey just better.
Murphy's Pizza. Step, liver, and nervous system.
Following tonight's show. And in 9A, two-time defending champion Canastota Freeman visits top-ranked Howard in a rematch of a double overtime thriller from the regular season. Now you can see all of the highlights on the KELO Sports Zone, which airs right here at 10:30 on KELO TV. One of the semifinal games is the KELOLand.com Game of the Week, which is underway at Howard Wood Field right now. This is a live look as top seed Roosevelt hosts Harrisburg. The winner will claim a spot in the Class 11 AAA State Championship, which will be played on Saturday, November 14th. Tonight's play-by-play is from KELOLand's Grant Sweeter, and you can watch this game by heading right now over to KELOLand.com. Well, look at the weather out there. It's just so nice. Jay will be right back with the check.
Magical. By giving...
Nothing is everything. Skyrizi may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight.
3 to 5 business days by email. Pre-registration is required to secure a testing time. For more information on this, including registration, testing dates, and locations, you can head on over to this story on your Dakota News Now app. Just search COVID-19 testing.
Minnesota continues to shatter records, the state announcing over 5,400 new COVID-19 cases. Officials report 36 additional COVID-19 related deaths. The state's positivity rate currently sits at 5.6%. Across Iowa, 73 more people were hospitalized yesterday with COVID-19. The state's hospitalization total currently sits at 912. Officials say they discovered over 3,500 new cases and just over 1,250 additional recoveries. Iowa has an active case count of 43,060.
We definitely got a little bit spoiled with this great weather, but the return of fall weather is actually right around the corner. Tyler takes a look at his first forecast when we come back.
These votes turn up when we know, and we've said it over and over again, this is how the count was going to go. What I see in talking to my sources is I spoke today with a Trump ally who says that the Trump surrogates who are trying for this Hail Mary in the courts are an embarrassment. This is what this source said. They're an embarrassment to the good people who supported Trump over the last 4 years. Says they're not poised, well thought out, or credible. And I think there's a lot of Trump supporters are saying, you're not doing yourself any good here. And maybe he'll start thinking that.
Yeah, I'll just give you a percent. I mean, I'm from Pennsylvania. I look at Pennsylvania, I've sort of, because people are charging that Pennsylvania is a center where fraud happened and that this vote that he was way ahead and all of a sudden it's gone away. And I know we've explained it, mail-in ballots versus the rest. But if you just look at the count, I went through and looked at all the counties in the states, but, you know, the bigger counties, the ones that have either suburban counties or ones that have cities in them. And there's only, of the big counties in the state, there's only 2 in which the president did better. But every other county, whether it's, just to give you towns like Allentown and Berks and out in suburban Harrisburg, York, excuse me, not York, Lancaster, Erie, all of those places, including 4 of them that he won, he did worse this time than he did last time. There's only 2 big counties that he did better. One is York County, and there was a big congressional race there, and that may have driven turnout even bigger. And the other county, Philadelphia. He actually did better in Philadelphia. He actually did 4.5 points better. He lost by 62%. 67% to Hillary Clinton. He lost by 62.5. Now, it may change a little bit with a few extra votes, but the bottom line is, he actually, and here's the other thing that's really important. If you look outside of Pennsylvania, again, depending on, we've been told how many ballots are coming in, that may change. But the percentage turnout in Pennsylvania looks to be in excess of 10%, maybe as high as 11%. The increase in turnout in the city of Philadelphia was 3%. The rest of the state was 11 or 12%. So here's my point. If you're going to steal an election, they did a pretty bad job in Philadelphia because they didn't turn out as much as the rest of the state, and Trump did better.
Yeah.
So it's hard, I guess. Look, I'm not saying there isn't anything there. I'm not, because there may be something there. It may have been worse, but the point is just looking out in the face and you're saying, what doesn't look right here? And when you look at Philadelphia, you'd say, wow, Philadelphia votes down vis-a-vis the rest of the state, and Trump did better. So that doesn't point
A few lawyers call that an unfriendly fact.
It's an unfriendly fact.
Look.
Again, I'm not saying that we shouldn't pursue the causes, and there may be things there, but
I think,
again, on the face of it, it's a tough case to make just looking at the facts.
I mean, look, I think that's good. Look, there's a blizzard of, I would just call it disinformation at this point. This video, this thing, whatever. And so people really are beginning to believe that that Philadelphia is this place where people, I mean, listen, it's totally nuts out there. But there's something called facts, and the facts are Trump did better in Philadelphia this time than he did last time. So we need to fire our election stealing committee because we're, and as I said a million times, it takes away from the great work of people who did great work and people who actually put the work in to try to make the election happen. But I do think, for me, a lot of people are just, they're hanging on the edge of their seat and getting tired, waiting for democracy to work. And I just think we should just hold on. I would much rather for us to be here tomorrow night, the next night, but when it's finally called for it to be called right. Again, if Biden's not going to say be patient, I think we should say be patient. And in the meantime, people who've done this great work and brought this victory within a stone's throw, I think can rest knowing that the effort was not in vain.
Rick, I think your numbers are interesting and important. And I think that
they're not my numbers.
The numbers, the factual. And I think if you look around the country and you look at the results for Republicans around the country, not just Pennsylvania, you can make the case that I think that quite easily the Republicans had a great election. And we don't know if they're going to lose the Senate. They could, but it wasn't any kind of a wave election. The Democrats didn't do as well as they wanted to do in the House. And so if there was a big steal here, they did a really bad job of it.
Well, also the whole notion of a huge referendum on the president. I mean, yes, obviously the Biden is way ahead in the popular vote, but the idea of a referendum election that would send a message to the president and forever ban Trumpism.
Didn't happen.
It's not that.
I would make the argument that Trump succeeded in making the argument that we are not going to be a socialist country. I think after this election, we are not going to be a socialist country, certainly for the next couple of years. And I think we're set up actually in 2022 as Republicans to win a bunch of governorships, to potentially take back the House, because we not only held all the state legislatures that we had, in spite of Eric Holder and this enormous, huge amount of money to try to flip legislatures, so for redistricting purposes, Republicans held them, in fact, picked up New Hampshire. We're in a position to be able to draw, just let me finish, to be able to draw the congressional maps that create a better opportunity of us to win congressional districts, take back the House.
In other words, gerrymander.
Well, and both sides gerrymander. I mean, let's look at Illinois, let's look at California.
Funny you mentioned California. In California, they actually set up a commission to stop the gerrymandering, to get it in a more fair way, which I wish other people would do. Let
me finish my point. The point is that Donald Trump accomplished what he said. Look, he said, I want to stop social. This is my purpose. He's done it. Well, he accomplished it.
No, Joe Biden stopped it in the Democratic Party, and you guys kept lying about it. I mean, that's part of the problem is that as we try to move forward and get the country together, the good thing is that we will have divided government. We're going to have to talk to each other and work with each other, which I actually like, as you know. But the boogeyman, you have to run against the boogeyman of socialism, which was already stopped by Joe Biden in our party. And now you're already saying you guys are going to gerrymander against it. At some point, we got to figure out some way for us to actually. You literally just said it.
Well, I said every state that is controlled by Democrats or Republicans.
Literally California just stopped the gerrymandering.
Well, we argued this out. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back here.
We've been the president. If I were Rick and I were talking about it, if I were the president and I were really going to go to war, I'd try and line up the troops for me, and I haven't seen that.
Well, the irony of
Plus some of it.
Wait for us, right? If you want Biden to win, you can feel a little better than you did a couple of nights ago and go out and have a drink or something, right?
Dr. Silver.
You should start drinking, pal.
We're gonna be careful, but you don't have to.
Nate, the security people are a little nerdy there, buddy.
Boy. So Nate, you must get called all the time. So when you get called or texted from friends, you just tell them it's over.
At this point, yeah.
Okay. Can I get a graph on that? Like this, or like
why are we still here?
We only have 30 seconds left.
Has he been drinking already? That's my question.
What is it going to take to convince the president, obviously it's not going to come anytime in the next day or two, that it's time to go out and give the speech?
I think all the states being called. I don't think he's going to do anything until every state is called, and then he'll sit with his family, most importantly, who are and continue to be his most important advisors, and that'll be that.
Got to take one more break. Thanks very much.
You're clearly someone who get the best deals on great hunting gear.
Yeah, that's right. And I think, look, Nicole, the reality is that first of all, you said a number of things there. I'll address them all. One is that there is definitely a split in Trump world between those who are trying to get Donald Trump to accept this reality, and if not concede gracefully, at least to eventually get to a place of acquiescence. And I would say Chris Christie's the most notable among people who are direct advisors to Donald Trump. But we've also seen it to some extent from Mitch McConnell, from people like Scott Walker. On the other side, there's people like the Chief of Staff, like Mark Meadows, like Lindsey Graham, like Ted Cruz, who seem to be ready at the urging of the president's children to indulge the president's fantasies that somehow, by playing some combination of a legal and extra-legal game, that they can stretch this thing out, create some kind of a broad grassroots movement that believes in the fantasy that this is all a con job, that it's all been a stolen election, and that somehow, through the state legislatures and through the seating of alternative slates of electors to the Electoral College, that somehow they can pull off some way that Donald Trump could win this thing. I think that split between the president's advisors, those two camps, is very important. And right now, the ones who are fueling his fantasy have the upper hand, because that's what Donald Trump wants to hear. And that's a very dangerous road for him to go down for the country.
It sure is. John Heilman, a perfect way to end my week. Executive editor of The Recount, co-host and executive producer of Showtime's The Circus. Thank you so much, my friend. Our special coverage continues tonight with my friend and colleague, Brian Williams. Hi there. Oh, after a break.
Attention everyone on Medicare. Did you know?
Get extra benefits for little to no additional costs.
You may
Sideburns and beards, or clear your neck and shoulders, and
and get another for just $1.
When an injunction like that is issued, is it a simple majority?
admitting it to ourselves, but I think fiscally challenged people represent an inspiration, and that's why I think your book is so important.
Now you see what you did? They're mad at me again.
Oh, Oliver.
Oh, unzip me.
And Georgia as well. Biden is well positioned to secure the 17 more electoral votes he needs to reach 270. Trump has 213 electoral votes and no real options left as Biden inches closer and closer to becoming president-elect of the United States. Let's take a look at the numbers in this key race alert right now in Pennsylvania. 96% of the estimated vote is in. Joe Biden, he has 49.6%. Trump has 49.2%. He has a lead right now of some 27,130 votes. 27,130, that's a significant lead right there. Let's go to Arlette Saenz. She's joining us from Wilmington, Delaware right now. The former vice president, I take it, Arlette is going to be speaking soon from where you are. Is that right?
He will be, Wolf. Right now, Joe Biden is still at home here in Wilmington, Delaware, but we do expect that the former vice president will soon be speaking. Now, this is not expected to be a victory speech since the race still remains uncalled, but instead the former vice president is expected to talk about his current views on the race, where he is seeing his lead growing in states like Pennsylvania. Aides at the start of the day had been hopeful that the race would be called by this moment, by the time that the former vice president would be speaking, but that reality has set in that for the time being, this race remains uncalled. Now, the former vice president is expected to strike some similar tones to what we've heard from him from past days, where he has talked about the need to respect the vote counting process and be patient as this plays out. Now, while we are waiting for the former vice president to speak, our colleague Jeff Zeleny reports that just outside of the Chase Center, hundreds of people have gathered hoping to catch a glimpse of the Democratic nominee. Many people had been hoping that the former vice president would be delivering a type of victory speech this evening. But here at the Chase Center outside, right here where we are, it is quiet. You're not seeing the cars that were parked here just a few nights ago on election night when the former vice president came out to speak. So for the time being, the Biden campaign remains in this waiting period. They are hoping that the race will be called soon, but Joe Biden has to wait for the time being, for quite a little bit more time at least, to learn whether or not his third run for the White House will be successful. Wolf?
Yeah, it's looking very, very good for him. We shall see, and we're anxious to hear what he has to say. Arlette, thank you very, very much. John King is with me. We've been spending a little quality time together lately. John, let's talk about what we anticipate the former vice president might say in his remarks. That's coming up fairly soon.
Right, so he has to be careful. He can walk right up to the edge of claiming victory, but he wants to respect the process, as he has said. And just imagine the anxiety and the sense of anticipation for Joe Biden, and we see anger from President Trump. We see anger from President Trump because, again, this state is trending away, a modest but growing lead for Joe Biden. This state is heading for a recount, but not since Bill Clinton in the 1990s has it been blue for blue for president. You see it right there. It is blue for president. Joe Biden leading there. Joe Biden leading here in Arizona. Donald Trump won that state 4 years ago. Democrats think they're changing the Sun Belt. Joe Biden has a chance to win there. We're not done counting votes. Joe Biden leads it there. So if you add all that up, it not only gets Joe Biden across the finish line, it gets him up to 306 electoral college votes. It would give Joe Biden, when he can give a victory speech, if he can give that speech, but it does appear inevitable at this point, once we get there, to say, this is what the American people want. The American people have done this. The problem is you can't do that tonight because the race has not been called. So what is the delicate balance of saying, I'm confident I will win? I understand Democratic anxiety. You're waiting now. The election was Tuesday, and here we are late on a Friday evening. And also, as he has consistently reach out to President Trump supporters. The president right now is angry. He's trying to stoke his supporters. He's trying to stoke this idea that the election is being stolen. The election is not being stolen. They're counting votes. They're counting legally cast votes. And if the president or his team see anything wrong, they have every right to prove it in the right process, at an election board or in a court of law. The political rhetoric does not change votes, nor should it. So Joe Biden, it's a delicate moment. It's an amazing moment. Think about it. Joe Biden first ran for president back in 1987 in the 1988 campaign. This is his third try, and he is literally knocking on the door of being the president-elect of the United States and 3 months away from taking office if the math continues. But the math is not final yet, so it's a delicate balance, but he wants to speak.
But the math in Pennsylvania right now has improved pretty dramatically during the course of this day and even in the course of the last few minutes.
Right. We added about 5,000 votes to that total just a short time ago when votes came in from Allegheny County. That's out here, blue, Democratic area around Pittsburgh. It's 27,130 right now. It was 5,576, I think, 5,500 and change to start the day. So the math has grown steadily. Now, in a state with so many ballots cast, more than 6.6, approaching 6.7 million, then you say 27,000, that's not a lot of votes. It's a sizable lead, though. It is a sizable lead in a very competitive state. President Trump won it by 44,000, and all expectations are there's still votes being counted right now that Joe Biden's lead will grow, because we know the bulk of the outstanding ballots are in places that are shaded blue on this map, and in some of those places he's getting 80% of the vote or more. And we also know, as they've counted these last ballots, the mail-in ballots, that even in the red counties here, where the president has deep support, Joe Biden tends to be either breaking even or in most cases actually getting more of these votes because Democrats voted by mail in this election. So look, there is an air of inevitability, even in the Trump White House, about this. But we're just not at the mathematical point yet where you can say, the statistical probability to call the race. But look, this has been building throughout the day. We just talked to Senator Bob Casey. He thinks it will go even higher. Nonpartisan data groups have run the math where these...
But try we must. For many months, the angle warned that mail-in ballots were going to present serious challenges that the GOP needed to be prepared for.
So you're going to have lawyers all across this country ready to challenge this stuff? Because they have a lot of lawyers.
They do. They have more lawyers than any human being has ever hired. I don't know who's hiring their lawyer, but the Democrats have lawyers that we do too. We're in Pennsylvania right now. We're in Nevada right now. We're in all different states fighting this.
Well, apparently there weren't nearly enough lawyers to counter what would happen in Philly and Detroit with monitors being denied access to vote counting centers repeatedly. Number two, it's time to retire all the failed political consultants and campaign officials who blew through hundreds of millions of dollars, yet didn't have this legal apparatus set up to challenge what we all knew was coming. Why didn't they have it in place? Why aren't the best lawyers in America on television night after night explaining the president's legal claims? We saw Jay Sekulow tonight, thank goodness. Third, if and when it's time to accept an unfavorable outcome in this election, and we hope it never comes, but if and when that does happen, President Trump needs to do it with the same grace and composure he demonstrated at that town hall with Savannah Guthrie. So many people remarked about his tone and presence, exactly what he needs. Now, losing, especially when you believe the process wasn't fair, it's a gut punch. And I'm not conceding anything tonight, by the way, but losing, if that's what happens, it's awful. But President Trump's legacy will only become more significant if he focuses on moving the country forward. And then the love and respect his supporters feel for him, it's only going to grow stronger. And his legacy, more historically significant. The media knows he'll be a GOP kingmaker for 2022 and 2024, no doubt. They know he's a political hero to tens of millions of Americans. And they want to take that from him, too.
The president keeps sowing seeds of doubt about our democracy, saying he's not going to accept results of the election unless he's the winner.
President Trump threatened to tear the country apart. I think that should disqualify him in the minds of fair-minded people.
Donald Trump, who in his speech not only seemed like a tin pot dictator, not only seemed like he was blatantly a racist tin pot dictator, but a panicked one.
They're still on the racist thing, even though he expanded support among minority voters. These people are absolute buffoons. Trump should make them all eat their own words. But more importantly, he should do it for the voters and those who expect their leaders to accept the will of the people. And to all you patriots who supported President Trump, stand tall and be proud of your efforts and his. It was all worth it. We all helped reshape the national conversation on China, on immigration, on trade, and political correctness, etc., etc. We don't have time to bury our heads in crying towels. There are 2 Senate races to win in order to hold the Senate. There's money to be raised, speeches to be written and delivered, ads to be made, and ballot canvassing events to be organized. The 2020 presidential election will be studied for decades and even centuries to come. Historians will note that in this election, Biden and the left were propped up by a fortune from big businesses who were angry with a president who stood up for the average American. But history will also show that at a time when so many intellectuals had given up on this country, Donald Trump and his supporters showed that the American dream still inspires tens of millions and that billions of dollars worth of propaganda could not persuade us to abandon the faith. And for myself, I'm confident that our vision of this country will eventually prevail. And that's the angle. Joining me now is John McLaughlin, Trump 2020 campaign.
Of ballots that have traditionally, and I know this from my time on campaigns, benefited Democrats and really just sort of helped add and pad leads that Democrats have had, if that's the scenario as it is for Joe Biden in Pennsylvania. But because this is such a weird year, because we're in the middle of a pandemic, and because Donald Trump mainlined that direction to his voters for many, many weeks and months before the election, not to trust the mail, to go and vote in person, it could have a chunk of Trump vote in it as well.
With apologies to Lawrence and Ashley, I'll get to you in 1 second. I'm told Steve is off the phone and can hear us. Steve, just one more time, for folks who are tracking this vote in Pennsylvania, of these provisional ballots, and Nicole did a great job explaining what they are, what kind of numbers are we talking about? How many?
Yeah, well, that's the first part of it. I think that's an important point. We don't have an exact number. We're trying to get a sense of it here because the estimate here is 100,000, and we're trying to get numbers from all the different counties around the state. The estimate is that there's 100,000 of them statewide. Now, that's a ballpark figure. That's much higher than you would normally have in a presidential election in Pennsylvania. It's a significantly higher number. So that possibility that you're getting, one of the reasons why it's significantly higher is you're getting more Republican voters in there. You're getting more voters from Republican areas in there than you normally would. I think it's a very valid possibility. You know, I can hear you guys talking about it, that the idea that the assumption that the provisional ballot equals Democratic ballot, I think it's totally fair to be calling that into question here with this pool of voters. I think the only thing to keep in mind when we talk about this is Trump doesn't need to break even and won't need to break even with the provisional vote in Pennsylvania. Trump's going to be coming to the provisional vote at a considerable deficit. He's now down by 27,000 votes. And again, that 27,000 vote deficit is going to continue to grow as more of the mail vote comes in. So if we get any more mail vote releases tonight from these counties, you can expect Biden's lead's going to grow. Once all of the mail is counted, whatever Biden's lead is at that point, that is what Trump needs to win the provisional vote by. Otherwise, he can't catch Biden. So you can see if it is, let's say, 100,000 votes in the provisional vote pool, and just take it right now. If it was 27,130 votes, this has got to be like 63-37, 64-36. Trump would have to be winning that vote by. So it's not a question of okay, there could be more Republicans in here. If Trump breaks even, he's got a chance. Trump's going to have to win the overwhelming share of it if there's 100,000 votes in there, because he's going to have a lot of ground to make up coming out of these absentee and the mail ballots.
All right, Steve, thank you for that. Lawrence O'Donnell, to the politics of this moment and what is normally the kind of ceremony of this moment. You've been around politics a long time. Talk about what should be going on inside the White House as opposed to what we know and what Ashley's going to tell us what is going on inside the West Wing.
Well, we have tonight the standard gap between those two things. There's always been a gap between what should be going on in the White House since January 20th in the afternoon, 2017, and what is going on in the White House. So what should be going on is what we saw 4 years ago with President Obama basically, once you get to the congratulations stage, which understandably, for counting reasons we haven't gotten to here, President Obama called up Donald Trump, congratulated him, invited him right into the Oval Office literally the next day. None of that's going to happen. And I've been saying for years, none of that's going to happen, and that Donald Trump is not going to attend the inauguration of Joe Biden, and that Donald Trump is not going to, show Joe Biden around the White House. They're going to try to sabotage the transition in every way they can. Meanwhile, there's no better conceivable president-elect when Joe Biden becomes that in these circumstances than Joe Biden, because no one has more experience on how to go into that White House without the help of the preceding president. And so Joe Biden is the strongest positioned person to try to pull off a transition while being sabotaged by the outgoing administration. And Joe Biden, of course, everyone agrees, has handled himself flawlessly from the minute votes started to be counted.
Yeah, that's a great point, Lawrence. He hasn't been away from that White House lawn. He's probably got that White House for long. He's probably got some chapstick and a couple of Sharpies in a desk drawer that he left there and will be able to recover when he gets back. Ashley Parker, the irreplaceable Ashley Parker, who along with the irreplaceable Josh Dawsey has written a piece tonight about exactly what's going on in not only the West Wing, but broaden the circle out, the president's circle writ large, the people he talks to on the telephone, the people who think they might get him to listen to them. And Ashley, go through your reporting for the folks watching.
Sure. So the president today, we did not see him in person. That was deliberate on the part of his aides and advisors, who largely agreed that what he did Thursday night, that torrent from the briefing room of falsehoods and baseless accusations that the election is somehow fraudulent, they thought that was a problem, and they managed to keep the president out of public view. He did release a public statement where he said he was going to be fighting, and behind the scenes we know he was calling aides and advisors and urging them to get out on TV and defend him. He had said there was some dawning that this was going to be tough. He described it as an uphill fight to confidants, but a fight he thought he could win. But while all that was going on, we also found out that, a group of advisors close to the president yesterday and today have finally broached with the president himself this notion that the reality is he very well may not win. In fact, it looks increasingly likely that he will not win, and they are trying to get him to a place where just about everyone we talked to said, this is Donald Trump. He's not going to give a traditional concession speech. He's not going to do that thing where you are gracious and magnanimous and you welcome the next person into the White House and you show up and you clap politely at their inauguration. But they're trying to get him to a headspace where he doesn't necessarily say, quote unquote, I lost, or admit defeat, but does at least commit to, in some form of public remarks, a peaceful transition of power. So that is where things stand right now.
Nicole Wallace, I have to admit, having heard you earlier this evening with John Meacham talk about the concession that John McCain delivered, the work of the keyboard of Mr. Salter, I believe, that John McCain considered one of the most important speeches of his life. This is a dicey business, but if done right, if done well, it can be memorable and can set the mood.
So I walked in from doing the final round of interviews on Election Day, and the last one as a spokesperson for the McCain-Palin ticket was with you. And I walked back into John McCain's suite, and he was he was a pleasure to work for. And he said, sorry you had to do that. You on a losing campaign, you can read the polls, you know what's going to happen. And he handed me his copy of Mark Salter's concession speech, and he said, read this. It's Mark's best. And the two men who really did love each other had tears in their eyes, and I read it, and it was one of the most important speeches to John McCain. There was such an undercurrent, really probably the earliest phases of what would become Donald Trump's birther movement, swirling around in the Republican Party and certainly present at Sarah Palin's rallies. And John McCain, for a lot of reasons, thought it was of vital national importance to bestow all of the credibility and legitimacy and dignity onto the President-elect Obama. And let me tell you, losing is brutal. It is heartbreaking. Nobody wants to lose. And I don't know that anyone ever gets over it. But everyone before Donald Trump who has run for president sees a national good, a national purpose greater than their own heartbreak from the defeat, and does what Ashley Parker is reporting Donald Trump doesn't plan to do.
And Lawrence, back to my first question and your first answer. This is an echo of how politics were done, and maybe will be again someday.
Oh, will definitely be again someday. This is all the unique exception of Donald Trump, which is all based on his personality, which has been mapped for us by his niece, Mary Trump, and other professionals in the psychiatry and psychology practice who have studied this mind. And they make the point that he cannot concede. It doesn't exist within his menu of human choice. It's not that he won't or he's, kind of resistant to it. It's a physical impossibility. It'd be like asking him to run the New York City Marathon. He cannot do it. And that's been obvious from the start, from the first day of Donald Trump as a campaigner. And by the way, I think it's actually a really good marker for historians that they will be able to see this, and they will be able to see, and then there was this one who did not concede. There was this one who did not invite the successor into the Oval Office. There was this single one who did all these things that no one else even dreamed of doing. He's laying down perfect tracks for historians to have absolutely no confusion about who and what this man was.
One more quick question to Ashley Parker. There are aspects of the machinery of the presidency that, in fact, if Biden prevails and he is up over 270, are going to be, a lot of them are already en route, if not on site in Delaware. And that is just a bump up in Secret Service protection. There's more layers. The press corps expands, the aircraft expand, and so does the attention. I'm imagining that kind of thing, that perceptible power shift up I-95 will also get to Donald Trump if indeed it happens.
I would imagine that's the case, Brian. One thing that was interesting today was that people we talked to said the president, and this has not been his stance, to be clear, since Election Day, he's really vacillated, but said he was generally calm. He was calling people and giving them updates and explaining his path on how he thought he could win. But he was not sort of the angry and defiant Donald Trump that we saw yesterday. But this is a man who spent the day in the Oval Office watching television. And as soon as the networks and the newspapers and the people who do this sort of work declare, if they do in fact declare that Joe Biden is the president-elect, that is the sort of thing that, if we're looking at history as our judge, will enrage Donald Trump. And I think that may be when we see some more of the potentially angry behavior that we sometimes see out of him. And one more thing that's important to mention is, aides sort of say, look, the idea that Donald Trump would have to be, if he loses, removed from the White House by force was never really the case. Someone called it to me a liberal fever dream. But the idea that he may continue to sow distrust in the results of the election and in democratic institutions is incredibly dangerous and damaging. And if for whatever reason, for his ego, he can't concede, it's not just about him. It's about the groundwork he is laying, where Joe Biden comes in facing not just the normal crises of a president, but the coronavirus, which we're not talking about a lot, but cases are continuing to spike every single day. And he inherits a country where the president has told his supporters, a little less than half of the country, that Joe Biden is not the legitimate president. That is a devastating landscape for Joe Biden and for democracy.
We are really grateful to be able to talk to these
votes. But then you come Allegheny County, Joe Biden is leading with 408,000 votes, and they're still counting. And then you come over to the southeast corner of the state in Philadelphia, Joe Biden is leading with more than 500,000 votes. So these counties, don't get me wrong, this is impressive for the president, and they add up, all those red counties. But Joe Biden there's a formula for a Democrat to win, because the Republicans are going to win those up, 10,000 here, 15,000 here, maybe 25,000 there. The way the Democrats counter that is that, 500,000. So more than 400,000 votes out of Philadelphia. You come in here, another 300,000 and a gap over there. You come in here, another 180,000 when you round that up here. The population center of Pennsylvania is right here in southeast Pennsylvania, the suburban collar around it, 200,000 votes here versus 116,000 for the president. You'll take that 200,000 every day. Over 7,117. No offense to the people of Potter County. These are fabulous territories, a lot of agriculture in Pennsylvania. It's an incredibly diverse and fascinating state. The president did his job. He turned out his votes. Remember all those Trump rallies in the final weeks? The president did his job and turned out their votes. The problem for the president, that 27,000 vote lead for Joe Biden, likely to grow because the Democrats, including the former vice president who was born right here in Scranton, Pennsylvania, he did his job as well. And the Democrats, in a very competitive state, in a high turnout election, Joe Biden turned out more.
He might wind up doing in Pennsylvania, Biden, what he did in Michigan and Wisconsin, and recreate that so-called blue wall.
And that will be one of the stories of this election. This is what made Donald Trump president 4 years ago. Stunned the Democrats, just frankly stunned the Democrats. Donald Trump, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. He tried it in Minnesota, but here's where we were 4 years ago. 4 years ago, this was the wow that changed America and put Donald Trump in the White House. And Joe Biden, from the very beginning, remember how progressives said, no, he's wrong. He's not the man for this moment. He can't do that. That was the central mission of the Biden campaign all along. I'm the blue-collar guy who has an appeal with blue-collar workers. One of the interesting things, Wolf, and this will be studied, we have to get to the finish line, right? We have to get to the finish line, call the race, make sure we know who the president-elect of the United States is, and move on. But as people study this in years, one of the fascinating things is when you look at it, Joe Biden did not take a lot of votes away from Donald Trump. That's not what happened. That sometimes happened in an election. You beat me last time with 12, I have to come at you and take some of your guys away. That's really not what happened. You'll find pockets of that, but mostly what happened is the president turned out his voters and turned out more of them this time. The Democrats just learned the lesson of 2016, and they came to play.
And both of these candidates masked up, even during a coronavirus pandemic, got huge turnout. We're waiting for Joe Biden to address the nation. We'll have live coverage in Wilmington, Delaware. New details emerging as well. We'll be right back.
So here's what we do know, Chuck. We know what the breakdown was of people who voted on Election Day. Forget the provisionals for a second. Here in Clark County, it was essentially even. The Republicans won by only a few thousand votes. Again, as you know, Chuck, the registration is so overwhelming in favor of the Democrats in Clark County that if the Republicans hold that even, they're having a huge victory.
So what you're saying is that was a surge in and of itself. The fact that the Republicans were even on Election Day was actually an overperformance. So then what you're saying is the provisionals will likely fall in line of, that might lean slightly Republican, but what you're saying is it would be a slightly on that same day voter registration surge.
I expect that, and you say surge. Now remember, because they put in mail balloting this time, the Republicans consistently did better in Clark County than they usually do. In fact, they won early voting, but only by a few thousand votes every day, Chuck, during the early voting period. They're not going to make that many gains because there's so many more Democrats than Republicans here. But let me repeat what I said earlier. Even if it's not the usual breakdown, even if they win those provisionals by 2-1, that's not going to be enough for Trump to catch Joe Biden, even if it doesn't move from a 20,000, 22,000 vote lead right now, because you still have the 50,000 mail ballots to count, and those are going to be heavily, if the pattern that we've seen in the last 3 updates holds, in Joe Biden's favor.
Okay.
The math just does not work for the president.
Okay, so 50,000 mail-in votes, and after which they can count the provisionals, that's 60,000. Quick question. When do they start counting again in Nevada? Tomorrow?
Yeah, in fact, and tomorrow, Chuck will be happy to hear this. I should have a complete breakdown of the parties in those provisional ballots. So we'll have that. And at 9 o'clock here on the best coast, they are going to release the next update from Clark County. We don't know how many ballots, but they're going to do an update from Clark County 9 in the morning. That's the plan.
All right, get your homework in on time there, John. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Get them into shape there, John.
Let's go to Rahema Ellis in the all-important city of Philadelphia. Rahema.
Lester, I can tell you that here in the largest city in the state of Pennsylvania, where am I? They've got 23,000 mail ballots that need to still be counted. That's part of what the picture is statewide. We're being told more than 102,500 mail-in ballots that have yet to be counted. Here in Philadelphia, one of the things that they said is that they have not yet started counting some of those segregated ballots, that came in after the 8 o'clock deadline on in-person voting and the deadline today for getting those other mail-in ballots in. They haven't started counting them in. And the other thing I was asking today is, how many are there? They have not yet released that number yet. Nonetheless, the way that this has been trending has led to some celebration in the streets here in Philadelphia around the convention center of some Biden supporters who are feeling very excited about what they think is going to happen. There were Biden supporters dancing in the street and yelling, "Continue the count," taking up most of the real estate, versus the Trump supporters who are saying, "Stop the count." They were disagreeing, but not disagreeable. The police say that there were no reports of any significant nature of any disputes between people. There were no arrests. But people were making their voices heard, those unhappy, and a lot more were very happy about what seems to be going on here. In terms of how long this counting is going on, and unlike
they take special training to match the signatures and then process that ballot. So that's in part what takes a little bit longer than if you just just vote on voting day or mail it in beforehand.
There they are on the political panda cam again tonight.
You call it the panda cam because that's what we usually have at Washington National Zoo.
But Ed, you have to really lean in very closely to see people where they're counting.
Tell you, if you're bored and you need something to do, you can watch those guys.
But how amazing that in Georgia they've now counted nearly 5 million votes. And these two candidates are only separated by 4,000.
Yeah, that Georgia story to me, Nancy, is one of the most intriguing. People are bowing down to Stacey Abrams tonight. She said that she lost by 55,000 in her race back in 2018. She said she sat Sheva for 10 days and said, "I'm going to get to work." And she is certainly more than delivered when it comes to Georgia. People are giving her a lot of credit. Hillary tweeted tonight, "Thank you, Stacey, thank you." Viola Davis says, "My heart goes out to you, Stacey Abrams, thank you again." She's getting a lot of credit for it. And true Stacey Abrams form, she's crediting other people who worked with her in her Fair Fight initiative.
And they've all got to get ready for 2 unprecedented special elections in January, so they're going to have to rev up that machine again.
She's done something extraordinary.
Yeah.
All right, there's a lot more ahead. We're waiting Joe Biden's speech from Wilmington, Delaware, and we'll bring that to you live. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
Time to start it up, America.
For helping to fight fatigue. Our performance Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed. You can adjust your comfort on both sides. Your Sleep Number.
If they are going to reach that 270 electoral votes.
All right, Arlette Saenz, appreciate it. We'll continue to wait and see what the Vice President has to say. It just does seem odd, though, David. I mean, given all that has gone on, clearly they were expecting to have some sort of some media organizations announce
this. Definitely Plan B. And I think they waited. My guess is that they waited longer than they expected to, hoping that the thing would congeal and someone would make a call. We had heard Arlette mention that Kamala Harris was going to speak and introduce him. She's not speaking now, so that suggests that they had another plan. And but the question is, I guess they had set it up. They had people there, so they're going through with it. As you point out, it's a little bit bewildering as to what you're going to get out of it at.
Because earlier on, the way it had been sort of pitched was he's going to be speaking, had a prime time address. I mean, this is still like.
So now it's a late night chat.
If you tell everyone you're going to have this speech, and we assume it's because you're going to say
thanks to the American people for making me the next president of the United States, and then you don't have the results officially declared or declared in any way, shape, or form, then you have a choice. Do you cancel it? So if you cancel it, then you look like, well, maybe you think the election is in doubt, which they don't, so they have to go ahead now.
I think there's also an argument to be made for both candidates, frankly, to want to keep themselves in the public eye, so there's not just sort of this vacuum of.
I do think we're calm and maybe a little bit annoyed with the process, but Joe Biden is a healing presence. He's a calming presence, and I do think that we're in a moment where there is tension. I like hearing from Joe Biden. I'm curious to hear what he's going to say. I do hope that he does honor the people who are working hard and counting the ballots, that kind of stuff, and lift up democracy. It is, of course, an unprecedented year. I mean, who's ever been in his situation? I mean, it's not like with Al Gore and Bush. He had the big rally. It was called off. There was a lot of drama, high drama between those two. He had to call, Gore had to call Bush back. Say, I retract my concession. This is just sitting around looking at television all day for him and all the rest of it.
But also, you're talking about the year, the America that Joe Biden, assuming if he is in fact the president, will be the president-elect, the country he is going to have to try to govern over and govern with it is a very difficult situation. I mean, obviously, you know very well the situation that President Obama and Vice President Biden inherited in 2008. But just today, and it hasn't gotten a lot of attention just because the eyes of the world are still on this election. But we passed for the third day in a row yet another record day of COVID cases, more than 125,596, and there is no sign of that fading.
This is, I thought we had, when we walked in the door in 2009, I thought we had the worst hand of any president since Franklin Roosevelt. I didn't realize that that record would stand for 8 years or whatever, 12 years. And now, but I have to say, between the virus, the economic problems attendant to the virus, some of the these issues of trust that we talked about, and corrosion of institutional trust and alliances and so on.
And division, too. I mean, the America of 2008, I don't think was as divided.
It wasn't. We saw the leading edge of it, at these Sarah Palin rallies and so on. But it, really kind of exploded. And look, without kind of spinning it at all, what is very clear from this election, I mean, we do have this huge turnout. We celebrate it. We should. But we also have two distinctly different Americas, and it's going to be a chore for a president who aspires to bring the country together to find that common language and common agenda.
Brian Todd is in Allegheny County, where more votes are coming out. Brian, what are you hearing?
Yeah, Anderson. Rich Fitzgerald, the county executive, is stepping to the podium now. He's going to give us some updated numbers, we believe. Here he is.
For this evening, they're going to be packing up and then returning in the morning because they got the next batch that I think they'll have to do has a lot of processing in place. It'll be much more time consuming, so they've been able to push out as many of the 29,000 tonight. And I don't have a number of how many, but the last batch is a total vote of 3,212 votes. Joe Biden got 2,436 votes. Donald Trump got 733 votes. Total vote was 3,212. Biden 2,436. Trump 733.
And what category, what votes are we talking about?
They would have been part of those 29,000 that were in that cohort.
That's in addition to the ones that you updated us with about an hour or so ago.
Yes, it is.
That does not include those.
Those are new numbers.
Elections officials are trying to tabulate and do it right. Now,
.com and stay connected.
I shoot commercials in. I'll do the deal, 100,000.
Alert weather.
It's meaning.
200 is part of the 29,000
That's
that
correct.
was sent out incorrectly and resubmitted.
Yes.
With the correct version.
Yes.
you have that 29,000 hour?
I don't, because some of those will be already included, and that's what they've got to go through on this. This kind of last batch it's a lot more complicated and it's a lot more time consuming for them to review.
Obviously. Was it?
To make, but whether there was voter fraud or
Vaughn, for an audience, we've been away from Arizona for a bit, for an audience.
So I don't know when they'll be running the counter to bring numbers.
Anticipating that the 29,000 will be wrapped up at some point tomorrow?
I can't say that for sure. I really don't know. I'll have to find out and talk to the folks that know how that goes.
What do you say to the people who are like, they're eagerly anticipating this, they think it's moving at a snail's pace?
What I will say is our folks have been working an unbelievable amount. And I will put our workers up against, what else has been going on. But they've been really going at it. They've done a great job. I am so proud of the workers of Allegheny County who have been here, really not just for today and last night. They've really been working hard, and they'll keep at it. And I got to be honest with you, these numbers are all going in the right direction. So I think it's pretty obvious where this thing's going. No, that's a little more of a involved process as well. They got to double check if that person voted, if that person's registered. There's a lot to it, so it'll take a while for that. I don't.
All right, so a net gain right now of another 1,703 votes, John, for Joe Biden. You can see it's just changed over there. His lead over Trump has gone from 27,130. It's now 28,833. A net gain, once again, of 1,703 votes based on these latest results coming in from Allegheny County.
Right, and that's the second time in just a couple hours we've gotten results, and this is Allegheny County. I just want to pop it out. You see the overall totals in this county, and you got to give them a lot of credit. They're trying to count them as quickly as they can here. They understand what's happening here. This is the Pittsburgh area and the area around it. Now we'll come back in to the statewide just so you can see it. And these were the new votes that came in. 2,436 for Joe Biden, 733 for President Trump. That's 23% and 76%. So this was the net gain. 1,703 votes was the net gain for Joe Biden. So there you have it now. And so where were we? We began this day at 9 a.m. That was 5,575. And so you have had this methodical march for Joe Biden, now approaching 30,000 votes. And you heard the administrator there in Allegheny County saying pretty clear to him where this is going. What he means by that is that he is convinced, and he's an expert at it, that Joe Biden is going to carry the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. If that happens, that's 20 electoral votes, and Joe Biden is the president-elect of the United States. He's at 253 right now. And again, we're on day 4. It's Friday. A lot of people are wondering why hasn't this been called. There's a lot of criticism of our business and the states for counting so slowly and all that. We get all that. Caution is the watchword because this is the presidency of the United States. But facts are also facts as we have that caution. And Joe Biden now building a lead that is approaching 30,000 votes. And they're still counting votes. They have, again, to reinforce that point, most of the votes still to be counted are down here. Your eyes tell you why I'm showing you that. They're all blue counties. Joe Biden has been performing very well in all these counties in the total vote, and even better in these late mail-in ballots that they're counting. Now there's some provisional and military ballots as well. There's some other new votes in the pool, but everything we have seen throughout the day tells us when they count more votes, that lead grows.
That's going to be very, very hard for Trump to overcome a nearly 30,000 vote lead at this very late stage in the race in Pennsylvania.
Right, and he understands that. We just walk over. We've been going through this, and so if you haven't been with us, you're going to see it again. I see it for the first time, but if you have been, you're going to see it again. That's all you need. That's all you need. That would put Joe Biden over the top, 273, and it would be both a mathematical victory that makes him the president-elect, a moral victory, restoring Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin to the Democratic Party. Donald Trump took those away in 2016. And, just to be clear, Joe Biden is still leading here and here. Still counting votes. These states are going more slowly, but that would get him up to 290. And Joe Biden also is leading here. This state, because the margin is so close, is going to have a recount. The Trump campaign exercising its right to ask for a recount because the margins are so close. But Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, if that holds, Joe Biden would end the election with 306 electoral votes. You see some gray here. The president's leading in Maine's 2nd Congressional District. They allocate by CD. The president is leading in North Carolina. Early count, Alaska is counting very slowly. We expect the president to win those. But Joe Biden could get 1, 2, 3, 4 and end with 306. That would be well past what he needs, obviously, and a statement.
That's what 306 is what Trump won 4 years ago against Hillary Clinton. He had 306. I remember at the time he called it a landslide.
He did. He did. He called it some other things, and some of them weren't true. We don't need to go back through them. He called it the most convincing win ever, for example, and things like that. No, but it was a convincing win, especially for someone who'd never run before. The 232 was Hillary Clinton's total 4 years ago. It looks like that is going to be, if these hold, if the ones that...
It's cosmetic. It's the only one. Go with community.
Biden, and the reason for that is that he has maintained a lead. However, in recent reports out of Maricopa County, which is Phoenix, Donald Trump is starting to cut into that lead. So if you're a leading candidate, you want to maintain it. You don't want to see it starting to evaporate. So that's why it's just a lead.
So it's a little bit of the opposite story of what's happening in Pennsylvania.
That's right.
So, you know, there's a funny way in which this feels like a horse race. Somebody's ahead, then there's somebody's catching up. But in reality, we're talking about votes that are all of equal weight, and they are all, I mean, if they could all come in at the same time, it would be better. But I guess the point is the order in which they're coming in really has no bearing on the kind of ballot.
It's kind of random. It is kind of random. And let me take that analogy one step further. It's like you're watching a horse race, but you're not sure how long the track is, because eventually the ballots will run out and they'll have counted them all. But if you don't know exactly how many ballots there are, then you don't know how many lengths you still have to go.
All right, so that's Arizona. We promised everybody we'd look at Nevada because that was a very slim vote margin for Joe Biden in Nevada. He also grew his margin today, right, in Nevada as we got another tranche of voters out of Clark County around the Las Vegas area. And so now, according to my latest numbers, my last time I looked, we've got Biden up 22,657 was my latest math.
Yeah, that's right. And here again was another story of elections officials trying to tell us exactly how many were left to count. And there again, you're sort of moving the track a little bit. It's not until you get that full counting that you can really figure out what's going on. 91% of the ballots still out there. 58% for the president to catch up. High number, higher than his current statewide. But possible.
Right. Just to remind everybody, we're about to hear from the former vice president who is going to appear there at that lectern and speak to the American people. That could happen any second. This is my whiteboard of about, according to our political desk, about how many votes are still outstanding. People want to know why we have not called the race in any of these states we've characterized, of course, Nevada and Arizona, but that's why all votes should be counted, and we can model on those, but still there's a large number that are outstanding, including of provisional ballots, and so that's why patience is going to be our best friend.
Patience is a virtue.
Handwriting
we all know that.
Yeah. Your handwriting is really nice.
Well, I wish I had gone to Catholic school. I did not, but I did grow up Catholic, so the handwriting was important. Thank you.
Yeah,
it's hard to write nicely on the whiteboard.
Yeah, but let's talk about we did not hear from President Trump today. We've not seen Vice President Pence in 3 days. They are in sort of a wait and see mode about their next step. We have some reporting from inside the campaign that there have been legal advisors to the president that have told him there's not a significant way forward in terms of a legal challenge to the votes. And so I think there is sort of if not a sense of resignation, a sense of waiting to see what happens.
Well, the blast radius of what he has said still continues. So he's, even though we didn't hear from him today, Gail asked me earlier about recounts, and he's banking some of his future on that. And so I spent a little time looking at recounts. The margin, usually in recounts, you get a couple of hundred votes maybe that change. The last real big race people may remember was the 2008 Senate race where Al Franken ran against Norm Coleman in Minnesota. Norm Coleman was ahead by a couple of hundred votes. Did the recount over a very long period of time. Al Franken won, but we're still talking about an exchange in any of the races. There was a governor's race in Washington State and then a Senate race in New Hampshire. You changed 200 or 300 or 400 votes.
Because I really get the impression they're counting very heavily on the recounts, and they keep throwing out this notion of illegal ballots. Here comes the ex-vice president now. Vice President.
We don't have a final declaration of victory yet, But the numbers tell us it's clear. Tell us a clear and convincing story. We're going to win this race. Just look at what has happened since yesterday. 24 hours, we were behind in Georgia. Tell us a clear and convincing story. We're going to win this race. Just look at what has happened since yesterday. 24 hours, we were behind in Georgia. Now we're ahead, and we're going to win that state. 24 hours ago, we were behind in Pennsylvania, and we are going to win Pennsylvania. And now we're ahead, but we're winning in Arizona, we're winning in Nevada, and in fact, our lead just doubled in Nevada. We're on track to over 300 electoral votes, electoral college votes. And look at the national numbers. We're going to win this race with a clear majority of the nation behind us. We've gotten over 74 million votes. Let me repeat that, 74 million votes. That's more than any presidential ticket has ever gotten in the history of the United States of America. And our vote total is still growing. We're beating Donald Trump by over 4 million votes. And that's margin is still growing as well. One of the things I'm especially proud of is how well we've done across America. And we're going to be the first Democrat to win in Arizona in 24 years. We're going to be the first Democrat to win Georgia in 28 years. And we've rebuilt the blue wall in the middle of the country that crumbled just 4 years ago. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, the heartland of this nation. I know watching these vote tallies on TV moves very slow, and it's as slow as it goes, it can be numbing. But never forget, the tallies aren't just numbers. They represent votes and voters. Men and women who exercise their fundamental right to have their voice heard. And what's becoming clear each hour is that record number of Americans of all races, faiths, religions chose change over more of the same. Climate change, systemic racism. They made it clear they want the country to come together, not continue to pull apart. The people spoke, more than 74 million Americans, and they spoke loudly for our ticket. But while we're waiting for the final results, I want people to know we're not waiting to get the work done and start the process. Yesterday, Senator Harris and I held meetings with groups of experts on public health and the economic crisis this country is facing. The pandemic, as you also know, is getting more worrisome all across the country. Daily cases are skyrocketing, and it's now believed that we could see as many as 200,000 cases in a single day. The death toll is approaching 240,000 lives lost to this virus. That's 240,000 empty chairs, kitchen tables, and dining room tables all across America. We'll never be able to measure all that pain and the loss, the suffering that so many families have experienced. We know something about what it feels like to lose someone. And I want them to know they're not alone. Our hearts break with you. I want everyone to know on day one, we're going to put our plan to control this virus into action. We can't save any of the lives lost, any of those who've been lost, but we can save a lot of lives in the months ahead. Senator Harris and I also heard yesterday about how this recovery is slowing because of the failure to get the pandemic under control. More than 20 million people are on unemployment. Millions are worried about making rent and putting food. They can be high after a tough election, one like we've had. But we need to remember, we have to remain calm, patient. Let the process work out as we count all the votes. You know, we're proving again what we've proved for 244 years in this country. Democracy works. Your vote will be counted. I don't care how hard people try to stop it. I will not let it happen. The people will be heard. Our journey is toward a more perfect union, and it keeps moving on. In America, we hold strong views. We have strong disagreements, and that's okay. Strong disagreements are inevitable in a democracy, and strong disagreements are healthy. They're a sign of a vigorous debate, of deeply held views. But we have to remember, the purpose of our politics isn't total, unrelenting, unending warfare. No, the purpose of our politics, the work of the nation, isn't to fan the flames of conflict, but to solve problems, to guarantee justice, to give everybody a fair shot, and to improve the lives of our people. But we're not enemies. We're Americans. No matter who you voted for, I'm certain of one thing. The vast majority of the almost 150 million Americans who voted, they want to get the vitriol out of our politics. We're certainly not going to agree on a lot of issues, but at least we can agree to be civil with one another. We have to put the anger and the demonization behind us. It's time for us to come together as a nation to heal. It's not going to be easy. We have to try. My responsibility as president will be to represent the whole nation. And I want you to know that I'll work as hard for those who voted against me as those who voted for me. That's the job. That's the job. It's called the duty of care for all Americans. We have serious problems to deal with, from COVID to the economy to racial justice to climate change. We don't have any more time to waste on partisan warfare. You know, and more than that, we have such an incredible opportunity to build the future we want for our kids and our grandkids. I've said many, many times, I've never been more optimistic about the future of this nation. There is no reason we can't own the 21st century. The future of this nation. There is no reason we can't own the 21st century. We just need to remember who we are. This is the United States of America. And there's never been anything we've been unable to do, unable to accomplish when we've done it together. I hope to be talking to you tomorrow. I want to thank you all, and may God bless you, and may God protect our troops. Good night.
So, Michael Steele, we were about to talk to you, and you get to be the one summing up as we approach the top of the hour, summing up what we just heard, a status report by any definition from the former vice president.
Yeah, very powerful. And there are two things that jumped out to me in what he said. The first, we may be opponents, but we're not enemies. And I think that's an important value set as we go into the next turn after this election. That those who harbor these kinds of animosities towards neighbor and friend and family members and, you know, Republicans versus Democrats, I think the vice president is trying to strike a tone, Brian, that says, look, you know, yeah, we can do knockdown, drag out, we can go toe to toe, but we're not enemies of each other. You know, we're just opponents. It's just one battle. And, you know, the next battle, we're going to need to probably do shoulder to shoulder. So I think that was very important. And the second was, when he said, I'll be the president for those who supported me and for those who voted against me, that's the job. It's called, you know, what is it? The duty of care. And that, again, is another important message, I think, to send out to the country that, you know, look, I know a lot of you, 74 million of you out there, or 70 million rather, didn't vote for me. I get it. I understand that. But I'm your president. And I think that's going to be an important message as well. He's setting those blocks in place that will be part of the foundation of not just only his transition, but his administration. He's going to need that foundation, I think, Brian, particularly in the first, not just 100 days, but certainly probably for the first year, because COVID-19, the economy and the civil unrest will still be an important challenge.
And Eugene, back over to you, because this is the conversation you and I have had so many times, that traditional notion of stewardship, the president as steward of all of us and protector, ideally, of all of us.
Yes, and that's what we grew up to think of the the president's role and the president's job, regardless of whether it was a Republican president or a Democratic president, or regardless of whether or not we agreed or disagreed with the president's policies. Let's face it, President Trump is a president like no other. We've never had a president like that. We cannot imagine, for example, or at least I cannot imagine, that if indeed he loses, as it looks as if he will graciously hand over the reins of power. He will hand them over, but that he would do it graciously, that he would invite Vice President Biden to the White House, that he would do the things that a president does on leaving office for his successor. We can't imagine that, and that's just a very strange feeling. Joe Biden was reassured. He sounded like the presidents we're used to hearing.
Well, people could.
Economy, climate change, systemic racism. We're going to talk about that and break down his remarks shortly. Well, he leads now in Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Georgia. They're very slim. He says he's inching closer to the presidency. Many states tonight still too close for an official call. President Trump not going down without a fight. He's ramping up his legal battles in multiple states, and his campaign says the election is far from over. So where do races in key battlegrounds stand tonight? We'll update you. And new votes coming in from Delaware County outside Pennsylvania, putting Joe Biden's lead over President Trump he's about 20,000 votes or so. There are outstanding provisional ballots that may lean more Trump than Biden. We're going to have to wait and see. Those numbers continue to update. Now, Biden leading in Georgia by about 4,000 votes. There are two big Senate races there now where GOP incumbent senators are heading into runoffs. That's still months down the road. And we just got another big data dump from Maricopa County in Arizona. The president is still trailing Mr. Biden, but the gap is getting narrower. So let's find out what's happening in Arizona. Alicia Acuna joins us now from Phoenix. Good evening.
It's in their intention with.
You may have noticed the electoral vote counts vary by news organization. There is a reason for that. While the major networks each operate independently, they work together on their vote counts. Our numbers here and on DakotaNewsNow.com come from the Associated Press. Its count is independent of the networks. However, we believe the AP and the networks will have a consensus once all the state counts are final. In his first statement since election night, President Trump alleged that the 2020 election is rigged and claimed the election is being stolen from him. Tonight, South Dakota's congressional delegation is weighing in. Dakota News Now caught up with Senators John Thune, Mike Rounds, and Congressman Dusty Johnson at an event in Aberdeen today. The three agree that transparency is very important in this stage of the election. Thune going on to say he understands why the current situation is frustrating, having been in close races himself, but says patience is also necessary when counting votes.
I think right now the key is just to make sure that every vote gets counted, every legal vote gets counted, and I'm sure it's frustrating, it's taking longer, but a lot of these mail-in ballots, some of it attributable to what we were dealing with this year in terms of COVID, but I think you want to get every legal vote counted and see where it leads.
Thune says any disputes in ballot counts must have evidence and that the correct legal steps should be taken in settling those issues. Meantime, Governor Noem is weighing in on the issue via Twitter. In a retweet, the governor says, quote, "Every Democrat-run state needs to clean up their election laws like Florida did. A fair process isn't partisan." She goes on to add, "At Real Trump has been fighting the establishment, the mainstream media, and now rigged election systems on behalf of the American people and our way of life." We attempted to speak with Governor Noem today in Aberdeen, but our reporter was told she did not have time for an interview. A follow-up tonight, Sioux Falls police say an 11-year-old girl who was reported missing has been found safe.
Margins, although we don't know the final result, and he lost the popular vote. He certainly claimed the mandate. He called it a landslide, which which hadn't happened. You noted that a Democrat hadn't won Georgia since 1992, and I don't think a Democrat had won Arizona since 1996. You have to go back to 1992 to find a time that an American president incumbent ran for re-election and lost.
That's right.
So we're all looking at Joe Biden as having done something potentially quite unique in decades. but also we're looking to see what exactly Donald Trump does, how he handles himself, if it's with anything close to the grace that George H.W. Bush demonstrated back in 1992. Anderson?
Jake, thanks very much. It was interesting to hear Dana say that she felt it was a soaring address. One of the things I was thinking is just how kind of normal and traditionally presidential a speech it was, ran some 7 minutes or so. And perhaps that sounds particularly soaring given what we have become used to over the last 4 years, just in the kind of remarks we're used to hearing. So I also thought it was interesting that he both talked about, made sure to talk about the human losses, the pain that exists out there because of the deaths of so many Americans, and also the economic losses. Clearly, it's one of those messages that I think he is going to be trying to send in the next several days, both addressing the pandemic itself, but also trying to talk about mitigation efforts on the pandemic as a way to bridge to try to help the economic pain that's out there.
When you think about Donald Trump's speech last night, it was all about challenging the legitimacy of the process, undermining democracy, charging falsely that, votes weren't counted, et cetera, and that the votes should stop being counted. Biden tonight spoke about the legitimacy of democracy and applauded democracy and praised the way it works. And he was optimistic. He was not full of grievance. This wasn't about me. It was about America, 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 and being president of all Americans. And when I listened to it, I thought, okay, this is a speech that was kind of written by professionals who understand what it's like to be a gracious winner and to behave that way. One thing that I noticed that he pointed out was we're already at work, and I know our colleagues were talking about that, but I can tell you that his transition is in full swing, as it has been, and maybe that's what he'll talk about if the race is called tomorrow, or maybe he'll give us some more indication of his bipartisanship. But they're moving. They're moving about what they're going to do, not only on COVID, but on everything. And I remember the Trump transition where Chris Christie came in with a big transition book, and they threw it out the day after they got elected. So this is completely the polar opposite of what we're used to.
I'm happy. I'm just going to say, I'm happy. I like the speech. I like the empathy. I like the optimism. I like it. It's just good. And, this guy's going to need a lot of help. Okay, if he wants to do what he's talking about, if he wants to bring people together, he's going to need a lot of help. And he's asking for it, and he's worthy of it. Winston Churchill says, deserves victory. That's a man that deserves the help of the nation to get together. I like the speech. And when he talks about civility, that shouldn't be corny stuff. Civility, that's what we were raised by. That's what we're raised to be. Listen, Mike, I'm sorry. Yeah. No, I'm just happy.
Okay, Rick Santorum, I want to hear from David, and then we got to go back.
Yeah, the only thing that I think Republicans will look at that speech as a perfectly fine speech. I think he was right. It was sort of a normal speech. I don't know of any president who gets elected who doesn't say they have a mandate, but I think Republicans don't see it that way. I think that'll be the real question here.
David Ekstrom?
I think the most important things he said had to do, we may be opponents, but we're not enemies. We're Americans. We got to get past the anger and we need to put anger and demonization behind us. And he promised to be a president for everyone. We don't have a minute to waste on partisan warfare. I think these are important messages at a time when the country is on sort of a jagged edge after a very, very rough campaign. And given the presidency that we just saw, my only question is, what is he going to say tomorrow if he gets elected? Because you expect that he's going to hit the same themes all over again. So
I don't mind.
Exactly.
Say it again.
But if Van's happy, I'm happy.
All right, let's go back to Jay.
Thanks, Anderson. We have some breaking news. Let's go right to our White House correspondent, Caitlin Collins, who has some news, some rather bad news on the coronavirus front. Caitlin?
Yeah, Jake, not election related, but we are now confirming from a White House official that the president's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, has tested positive for coronavirus. This is notable because Meadows, of course, is someone who works in close proximity with not only the president, but has been around several campaign officials and top West Wing aides this week as they have been going over the post-election fallout, dealing with what the president's next steps are going to be. And now we have learned that Mark Meadows has tested positive for coronavirus. Now, it's not clear when he tested positive or what the situation is there. We do know that he has not been around people today, other officials today, because we're actually trying to chase down some reporting earlier about a conference call that he was on, and so now we have confirmed this. And another interesting factor in this, Jake, is that, of course, Mark Meadows was the person who was by the president's side when he went to Walter Reed, when he himself had coronavirus. And there were several instances where we were talking about the fact that Mark Meadows was not wearing a mask, or he had been in the room with the president, and the president did not have a mask on, and he himself was infectious. Yet at that time, Meadows was tested daily. He continued to test negative. And now here we are as the White House is trying to navigate what exactly it is they're going to do, whether or not the president is going to concede this election if it becomes clear that Joe Biden has secured the presidency. And now they are also dealing with another twist, the chief of staff himself dealing with coronavirus. And Jake, this must have been really recent development, because we've been reporting over the last several days how Mark Meadows has been intimately involved in what the next steps they're taking are. I was told that he was someone who was feeding the president's baseless claims about widespread voter fraud in this presidency, this election being stolen from him. So he has certainly been around the West Wing, he's been around the president, he's been around campaign officials. And so it not only raises questions about him obviously self-isolating, but if any other people he came in contact with are now going to have to self-isolate or self-quarantine, I should say, since they came into contact with someone who has tested positive for coronavirus. And of course, we should note Mark Meadows is not someone who often wears a mask. He was on camera on Capitol Hill, and when a reporter asked him to wear a mask as he was answering questions from reporters a few weeks ago, he said he wasn't going to talk with a mask on because he was socially distanced, and then walked away. So this is something that we are just finding out. We're going to get more details on this, but we can confirm the chief of staff has tested positive for coronavirus.
All right, Caitlin Collins, thanks so much. And we should note for our viewers that today actually was the worst day in the United States in the history of this pandemic when it comes to new infections reported. More than 125,000 Americans today alone tested positive for coronavirus. This is also the third consecutive day of more than 100,000 cases, new cases each day. And this does underline, Dana, the failure of this administration to not only contain the coronavirus pandemic in a way that at least is comparable to the way they've been able to do it in, say, Canada, north of the border, but also their failure to contain the coronavirus from the White House. This is at least the third outbreak of some sorts. You had the president get it. You had the vice president's staff get it. You had that event for now Justice Amy Coney Barrett, where a number of people got it, a super spreader event, and now the White House chief of staff.
And we could have had another super spreader event at the White House this week. Yeah. I mean, the president had a couple of events, including a big one on election night, on Tuesday night. I didn't see very many masks there, did you? Mark Meadows was there. And so that's number one. I was told that he not only was at the White House yesterday, he was at the campaign. So once again, there's going to be a question of whether or not this is going to spread through the campaign, whether or not people who hadn't already gotten it in the first round when the president had it last month, whether they're going to have to quarantine at a time where they're still wanting to fight the fight. Obviously we should say, as always, we do hope that he's okay and wish him well. Yeah. But wearing a mask sometimes helps in 2020, now that we know what we know about COVID.
Yeah, I mean, and this is, by my count, the third outbreak that we found out from the media, because the White House refuses to be transparent about people who are contracting coronavirus within that organization and that institution. They are obviously trying to keep this under wraps because it looks bad for them politically, but it's irresponsible. As Dana pointed out, they had a very large event in the East Room of the White House on Tuesday night, and very few people, including several White House officials, that you could clearly see were not wearing masks.
And we should just note, for anybody wondering about the situation here at CNN, we are sitting farther apart than we normally sit. We are sitting 6 feet apart. Mm-hmm. And when we go up and we go back to our offices or walk in the hall, all of us are wearing our masks. Here's my mask, go birds. And and our cameramen and our crew it's a minimal skeleton crew here, and they're all wearing masks as well. Yeah, I mean, look, it's sad. Obviously, Mark Meadows is somebody that we don't wish this on anybody. We would hope he gets better soon. We hope he doesn't show many symptoms. But it is once again an example of how this administration doesn't appreciate the health experts who are telling them the best way to keep this virus from spreading is wear a mask. And in fact, we've heard a number of a few days ago, President Trump was talking about perhaps firing the nation's top infectious disease expert, Dr. Anthony Fauci. Wolf?
Yeah, it's sad. I'm not happy to hear about Mark Meadows, the White House Chief of Staff, that he has corona. He's 61 years old, so he's not exactly a teenager or a youth or anything. So we hope and we wish him, John, only the best. We hope a speedy recovery for Mark Meadows. And everyone who was in contact with him, they presumably will have to quarantine now for a while, and hopefully nobody will get it. But it's a really worrisome development. And Biden, in his statement today, he said he fears that the number of daily coronavirus cases could go up to 200,000 a day. He pointed out correctly that 240,000 or so Americans have already died from coronavirus.
So you take that development, it is sad, and we wish Mark Meadows the best, but it's another outbreak inside the Trump White House. And you take what we heard from the soon-to-be, most likely president-elect of the United States, who's been receiving daily coronavirus updates, or almost daily coronavirus updates, something the president doesn't do anymore. The president, for months, has not met with the experts. 5 days this week have set the new records, including today, as Jake just noted. And so what do you take away from that? So many things. If you listen to Joe Biden, what does he say? He's trying to tell the American people, I believe I have a mandate. Well, you can understand that claim. 74 million votes and counting. It could reach 75 million votes. That is the most votes any candidate for president has ever received. So you could say, just whether you're a Democrat or Republican, of course he can claim a mandate. He has set a record in American politics. However, his opponent, Joe Biden says it's time to stop calling each other enemies. His opponent in the election got 70 million votes and has shown no sign he is willing to acknowledge the results of this election and get out of the way. He will retain a grip over the Republican Party for sure, even if he has to leave the White House. So the challenge for Joe Biden is fascinating. Here is his map, and he's right. If it holds up, he has made quite the statement.
But for leading Republicans, there's the challenge of being loyal to the president while also recognizing there could be a new president.
If Joe Biden is president of the United States, I'll feel it incumbent upon me to try to help him where I can and find common ground. In terms of personal relationship, it's good. I've known the vice president for a very long time. I'm here tonight to stand with President Trump. He stood with me. He's the reason we're going to have a Senate majority.
Most Republicans sound like they're fully supportive of recounts in critical states with narrow margins. But with the Senate returning next week, lawmakers may tire of being asked constantly about the election while needing to pass government funding and negotiate a COVID relief package. Shannon?
Mike Emanuel, thank you so much for breaking that down. All right, after a blue wave failed to materialize on election night, how will Nancy Pelosi wrangle her caucus? Pulled between progressives and the moderates, will she or Joe Biden, if he wins, have an actual mandate? He says tonight they do. She says the same thing. Our panel, James Freeman and Mark Thiessen, weigh in next.
Electronics.
Working with
It stayed bumped, but I got it fixed, so we're
And
good.
we can socially distance again.
Yes, we can. All right, like I said last week, the Madison Bulldogs are a team you really don't want to play this time of year, and they showed why with that big win at Dakota Valley last week. Well, tonight the task got just a little tougher when they played a top-ranked T area, but the Titans won by 4.
Have a plan for the way forward under the current leadership that is being articulated. And that is reflected in the polling that shows that a majority of the American people trust Joe Biden, who is not president, who doesn't have a hand in implementing any sort of policy in dealing with this. They trust Joe Biden to handle this pandemic more than Donald Trump, who is currently handling this pandemic. And I think that's reflected in the way that he talks about it or doesn't talk about it. And it's also reflected in the way that the folks around him can track this virus and continue to sort of move about life in a normal way without taking it seriously.
These two guests, both friends of our broadcast, have run the gamut from law to politics to the current pandemic. Our thanks to Alexi McCammon and Barbara McQuaid, who is lucky we're out of time because she still has to answer for that Michigan State-Michigan game, perhaps next time.
Too soon.
Thank you both. Great to see you both. Just ahead for us, as we mentioned, one of the president's closest advisors confirmed to have tested positive for the coronavirus. We will ask our own Dr. Vin Gupta about that as this special edition of the 11th hour is just getting started on this consequential Friday night.
Hey, buddy, you want to hear this story about how I once knew? Eddie?
Havana?
Yeah.
Havana?
Yeah.
Is it really you, Havana?
Yeah, Eddie, it's me, Havana.
Oh, Havana.
Oh, Eddie, you... Gosh, you look swell.
Important information we got from those officials, 40,000 votes remaining to be counted in Philadelphia.
Right, and so you heard from the Bucks County executive we were just talking to, and then these Philadelphia city officials, they're near the finish line. So they're looking now at ballots, some of them are so-called provisional ballots. You show up, you requested a mail ballot perhaps, or they have your address wrong, and so there's some sort of a mix-up. They say, we're not sure you're eligible to vote. You fill out a provisional ballot, and then they check after the fact. So you get your right to vote, and then they go through after to make sure it's legit. Ballots that have been somehow creased or marked wrong that they have to look at and see whether they can count. So you're at the finish line. This happens in every election. It's getting a lot more attention now, international attention, because you have, let's come back out, that was Philadelphia City, you have in the state that could decide the president.